Chapter 1: The One Who Seals the Fraud. Now an urgent news break. According to our news, the famous Eastern Xia adventurer and martial arts master Mr. Zhang Gu was confirmed to have died in Pirate World at the age of 53. Tong Gu stopped suddenly, took off his headphones in disbelief, and searched for relevant news on his mobile phone. The browser page had turned into black and white, and relevant reports were pouring in overwhelmingly. "It's true, that old man is really dead." Tong Gu raised his head, and sporadic cries could be heard from the crowd around him. Ever since one day more than 200 years ago, countless huge portals suddenly descended on this earth. The world has ushered in an irresistible game of destiny. Everyone needs to enter the portal on time when they turn 18 and usher in their first game of destiny. They will be transported to bizarre worlds and perform various dangerous tasks. If they succeed, they will receive rewards. If they fail, they will be rewarded. A tragic death. Human life suddenly became a meager number. In just a few decades, the world's population dropped by 70%. Even though governments began to use various methods to encourage births, reform education, and teach children how to survive in various environments, human beings after all, they are still dying continuously. Corresponding to the tragic life and death mission is the unbreakable feeling of despair. Even if good luck passes the first game of destiny, they will be forced to carry out a mission every month. Good luck cannot always accompany them, and death follows them everywhere. The huge feeling of despair is a disaster even worse than game of destiny. Many people no longer willing to have children, no longer willing to work hard. Suicide, self-destruction, self-exile. If this continues for a long time, human beings will eventually become extinct. But human beings are such contradictory creatures, and the most dazzling heroes are often born out of the deepest despair. In the past 100 years, a number of dazzling heroes have emerged. They face the future enthusiastically, work hard to hone their bodies, and collect information from various worlds of game of destiny. Complete tasks again and again, become stronger step by step, and show your life to the public through various media, record your adventures through live broadcast software, and encourage all human beings to embrace hope, conquer the game of destiny, and defeat the so-called destiny. Mr. Zhang Gu is the most dazzling hero of the Eastern Xia in the past 100 years. He has practiced the traditional martial arts of the Eastern Xia since he was a child. He has outstanding talent and quick thinking. He has explored more possibilities through the game of destiny and created a world-famous martial art. Ancient martial arts. From then on, ordinary people can also practice extraordinary martial arts from an early age and acquire physical fitness that surpasses ordinary humans, so as to better face the game of destiny. It is no exaggeration to say that the existence of such a person improves the probability of human survival. But now, such people have died in the game of destiny after all. Many Dongxia people seem to have an empty space in their hearts. Not only Dongxia, but also the surrounding neon lights, Goryeo and other countries that are deeply influenced by Dongxia culture are shrouded in it. In a sad atmosphere, Tong Gu listened to the music silently and walked to Shancheng College. The campus was filled with low pressure in the evening. As a group that was about to usher in the first game of destiny, the impact of Zhang Gu's death was unparalleled. The usually crowded training ground was empty at this time, and most of the students walking towards him looked anxious. Tong Gu, who was wearing a brown windbreaker, was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and his powerful figure was very oppressive. Usually at this time, there would always be students coming to ask for advice on how to exercise, but today Tong Gu did not meet anyone to say hello. Tong Gu took off his coat one by one. The muscles under the clothes were like knives carved on stone. Just as he was about to start today's exercise, his phone kept getting message notifications. When Tong Gu opened his phone, the first thing he saw was a bank message. "Hello dear user, the bank card under your name with the last number 8823 has received a transfer of 3 million yuan from the user Dongxia Destiny Group, with the remark share for writing, and the current balance is 4,520,800. Tong Gu sighed. He understood that the revenue share of the Destiny game guides he published on the forum had been paid. Considering the current situation, the passing of Mr. Zhang Gu had aggravated the sense of crisis for many people, so the guides he published had gained higher profits, but he couldn't be happier about it. At this moment, the app named Destiny Forum has marked 999 plus unread messages, and the app icon is still flashing. Tong Gu probably understands what happened. He clicked on the app, and the message box was already full. People he knew and didn't know were sending him private messages, and many users were posting comments about Tong Gu. Tong Gu put down his clothes and found a corner to sit down. An article titled "The Hero of Eastern Xia Has Fallen, Where is Tong Gu, the one who suppressed the evil?" post was ranked as a trending post. It already had hundreds of thousands of replies and the data was still rising. Tong Gu clicked on it. Just now, Mr. Zhang Gu, the hero of Eastern Xia, passed away. After the initial pain, the author suddenly realized some questions. Now I want to ask everyone, and I also want to ask someone. As we all know, Mr. Zhang Gu and Kiritani, who is known as the fraud sealer, are long-term trading partners. It is said that Mr. Zhang Gu paid the price of personally teaching Kirigani to temper and obtained the most comprehensive information support from Kirigu. Why did he have the information support of Kirigugu, the fraud sealer? Mr. Zhang Gu still can't avoid the battle with that pirate. Did Kiritani, the sealer, conceal some key information that led to the death of the heroes of Eastern Xia? If it's not a concealment, is Kiritani, the one who seals the fraud, exaggerated? Is his information about the worlds of Game of Destiny really true? The replies in the post were also varied. Some people were filled with indignation and wanted Kiritani to be responsible for this. Others said that this fact was an accident. Some even started conspiracy theories about whether the cheater was pregnant. Hidden purpose. Kiritani, also known as Tong Gu, after he traveled to this world, he immediately noticed that the mission world of the Destiny game was very similar to various anime in his previous life. From then on, the lonely boy began to sell information on the forum with the ID of Tong Gu. Over time, because Tong Gu always had more unique insights and more secret knowledge, more and more people called Tong Gu the cheater of the Game of Destiny, means that he is as knowledgeable as a beta player of the Game of Destiny, and he is as powerful as a cheater. The time traveler Tong Gu used this business to gain huge wealth and connections. However, Tong Gu maintained his true nature as a Chinese and carefully concealed his true identity. He did not accept recruitment from the government or olive branches from the consortium. The huge amount of wealth he carried was all turned into various genetic medicines to strengthen himself. Tong Gu's thinking was always very clear. One day, he would also enter this Game of Destiny. He is not afraid, and is even a little excited, so he will not engage in muddle-headed enjoyment. All his wealth should be turned into nutrition to strengthen his ability to survive. But at this moment, the traffic brought by Blocker's huge name has suffered an unprecedented backlash. The private messages are no longer the past flattery and flattery. There are a lot of curses and filthy words, and there are also more gentle ones. He vaguely expressed the hope that Kiritani would come forward to explain the matter. Forum celebrities who were familiar with each other in the past also kept silent. Human nature is to seek benefits and avoid harm, that's all. Tong Gu set the app information to no longer remind him and turned off his phone. He had no time to argue with these frightened people at the moment. At sunset tomorrow, he was about to experience his first Game of Destiny. Namely Awakening Trial. After passing this step, he can sort out these people's words again. If he can't pass it, then everything will be over, and no matter what people say, it will not affect him in the slightest. Tong Gu walked to the training ground and started today's pile practice. Zhanzhuang Kung Fu has always been an integral part of ancient martial arts. After Zhang Gu obtained extraordinary martial arts skills from the world such as One Punch Man, it has been integrated with some Qi training. Tong Gu stood upright on horseback, his hands sliding forward and backward in the void, his muscles extremely relaxed, looking for a sense of integration between body and mind, and feeling every tremor inside his muscles. Tong Gu mentally visualized an endlessly flowing river and wanted to feel the mystery of qi from it. This was the only extraordinary power he could obtain at the moment, but unfortunately, Tong Gu had not been able to figure it out for many years. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Tong Gu reluctantly ended the practice. He still couldn't grasp the mysterious aura. When Zhang Gu was alive, he had discussed this issue with him. The other party speculated that it might be because the genetic medicine Tong Gu took had greatly strengthened Tong Gu's body. Therefore, if Tong Gu wanted to master the sense of qi, he would have to temper his body more than normal. People are closer to the extreme. But Tong Gu, who has been unable to master the sense of qi, faced the increasingly approaching game of destiny, so he could only continue to buy more genetic medicines to strengthen his body to gain better survivability, and a vicious cycle was created. Therefore, over the years, Tong Gu acquired a body with astonishing strength, but he has been unable to master the extraordinary martial arts. Rationality is what Tong Gu believes is the most important quality for survival, and he always remains rational. Even though he is familiar with all kinds of anime, he knows that the ultimate path of qi and the corresponding extraordinary martial arts is the incomparable power of the Z warriors in the Dragon Ball world. However, after several years of being unable to master the sense of qi, he has no choice but to give up this path temporarily. Route: fortunately, he has prepared a variety of routes for himself over the years to deal with emergencies. For Tong Gu, whose top priority is to survive, a power system that has excellent adaptability, can solve crises in various scenarios, and can survive in various extreme environments is always the top priority. After excluding some uncertainties about the acquisition of bloodline and supernatural abilities, physical strengthening abilities, physical skills, martial arts, etc. are the most preferred. Among them, the one with the greatest potential is naturally the cultivation of qi in Dragon Ball, but there are many others suitable for Tong Gu. Taijutsu training in the world of Naruto, 6 styles, and domineering training in the world of pirates, strengthening telekinesis abilities in the world of Hunter, etc. are all good choices. What Tong Gu has to do now is to combine various messages to find the initial world that suits you best. Chapter 2 Menarche. In recent years, due to the promotion of Zhang Gu and this group of heroes, more and more people are keen on researching and analyzing various intelligence related to Destiny game, whether it is the secrets of various mission worlds or the knowledge brought back from the mission world. And technology. Tong Gu, who has the title of Blocker, relies on his understanding of various animations in his previous life. Naturally, he has unparalleled professionalism in the field of mission world intelligence, but in other aspects, there are still many people's opinions worthy of his reference and study. There are 3 legendary titles in the Destiny forum. Analyst Xin Yuan is good at analyzing various mechanisms of Game of Destiny and proposed the Menarche theory. The Dongxia Shield, who uses real-name Internet Access Savior Wu Zhengyang. As well as Destiny Game, who knows all the mission worlds well, and has published a series of top strategies such as analysis of the power system of Pirate World, collection of enemies you must avoid in Hunter World, Treasure World, Magic Soldier Arm World Strategy, etc. Tong Valley. The person Tong Gu was contacting at this moment was Xin Yuan, who had the title of Analyst. This person was good at divination and statistical analysis. Using cases from the past 200 years, he systematically analyzed everyone's first mission of Game of Destiny. The laws of the world put forward a Menarche theory. Physiological menarche generally means a woman's maturity in her ability to give birth to a new life. It is very ironic to use this name to name the first Game of Destiny with the highest mortality rate. But Tong Gu didn't care if the other party was sarcastic. He only cared about the accuracy of the other party's ability to guess the mission world based on the teleportation location and time. Xin Yuan typed a question mark, meaning what did he have to do with him? Tong Gu guessed that the other person was young. People of the older generation rarely communicated in such a casual way. I want to know the time and place where the Pirate World teleportation portal may appear around the mountain city in tomorrow's Destiny game Awakening trial. Tong Gu quickly put forward his demands, without pretending to be a friend out of thin air, nor did he indicate that he was about to participate in the game of Destiny. This was in line with the consistent style of suppressor Tong Gu, who neither admitted nor denied it. Tong Gu finally chose One Piece World as the starting point of his game of Destiny. On the one hand, the vastness of the pirate world contains many opportunities, such as devil fruit. On the other hand, in the world of pirates, there is a huge military organization like the Navy, which is spread all over the world, and it is easier to break into it. In addition, the physical skills and domineering training of One Piece World are also very consistent with Tong Gu's own strong body and wide open range. A combined fighting style. Tomorrow at 5:40 p.m., there is a high possibility that Pirate World will be opened at Amber Square in the west of the mountain city. Pay attention to the time. The opening time of this world is extremely short. Xin did not ask too much about how the blocker who was currently in the spotlight had the heart to inquire about this kind of information. He was very clear about his position. You give me money and I will give you information. I don't care about my personal ethics. Care. Tong Gu was very pleased that Xin didn't ask questions. It was a luxury to spend time explaining. After getting the information he needed, Tong Gu returned home, a 100-square-meter apartment located in the center of Shancheng City. The room was furnished in a minimalist style, with no unnecessary decoration. In addition to the TV and sofa, there were only a few rows of furniture in the living room. Fitness equipment. Tong Gu habitually took out genetic medicine from the refrigerator and injected it into his body. In fact, the genetic potion codenamed Super Soldier V5 from Shengsheng Pharmaceutical has very little effect on Tong Gu today. Its price of 500,000 Dongxia coins also makes Tong Gu feel that it is no longer cost-effective. It is a pity that it cannot be captured. Tong Gu, who felt qi, had no other way to strengthen himself for the time being, so he could only continue to use this potion, which was better than nothing. Tong Gu took off the portable gravity generators on his wrists and ankles. Wearing such things on a daily basis was not only to exercise himself, but also to restrain himself. Tong Gu felt the huge power contained in his body after taking off the restraints, and deeply felt the necessity of wearing a gravity generator in daily life. After all, he accidentally kicked away the sandbags in the training ground, or crushed his classmates' arms by accident. He can really do it. The largest cloakroom in Tong Gu's room is not used to store clothes. It is filled with various equipment, including ancient cavalry armors, modern body armors, and some super technologies derived from Game of Destiny equipment, such as portable gravity generators, rapid hemostatic sprays, etc. On the innermost side, Tong Gu's most important treasure is kept in a separate safe. Even if it is a prop directly brought back to reality by Game of Destiny, this item is second to none. Universal Capsule, produced in the world of Dragon Ball, a fantasy prop. After using this Universal Capsule, you can get a huge backpack. Although in the Dragon Ball world, this level of Universal Capsule is already the lowest level, in the real world, the technology of the Universal Capsule is still an unsolvable mystery. Because Tong Gu continued to output high-quality strategies, the survival rate of Dongxia adventurers in Pirate World and Ninja World and other mission worlds increased by 8%. Dongxia officially entrusted the Destiny Forum to give Tong Gu this super spec bonus. Tong Gu pressed the capsule, and there was a bang, accompanied by strange smoke, and a backpack that was huge for ordinary people appeared in front of him. Tong Gu took out various items from the locker and put them into the backpack in an orderly manner, including some emergency items. Food, first aid medicine, hemostatic spray, gold bricks with circulation value in most worlds, etc. Even though he had obtained the precise point to enter the pirate world, Tong Gu followed a cautious style and packed some clothes of different styles. After preparing the backpack, Tong Gu thought for a while and took out several thick steel plates of different sizes from the cabinet. They were said to be steel plates, but in fact they were made of a new type of alloy, which was very hard and heavy. Tong Gu took a special vest and inserted the two largest alloy steel plates into the front and rear sides of the vest. After much thought, Tong Gu decided to replace the modern body armor with this bulky protective clothing. On the one hand, in order to avoid errors in the world you enter, modern bulletproof vests are not very effective in protecting some cold weapons. This original alloy protective suit has better universal applicability. On the other hand, Tong Gu considered that the items he could bring into the mission world were limited. Being able to bring in some rare alloys would create some potential trading possibilities in the mission world. The most essential reason is that for Tong Gu, the weight of wearing these alloy steel plates on his hands, feet, and front and back of his body made him more accustomed to it. When encountering an invincible enemy, you can also get rid of this layer of restraints and gain movement capabilities that exceed the opponent's calculations, giving you a greater chance of escaping. When everything was ready, Tong Gu pressed the button of the backpack. With a burst of smoke, the backpack turned into a blue capsule again, which was put into the special pocket on Tong Gu's chest. Everything is ready, just wait for Game of Destiny to start. Chapter 3 Destined Death. Diddy. After relaxing, Tong Gu turned on his phone and saw that QQ was also shaking. Logically speaking, no one on QQ should know his identity. In confusion, Tong Gu clicked on his phone. It is found that the class group and college group information are refreshing quickly. Principal Zhang Xingwen, dear students, you have studied hard and worked hard in the past 3 years, and you are about to face the test tomorrow. Principal Zhang Xingwen, after all the hardships, the only one is death. I will place 3,423 servings of celebration wine in the school, waiting for you to drink. Principal Zhang is already 57 years old. Every year he sees a large number of fresh students going to the trial, and less than half of them come back. He feels uncomfortable. It is rare for a few to express their opinions in the school group. It also made many students who were going to Game of Destiny tomorrow feel very sad. Lu Zhao, Class 3, Grade 22, okay. Principal, wait for me to drink this glass of wine. Tong Gu had met Lu Zhao from Class 3 several times and had given him advice on how to temper himself. Both his parents had died in the Game of Destiny, but he had never despaired of the future. He was a very enthusiastic person. This moment is also the first one to stand up and guide the atmosphere and encourage others. Zhu Ziyuwen, Class 5, Grade 22, yes. We will definitely come back together to drink the principal's glass of wine. And Tang Shudao, I like you. Tong Gu twitched his lips. Zhu Ziyuwen was the most popular figure in the school. He practiced Zhongyiliu martial arts like Tong Gu, and was said to have caught the sense of qi. He was carefree and liked to joke, but Tong Gu knew that he liked Tang Shudao. Real. Tang Shudao, Class 5, Grade 22, get lost. Principal, I'm the one who deserves this drink. Dai Xiaomei, Class 22, Class 13, yes, count me in. More and more people began to speak, some whom Tong Gu knew and some he didn't know. Some boldly wanted to get the principal drunk, while others followed suit and began to confess their feelings. Tong Gu felt inexplicably relieved. He had not experienced this kind of student-like daily life for a long time. Tong Gu didn't say anything, just watched them lively. Buzz, buzz, the phone vibrated, there was no note for the call, but the number was very familiar. After pressing the answer button, there was silence on the other end. Tong Gu didn't speak either. He listened to Ruao's breathing on the other end of the phone. He knew she was there, but the two of them didn't know what to say. In the end, they just listened to each other's breathing. Just when Tong Gu thought he was going to, this continued until the phone ran out of battery, and a crisp female voice was heard. Remember, come back. Good. Tong Gu held his cell phone, but his thoughts were wandering until sleep hit him. For the first time in many years, Tong Gu missed the evening exercise. That night, Tong Gu slept more soundly and peacefully than ever before. When he opened his eyes, it was already close to noon. Tong Gu's body seemed to be fully charged with enough sleep. After getting up, Tong Gu no longer hesitated, and the agitation in his subconscious caused by Zhang Gu's death was calmed down. He ate a hearty lunch unhurriedly, performed the standing posture, and took a bath. Putting on a black hooded cloak, he went out and headed straight to the west side of the mountain city. In the amber square on the west side of the mountain city, a giant portal with a diameter of more than 50 meters occupies a large space. It is said that 200 years ago, many old men and old ladies would dance leisurely in this square at sunset, but now, the atmosphere in the standing crowd was particularly gloomy. Most people covered their faces with hoods and their voices were kept low when talking. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the portal began to flash with aurora-like colors, and a tangible pressure was clearly transmitted to Tong Gu. He didn't understand what it was, but it was definitely a trace of some kind of power. People with hoods began to approach the portal one after another. These people quickly disappeared. 12 hours later, when the portal flashed again, they might reappear, or they might just disappear. Tong Gu held the timer and waited for the 5:40 point. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. With Tong Gu's height, he could easily see a group of people approaching the portal quickly. The people were wearing dark red robes and white masks. Children! Congratulations on your upcoming destined death. Don't resist, don't blaspheme, and don't feel resentful. Everything is inevitable, everything is fate. Tong Gu frowned. He saw one of the men in red robes standing surrounded by others and began to chant loudly. The tune was weird and made the people around him uneasy. It's actually report to the dead, these people actually dare to haunt the mountain city. Tong Gu has no good impressions of these slanderers, they are just a bunch of scum who use panic to squeeze out property. But what surprised Tong Gu was that none of the official personnel who were supposed to maintain order here showed up, and none of the vigilantes and heroes who gained abilities and became powerful in the game of destiny showed up. Something must have happened. Tong Gu had a bad feeling in his heart. Don't listen to these accusers. We must defeat the damn game of destiny. Tong Gu didn't expect that there would be people who would dare to stand up alone and scold the accusers in this situation. You must know that these people can do anything. A bunch of thugs who do anything. The red-robed informants did not expect that someone would refute them face to face. One of them stepped forward and punched the student who stood up. Lu Zhao was mentally prepared when he refuted the opponent. When he saw the opponent punching him, he took a quick step back to dodge. Unexpectedly, the opponent would not let anyone take advantage of him, so he punched the air and quickly turned around and kicked sideways. This kick was so sharp and swift that Lu Zhao could not dodge, so he had to parry with both hands. Bang! Lu Zhao felt a sharp pain in his arm, and he was kicked over with great force, and his face under the hood was exposed. Oops, they remembered his appearance. Lu Zhao panicked and received several punches in a row. The red-robed informant got excited, jumped up in the air, and kicked Lu Zhao in the back of the head. Lu Zhao had lost all focus at this time and could only raise his hands to resist the kick. Tong Gu, who had come over at some point, grabbed Lu Zhao's hood with his left hand and pulled him behind him. He raised his right arm to catch the kick. With the alloy arm guard, he didn't feel any pain at all. I feel that the power of this accuser is unexpectedly small. Ah! The complainant, who literally kicked the steel plate, was holding his feet and wailing on the ground. He didn't hold back his kick. At this moment, he felt that the bones of his feet might have been broken. He was in excruciating pain. Are you going to resist the Lord's call? You don't know whether to live or die. When the leading accuser saw that he had a hard time to deal with, he stopped pretending and took out a machete from his robe. The other accusers also started to take out the knife one after another. Ah, run! Most of the parents who brought their children to the trial are ordinary people who can only survive by using the rules in Game of Destiny. There are very few people with abilities, so they all choose to quit at this time. Open! The vigilantes to maintain order still did not appear. In the chaos, he pulled Lu Zhao while avoiding the accuser and approaching the portal. They had no way out. Lu Zhao also understood the current situation. Based on the principle of not holding others back, he signaled Tong Gu to let him go. He and Tong Gu Fenfen ran towards the portal. Tong Gu blocked another knife with his alloy arm guard, kicked the opponent over, and took a moment to look at the time, 5:37. After realizing that these people were of average strength, Tong Gu was not going to rush into the teleportation. He planned to confront these people in front of the teleportation gate and then enter the Game of Destiny at 5:40. The leading informant slashed the opponent's arm guard with a knife, which made his mouth numb with shock. Then the opponent's kick made his throat taste sweet. He really didn't expect that there would be someone with such strength before entering the trial. He was only 18. How old are you? Aren't you supposed to be a child? You should scream when I hold a knife. But he was keenly aware that Tong Gu was observing the time. Based on his understanding of this extremely potential trialist, he must be waiting for a specific world. He already had an idea in his mind and shouted out. This kid has iron armor on him. Let's push him in and prevent him from entering the mission world he prepared. The complainants rushed forward. Tong Gu, who was wearing steel armor, could not dodge for a while. His body was grabbed by several people. Tong Gu exerted great force, but the 7 or 8 complainants could not move him. He was shocked. This man was so strong. Get out of the way. One of the complainants actually took out a high-tech firearm and pointed it at Tong Gu. The person pushed and retreated into the portal. Chapter 4 Demon Slayer, Killing Demons. Tong Gu felt as if he had been torn apart and reconstructed again. When he opened his eyes, he was already in another world. What came into view was a 3-meter-high Buddha statue. It should be the main hall of a Buddhist temple. The house was made of wood and the striped decoration was relatively old. Tong Gu sighed silently. This style was most likely not what he expected one-piece world. I walked around the Buddhist temple and found nothing. Not only did I not find anything that could identify the world here, I also didn't see any monks. Tong Gu opened the locked palace door and found that it was already a starry night outside. The moon was very big and his sight was not bad. After taking 2 steps, an unusually pungent smell poured into Tong Gu's nose. The smell of blood. Tong Gu immediately became alert. The smell of blood came from the side hall. Tong Gu walked over carefully and stretched out his fingers to poke a hole in the window paper to observe the situation. Unexpectedly, the window was smashed with a bang, and Tong Gu also he was staggered by the black object. Tong Gu looked down subconsciously and saw that it was the corpse of a monk, half of it to be precise. The corpse had been torn open from the waist, and his internal organs were dragged all over the floor. Tong Gu was hit by something and was still attached to something. Plant organs. Vomiting. The desire to vomit came, and Tong Gu also understood what world he was in now. When happiness is destroyed, there is always the smell of blood. Even if my body is destroyed, I will definitely kill the evil ghost. The adventure story of Blood, Wind, Sword and Halberd begins. The trial starts. Current world, Demon Slayer ACT-1, number A3504. Trial Mission 1, survive for 3 months. Trial Mission 2, kill at least 1 ghost. The trial begins. Good luck. The words on the retina faded quickly, and the pungent smell of blood made the nausea in the chest linger, making Tong Gu unable to concentrate highly. A dark figure slowly walked out from the side hall, with a lot of minced meat and internal organs hanging on it. His green hair was disheveled, his eyes were narrow and bloodshot, and he had the standard fangs and claws of an ogre. It was Tong the first cannibal besides Nezuko that Tanjiro encountered in ancient memories. The smell of human beings still managed to slip through the net, the Buddhist ghost said jokingly. He really enjoyed the desperate expressions of human beings before their death. Seeing the uncomfortable expression on the tall human's face in front of him, he felt his appetite getting better. The temple ghost walked up to Tonggu, who was half hunched over, and threw a piece of meat hanging on Tonggu with interest. Seeing that Tonggu's face became even worse, the temple ghosts are more cheerful. Are you scared? Are you feeling uncomfortable? The Buddhist ghost slowly raised his right hand. So, human beings are really fragile. The Buddha Hall ghost suddenly waved his claws. He would not kill the opponent at once. He planned to play with this big man. Although Tonggu still felt nauseous in his heart, he had already done a lot of psychological construction and naturally could not sit still and wait to die because of nausea. Tonggu, who was bending on one knee, was almost as tall as the Buddhist temple ghost. Faced with this grab, Tonggu simply grabbed the opponent's forearm with his left hand and pinched it in his hand. The temple ghost did not expect that this man could still resist, and was caught. In anger, he pulled hard and tried to break free of his arms, but found that his strength that could crush the monk was like a mud cow drowning in the sea, and he could not struggle at all. Not open. Tonggu stood up slowly, grabbed the cannibal ghost's arm with one arm and lifted him up. Compared with the strong figure of nearly 1.9 meters tall, the Buddhist temple ghost in his hand, which was estimated to be 1.6 meters tall, seemed like an adult bullying a child. So what happened to human beings? Because Tonggu was afraid of hurting his classmates, he rarely discussed with them. Now that he mentioned this cannibal, he had a more intuitive understanding of his body that had been tempered by genetic medicine and extraordinary martial arts for many years. Even though I know that this Buddhist temple ghost is just the weakest cannibal and demon slayer, but I am also monster-level powerful. Who the hell are you? Tonggu lifted the Buddhist temple ghost up with one hand. The opponent's strength made him feel a little frightened. He roared angrily and grabbed the opponent's face with his left hand. He wanted to tear the opponent into pieces. Tonggu's first life and death battle, he was very focused, and immediately shook his left hand hard, click. The bones of the Buddha Hall ghost's right arm were brittle, and his body was thrown off its center of gravity as if a quilt had been shaken. Tonggu took a step forward with his right foot and smashed the shaken Buddha Hall ghost to the ground. Bang! The huge impact sounds like a giant hammer hitting the ground. And blood spurts from the mouth and nose of the ghost in the temple. Tonggu looked down at the man-eater who looked like a puddle of mud on the ground. Knowing the plot, he would naturally not let down his guard and let the opponent recover before attacking. He was just thinking about how he could kill the opponent without the sun blade. Like Rock Pillar Wailing and Xing Ming in the plot, beating each other until dawn. The windpipe and roar of the temple ghost were smashed to pieces. He was speechless and could only stare at the tall monster hatefully. He wants to accumulate strength, recover his body, and then rip out the opponent's internal organs, letting the damn guy die slowly in pain and fear. Tonggu hid a big killer weapon bought through special channels in the backpack of the Universal Capsule, but he felt it was a waste to kill such a weak ghost. While thinking about it, Tonggu kicked out the Buddhist temple ghost whose chest had just recovered. Then he walked slowly down the steps of the Buddhist hall. There was a flat land below and dense forests all around. Tonggu found the Buddhist ghost under a tree. His stomach was kicked directly with huge force. At this moment, his muscles were squirming and trying to recover. The temple ghost looked at Tonggu walking over, with obvious fear in his eyes. He knew in his heart that the ghost's immortality had its limits. For a newly born ghost like him, after recovering a certain amount of damage, it will reach the limit. In the anime, the body of the Buddha ghost did not recover after falling off the cliff, and his head also vomited blood. Tonggu grabbed the other party's long dark green hair and lifted it against the tree trunk. Make a fist with your right hand and tense it back like a bow. The ancient current bursts its embankment. As decisive as a river bursting its embankment, this punch was extremely violent. Before he could face the opponent, the ferocious wind of the punch made it difficult for Buddha Hall Ghost to breathe. Under this pressure, Buddha Hall Ghost actually felt that the person who had just eaten in his body was quickly digested. Some of them, with a strong force and fierceness, tilted their heads suddenly, and the dark green hair and scalp were directly torn off. Puff! With a muffled sound, Tonggu's right fist punched into the tree without any explosion. A hole was punched straight through the tree that was 40 to 50 centimeters thick. The Buddhist temple ghost who had escaped the disaster could not hide the severe pain, with a ferocious face, and dug out a claw on Tonggu's chest. Click! The Buddhist temple ghost grabbed it with all his strength, as if his right hand had been hit by a hammer. The pain was unbearable and he screamed. Tonggu didn't have any good impression of this kind of creature that feeds on humans. Although the other person may have been an ordinary person who suffered, now he is just a disgusting man-eating ghost. Tonggu bent down and grabbed a handful of the other person again. Hair, lift it up. Clench your right fist and draw the bow back. Stop! A voice broke through the air. Tonggu was startled and let go of the ogre, crossing his hands with alloy arm guards to protect his face. Day! A wooden-handled axe used for chopping firewood struck the tree trunk behind Tonggu. The time went back a few minutes ago. Tanjiro, who was searching for Mount Saijiri, was carrying a bamboo basket with Nezuko on his back and was about to find a place to rest when he suddenly smelled a strange smell. He had the experience of the murder at home and the Nezuko incident. Finally, he knew that it was the smell of ghosts. He had no time to think about whether he would be in danger, and worried that others would encounter the same miserable situation as him. Tanjiro quickly rushed to the place where the smell came from, where there was a Buddhist temple. As soon as the panting Tanjiro ran out of the forest path, he saw an extremely tall figure wearing a cloak, punching the tree trunk, and someone blocked by his figure screamed. "That's right, the smell comes from over there, that person is a ghost." Tanjiro made a judgment, and when he saw the tall figure and wanted to attack, Tanjiro spun the axe he carried and threw it, and at the same time shouted "Yam!" In the end, Tanjiro did not throw the axe directly at Tonggu, but the temple ghost who was put down by Tonggu finally regained his freedom. After his body recovered slightly, he immediately escaped from Tonggu's side and faced Tanjiro. Jiro ran at great speed in the direction where he was. Tonggu couldn't help but be distracted for a moment when he saw Tanjiro. After all, there are some differences between living three-dimensional people and 2D animations, but the red hair and the marks on his forehead are very recognizable, so he was distracted. The ghost in the Buddhist temple has escaped his control. Tonggu stepped hard with his right foot and strode forward to catch up. Even though he was wearing a protective suit that weighed nearly 100 pounds, his speed was actually quite good. The Buddhist temple ghost was already afraid of Tonggu, but the ghost's bad nature filled his heart with the desire to destroy and kill. He ran away in the direction of Tanjiro not because it was convenient to escape in this direction, but because he planned to kill this stupid rescuer. Own human beings. Faced with the sudden change, Tanjiro took 2 steps back at a loss. The ghost of the Buddhist temple had already killed him and struck out with 1 claw. So fast! Tanjiro was shocked. The axe in his hand had been thrown out, and he was unable to resist it at this moment. Tonggu was still 3 steps away, and when Tanjiro was about to die, the lid of the bamboo basket behind Tanjiro was pushed up. Nezuko, who was wearing a pink kimono and a dark coat, jumped out of the frame with her hands and kicked her. When it came out, it hit the ghost in the Buddhist hall first and came first. The girl with AA speed kicked the world wave and kicked the temple ghost straight towards Tonggu, who was running towards him. Tonggu adjusted his center of gravity while running, stepped hard with his left foot, and used the force of the forward thrust to punch hard with his right fist. Hit it hard. Poof! As if hitting a watermelon with a stone, the Buddha Hall ghost's head exploded immediately, and Tonggu's fist and the Buddha Hall ghost's body hit the ground heavily. You. Tanjiro had already identified the dark green guy as the ghost when the ghosts came to the Buddhist temple just now. So who is this oppressive tall man in front of him? My name is Tonggu. As you can see, I am a human being. Tonggu, whose fists were stained with blood and an unknown white substance, gave people a great sense of oppression. Tanjiro bowed subconsciously and introduced himself. My name is Komatsu Tanjiro, this is my sister Komatsu Nezuko, we are also human beings. Tanjiro felt slightly guilty. He was afraid that the very fierce-looking man in front of him would attack his sister. Nezuko raised her head and glanced at Tonggu, then turned to look in the direction of the Buddhist hall. There was a smell that made her long for it, and her saliva began to secrete unconsciously. Excuse me, are you a human? Are you an ordinary person? That's not true. I want to ask how you became so powerful. Tanjiro danced nervously and finally expressed his meaning clearly. He was very envious of Tonggu's strength. Just as the swordsman named Yi Yang said, it is useless to pray when facing ghosts. Only when you are strong enough can you protect your family. If I could. Probably innate. Tonggu couldn't explain the matter of natural medicine and genetic medicine, so he explained casually, and then stepped down on the Buddhist temple ghost who was on the ground and began to twitch and recover. Snap! Tanjiro couldn't bear it and hesitated to speak. Mr. Tonggu, is there any way to kill ghosts quickly? It's a little too cruel like this. Seeing Tonggu looking over, Tanjiro was shocked. Tonggu could not empathize with Tanjiro's kindness, and he respected the red-haired boy's compassion, but Tonggu cared more about his only one life, and he would never allow himself to bear the risk of death because of irrelevant emotions. Maybe there is that way, but for me at this moment, to save him in this Buddhist hall. This is great mercy to everyone in the temple. New book released, please read and collect more. Chapter 5 Breathing Technique. Zotaki was hiding in the woods recently, looking at the tall figure not far away who beat the cannibal with his bare hands until he could no longer regenerate. His expression was eager. That body must be so powerful. I am afraid that the rock pillar that physically hammered the evil ghost screamed in agony. Yu Xingming couldn't be so relaxed and freehand at that time, if... As the first ray of sunlight illuminated the sky, the powerless cannibal seemed to have finally recovered some memories. I don't know whether it was what he saw or the fear of imminent death. There were tears on his face. The red-haired boy Tanjiro hated the ghost that killed his family, but he also felt compassion for the ghost in front of him who was full of sadness. He knelt down and gently stroked the ogre's hair with his hands until the ghost gradually began to melt in the sun. Decompose and disappear. Because someone witnessed your deeds of killing ghosts in the flesh, the Sagayama generation began to spread your story. You gained 1 point of legend. Looking at the prompt information in front of him, Tonggu was startled. He turned his head and saw a white-haired old man wearing a Tengu mask approaching slowly. He understood that this was the breeder who came to pick up Tanjiro in the original work, the former Mizuhashi Takisei Kanji. When faced with a man-eating evil spirit, mercy cannot save you, young man. Tanjiro, who was carrying a huge backpack, saw the masked old man approaching and felt a little at a loss. When Zotaki was talking to Tanjiro recently, Tonggu had already opened his trial panel. Because it was the initial trial world, Tonggu did not have a function such as a personal attribute panel at this time. Judging from the situation in the forum look, only if you successfully pass the first trial, this Destiny game will regard you as a real player and give you various abilities including a visual attribute panel. Trial Mission 1, Survive for 3 months, 191st. Trial Mission 2, Kill at least 1 ghost, 100% completion. Is it 100% complete? Tonggu sneered in his heart. This 100% completion rate is more like a deception plan. If Tonggu is satisfied with this and lives peacefully in this world for 3 months, then the trial rating will probably be either C level or D level. For the ambitious Tonggu, his goal is always clear. He must seize every opportunity to strengthen himself. The initial world like Demon Slayer is probably the best opportunity to hit the S rating. According to the information revealed by Savior Wu Zhengyang, obtaining an S-level rating will not only get additional attribute points and reward points, but also a chance to win a lottery. The prize pool spans all the Worlds of Destiny game and is an absolute must-have in circulation today. The most effective way to obtain most fantasy items. What are Tongguzong's next plans? Zotaki interrupted Tonggu's reverie for the first time. He had already heard about Tonggu's name from the exchange with Tanjiro, and there was some kind of longing in his tone. Although Tonggu expected the initial world to be a world like the pirate world or the hunter world where it would be easier to obtain physical skills, he had to settle for what he had come. The largest extraordinary system in the Demon Slayer world was an Imuzuji Musen's food system. The human ghost bloodline and the breathing method represented by the Demon Slayer core, at this time also heard the elegant meaning of the string song. I'll probably become a hunter and hunt this kind of monster. As he spoke, Tonggu glanced at the bloody Buddhist hall, and there was no lack of sincerity in his tone. Zotaki couldn't hide his joy under his mask. He took a step forward and said, "If you want to kill ghosts, I can recommend a place. Here it is." Tanjiro looked at the swordsman passing by them from time to time, and was very surprised. Everyone was wearing uniform black clothing, carrying swords, and exuding an aura of danger. Tanjiro carefully held the bamboo basket behind his back tighter. After Zotaki reported Tonggu's physical demon-killing deeds recently, he received a quick reply from the leader. Although there were searches along the way, the few of them successfully arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer team. When several people arrived at the Utanayashiki family's mansion, they found that dozens of Demon Slayer swordsmen were waiting at the door. It was obvious that the owner was in the house at the moment. Ruon Taki-sakan took a deep breath. He also understood the pressure faced by the leader. If the man who called himself Tonggu could grow into a strong man like Yanzu Minjaihu Xingming, his heart was slightly burning. Tonggu was received in the backyard by Yashiki Yoshiya, the contemporary leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. This man was just like what was shown in the anime. His whole body exuded the aura of decay, his skin was as pale as paper, and the skin above his face even looked like a burn. The burns turned into ugly scars, and the eyes were already a little cloudy. Yabayashiki Yaya sat in the room, looking at the tall and strong young man in the courtyard who was as strong as Ming Xingmei. He felt happy in his heart, and even felt that the pain on his body had eased a little. He waved his hand gently to interrupt. Zotaki asked softly when he saw the gift recently. "Mr. Tonggu, I heard that you want to hunt ghosts. Can you tell me the reason?" Tonggu looked calm. He was not timid because of his identity as the leader of the Demon Slayer squad, nor did he sympathize with him because of his serious illness and terrifying appearance. He just stood there and said, "Maybe, it's fear." Ruon Takaizeo tilted his head in surprise for the first time. Along the way, this tall young man gave him the impression that he was as tough as a knife carved into stone. Facing a monster that feeds on humans, it's natural to be afraid. Tonggu explained softly, then raised his head and stared at Huyashiki Yaya's increasingly cloudy eyes, and said firmly, "Only by killing all those monsters can we humans live in a more legitimate manner." Yabayashiki Yoshiya was startled at first, and then slowly grinned. This was the first time he heard such a strong answer. However, he was delighted. "Mr. Tonggu, although I heard that your skills are excellent enough, I think you still lack something when it comes to hunting that kind of man-eating ghost." Boom, boom. As Yabayashiki Yaya finished speaking, a figure taller than Tonggu slowly walked out of the back room. A very long scar on his forehead seemed to be about to lift the top of his head. The words Namo Amitabha were written on the brown cassock. His blind eyes did not seem to affect his ability to move at all. He was exactly one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer core. The strongest pillar, the rock pillar, Mingming Island Xingming. Tong Gu visually estimated that the height of Weimingyu Xingming was probably over 220 centimeters, and his muscles were all tempered to the extreme, exuding a terrifying aura. Yubayashiki looked at the 2 giant-like figures standing together and felt a rare sense of relief in his heart. He coughed twice and explained. Normally speaking, if you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, you must undergo several years of training with a trainer, master breathing techniques and sword skills, and then go through the final selection before you can join the Demon Slayer Corps, but... It seems that because he said too many words at once, Uyashiki coughed a few times again before continuing. But you can exorcise evil spirits on your own without the breathing method and the Nichiren sword. I think you are different. Wei Minjiahu Xingming had already walked in front of Tong Gu. He suddenly reached out and put his arm on Tong Gu's arm. Tong Gu's muscles trembled like a conditioned reflex. And a huge force burst out in an instant but was quickly contained by him. But Weimingyu Xingming still felt the terrifying strange power from those steel-like muscles and bones. The strength of this kind of muscle is simply not human-like, Amitabha. Yanzu lamented and Yu Xingming then nodded to the master, expressing his recognition that Tong Gu did have the terrifying body to kill ghosts in the flesh. Then, under the instructions of the master, Minjiahu Xingming demonstrated the rock breathing to Tong Gu on the spot. The strong man in the plot laments that Yu Xingming teaches you, the breathing method, the breath of the rock. Do you accept it? Tong Gu silently accepted it in his heart, and then a strange instinct appeared in his body out of thin air, as if he had practiced that breathing rhythm for many years and it had become an instinct. You have mastered the breathing method, rock breathing. A low and long breath quickly emanated from Tong Gu. He felt his heart beating violently, and the large amount of oxygen squeezed into his lungs made him more focused. It seemed that every muscle in his body could be controlled by him. He bent his arm and suddenly punched the ground. Boom! Yubayashiki Yaya, who had just turned around to leave, turned around in surprise and looked at the young man in the courtyard who seemed to have grown a bit taller, with an expression full of disbelief. New book released. Please read and collect more. Chapter 6: The Final Trial. Mr. Ruanlong, have you seen this kind of person before? He actually mastered the breathing method in an instant, which is the most difficult rock breathing method to master. When Yubayashiki mentioned the events of the past few days, his tone was still filled with indescribable excitement. He even felt that there was some divine providence that allowed him to meet so many geniuses that he had not seen for decades or hundreds of years. Whether it's the blind but capable of physically hammering evil spirits, Minjiahu Xingmei, or Tokitoru Muichiro who only held a sword for 2 months and became a pillar, or the infernal Anzu who learned to become a flame pillar with just 1 volume of books. Jiro. Nowadays, there is a genius who is so physically strong that Wailing Island Xingming admires him, and his talent is so high that he can master the breath of rock after only being taught once. Ruan Takazuo didn't wear a mask for the last time today. He also smiled and shook his head. He had only seen people like Tong Gu in his life. On the other hand, the child recommended by Yi Yang, although talented, could only start by polishing his physical strength and muscles. Tong Gu stood on the grass further away, holding a wooden knife in both hands, practicing kata under the guidance of Weimingyu Xingming. Wu! Tong Gu held the knife in both hands and slashed hard. The huge force caused the wooden knife to suddenly cut through the air and make a huge whine. Although Minjiahu Xingming himself used a broad axe and a meteor hammer that could be called exotic weapons, he still more I hope that Tong Gu, who has never been exposed to sword skills or sword practice, can start practicing at the most basic level. Tangzu, cassock cut, reverse cassock, left cross cut, right cross cut, left cut up, right cut up, headwind, thrust. Swordsmanship is basically derived from these 9 basic styles, and all complex changes in swordsmanship are blended and changed based on these. Tong Gu practiced the 9 basic types over and over again, but he thought in his mind that in this game of destiny, which is dominated by various animation worlds, swordsmanship is probably an extremely popular and powerful skill, even more lethal than physical skills. It's more than that, but it's a pity that I have never practiced swordsmanship for the sake of adaptability. This has to be said to be a big disadvantage in the world of Demon Slayer. Under the guidance of the plot master Wei Minjiahu Xingming, you have obtained the mastery of basic swordsmanship LV1. Tong Gu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and the movements of his hands became much smoother. Although he could not see his attribute panel now, he thought that his expertise in fighting was not weak. Now that he had basic swordsmanship, he could rely on with his huge strength under the blessing of the breath of the rock. It would not be difficult to survive the so-called final trial. Bei Minjiahu Xingming felt that his new disciple's movements suddenly became much smoother, and he was surprised in his heart, but when he thought about the other party's instant understanding of the breathing method of the rock, he accepted it. Maybe his disciple is the kind of person who has extremely understanding. What a genius! Zotaki, who was sitting in the courtyard with the master in the distance, had excellent perception skills recently. He keenly sensed that the young man who knew nothing about swordsmanship not long ago was now moving skillfully and smoothly. He sighed in his heart and became more sure. He had found an unimaginable genius for the Demon Slayer Corps, but precisely because the other person's talent was too high, he couldn't help but worry about gain and loss, so he hesitated before speaking. My lord, the final trial will be full of dangers after all. Isn't it too risky to let a young man like Tong Gu, who has just come into contact with breathing techniques and swordsmanship, go directly into it? My disciple back then was also very talented, but in the end. Yabayashiki Yoshiya knew the worries and knots in Tatsuki Seikanji's heart, but he shook his head and sighed. Tong Gu is older than most of the Demon Slayer swordsmen when they joined the team. He is no longer a child, and Zotaki looked at the master in confusion for the first time. And, from his eyes, I saw a desire. The desire to kill ghosts. Zotaki's pupils shrank for the first time, and he looked in disbelief at the tall young man on the other side who was still practicing swordsmanship. Side Mission 1, complete the final trial of the Demon Slayer swordsman. Reward for success, an exclusive Nichiren sword, the reputation of the Demon Slayer team increases, and the clearance rating increases slightly. After 7 days of practice and polishing, Tong Gu finally stood at the foot of Tengzi Mountain. Looking at the slightly purple outside of Tengzi Mountain at sunset, he knew that there were wisteria flowers there, and further inside, there were ghostly flowers. The killing team was imprisoned in the residence of the cannibal evil spirit in the mountains. Yanzu lamented and Yu Xingming had tears in his eyes, seeming to be in pain for the danger his disciple was about to encounter. It's too late to regret now. A person's final trial is extremely difficult. You will be faced with attacks from evil spirits all the time at night, unable to rest, unable to. Listening to Minjiahu Xingming's babble, Tong Gu understood that the other party was worried about him, but Tong Gu, who had great ambitions, must seize any possible opportunity to improve his trial rating. The unfolding of this kind of infinite flow is always a step forward. Stronger every step of the way. Tong Gu shook his head and firmly interrupted the mourning of Yu Xingming. Teacher, if I can't defeat these brats, how can I hunt down the powerful monster called the 12 Ghost Moons? Weiming Yu Xingming was startled, and without any further persuasion, he silently took out a long sword over 2 meters long from his back, 3 fingers wide, with a grey blade, and handed it to Tong Gudeo. This is the Nichiren sword I used before. Although it may not be thick enough for us, it is still more suitable than other ordinary Nichiren swords. Tong Gu took this extremely long sun disc, which was considered exaggerated even among wild swords. He picked it up with one hand. It weighed about 10 kilograms. It seemed that it was the same as the broad axe meteor hammer of Ming Yu Xingming. With enough orangutan scarlet iron, the weight and texture are excellent. Tong Gu waved his hand with one hand, and the sound of breaking through the air was dull and terrifying. He felt that it was indeed easier to use than those light sun blades. Then, may the martial arts prosper, Amitabha. Tong Gu thanked Ming Ming Island and walked into the underworld, then walked into Tengzi Mountain without looking back, passing through a large forest of wisteria flowers, and the sunset also set. Crow, crow. As if some terrible power was coming, the crow also made an ominous cry and flew away. Tong Gu walked out of the wisteria forest carrying the exaggerated length of the sun blade on his back. He felt that the temperature inside the Tengzi mountain was much lower than outside. At this time, the sun had just set, and there was a chill in the forest. Gilyalu. In the silent forest, a spherical object rolled over from the forest covered by shrubs. Tong Gu's eyes moved downward, and when he got closer, he saw that it was actually a human head. The flesh and blood on it was unknown whether it had been eaten or rotted. Only the top of the head could still see some flesh and blood tissue, and the bottom was already covered with forest. Judging from the size of Bai's skeleton, it should be that of a child who had previously participated in the final trial. Hey, why did only one person come in this time? A cannibal with long black hair hanging down from his face and some dark red blood stains on his mouth and clothes walked out of the shadows. Seeing that Tong Gu was the only one, he seemed very dissatisfied and showed a greedy smile to Tong Gu. After all, one person is not enough for us to eat. As it finished speaking, more than a dozen cannibals appeared one after another in the woods behind them. These ghosts actually planned to unite and guard the entrance. New book released. Please read and collect more. Chapter 7. How much completion are you worth? 1, 2, 3. Tong Gu slowly pulled out the Sun Lun saber from his back and counted the numbers in his mouth. The cannibal that had just thrown people's heads had already eaten 4 or 5 people, and its hands had transformed into sharp claws. When it saw the stupid guy who came in facing a group of evil ghosts, it didn't run away, but was counting blankly. A hint of ferocity curled up at the corner of his mouth. Are you counting the number of diners? Come and let me see how much meat you have. Its legs had long been deformed, and were as bent as a rabbit's legs. At this moment, after the words fell, its strong thighs suddenly straightened, and its body turned into a black shadow and shot out. In addition to physical training over the years, Tong Gu has naturally done a lot of practical training. He even uses special equipment to exercise his dynamic vision every day in order to deal with this kind of high-speed suddenness that is very common in the animation world. His eyes were unblinking, and he could clearly see the figure of the leaping man-eater. He pulled out the sun blade in his right hand and raised it high, holding it with both hands, and an awe-inspiring aura suddenly emitted. Woo! Poof! A harsh whistling sound sounded dull, and a huge sword flashed in front of Tong Gu. The cannibal ghost was stunned, and its pupils trembled before it felt its body lighten up. It turned its head in mid-air, only to see its own the lower body had already flown past the other side of the tall figure and fell into the bushes. Was I cut in half? A strong hand instantly grabbed its hair and lifted its upper body. Only then did the ogre see the expression of this tall figure. He looked frightened, and his eyes exuded terrible greed. I'm counting, by what percentage can my mission completion rate be increased? The ear-piercing whistling sound sounded again, and the cannibal ghost only felt the strong wind, and it only had time to use its alienated claws to block the front of its neck. Puff! Both claws and neck were cut off at the same time, and the cannibal ghost's consciousness quickly dissipated. Side Mission 1. Complete the final trial of the Demon Slayer Swordsman. Mission completion status: survive 7 days in Tengzi Mountain, 1/7. Trial Mission 2, kill at least 1 ghost, completion 120%. Tong Gu frowned. This cannibal ghost was obviously stronger than the Buddha Hall ghost. The completion degree actually only increased by 20%. It seems that the first 100% is just a fixed completion degree, and the subsequent completion degree depends on the strength and number of evil spirits killed. While his mind was spinning, Tong Gu dragged the more than 2-meter-long Sun Lun knife diagonally with one hand and looked at the evil spirits climbing on the trees or standing in the forest, showing a stern smile. Tong Gu was tall and had long legs, and there was great movement when he moved, like a giant beast rushing towards him. The cannibals were captured and brought to Tengzi Mountain. Most of the time they saw young swordsmen who came to participate in the trial. How had I ever encountered such a fierce man? I saw the cannibals in front of me being killed one by one. Some of the cannibals were already timid and turned around and ran away. But there are also some cannibals who have already been so greedy for human taste that they have lost their minds. He screamed and flew forward. Woo! The huge air wave roared again. Pft! Pft! The sound of a broadsword cutting into flesh was heard one after another. Completed 130%. Completed 140%. Completeness 155%. An ape-like ghost less than 1 meter in size squatted on the treetop, watching the tall human below set off a terrifying knife wheel, cutting off 7 or 8 greedy cannibal ghosts, and ruthlessly chopped off their heads. Its throat beat twice, and it huddled behind the tree unconsciously. It accidentally met the eyes of the humans below who were frantically killing evil spirits, and its face turned pale with fright at the greed and bloodthirst in those eyes. It couldn't remember how long it had been since it had felt this emotion called fear. The ape ghost exerted its strength on its limbs and suddenly broke away from the tree trunk, leaping to the top of another tree and beating continuously. This kind of human being is simply not something that ghosts of their level can prey on. Woo! The dull whistling sounded again. The monkey ghost felt a pain in his chest, and a huge force had already nailed it into the big tree in front of it. Seeing Tong Gu throw out the Sun Lun Dao in his hand, an ogre hiding in the shadow rushed towards him excitedly. After Tong Gu threw out the sun blade, his movements became smoother. From the corner of his eye, he saw an ogre with sharp teeth rushing towards him from the side. He swung his right arm lightly and punched the ogre in the chest. The ghost made a movement, and a big hand had already strangled his neck. Tong Gu held the small cannibal in one hand and walked towards his Sun Lun knife. No matter how hard the cannibal in his hand struggled, he could not break away from the terrifying power. Poof! Trial Mission 2, kill at least one ghost, completion 220%. Tong Gu slowly put the Sun Lun knife back behind his back. The degree of completion given by these ghosts was far lower than he expected. It seemed that just by brushing these little monsters, it would be difficult to obtain a higher rating in the trial. The huge hand ghost couldn't remember how long it had been in this forest, 20, 30, 40 years, maybe even longer. His only pleasure over the years was to kill the masked brats every time a trial started. Other times, he had no interest in communicating with those weaker fellows, nor was he too lazy to hunt down some sporadic humans. But today, the movement by the forest was still felt by his arms buried deep in the ground. It seemed that many ghosts had gone to the entrance. Is there another trial starting today? But what made him a little strange was that the human flavor was not strong. Ah! Screams suddenly came from the forest not far from the hand ghost's habitat. The hand ghost emerged from the dark miasma forest displeasedly. Although he was not very willing to do stupid things like dividing the territory, he was somewhat displeased by those wastes hunting next to him. The screams continued, and the hand ghost's huge size caused a lot of movement in the forest. Like a giant beast, he broke all the big trees in the way and moved straight towards the sound of the screams. As he got closer, he caught the faint scent of humanity. Hey, there are only a few people left. It seems that I can't find those cute little foxes this time. The hand ghost smashed the giant tree with dense branches in front of him, and his huge and bloated body came to the open space on the other side. He saw that the forest was full of large trees that had been chopped off in the middle. This so-called open space it was actually chopped out alive. Master Hand Ghost, save! Puff! The hand ghost's pupils shrank, and he realized at this moment that there were not many ghosts snatching food here as he imagined. Those who just screamed were probably cannibals. Tong Gu killed the ghost in his hand with his sword, and then looked at the slowly arriving ghost in his hand. The opponent's huge size and completely alien appearance all meant that the ghost in his hand was completely different from other ghosts in the mountain. The hand ghost looked at the slowly dissipating ghosts, wondering in his mind how many cannibal ghosts the other party had killed and how much strength he still had left. But Tong Gu lifted the 2-meter-long sun blade with one hand and pointed it at the hand ghost. With his left hand, he wiped his temples, which were slightly wet with sweat, and asked, "Hand ghost, let me guess, how much completion are you worth?" Chapter 3 has been blocked and is still applying for unblocking. Ask for favorites and recommendations. Please read. Internal investment has passed. Chapter 8 Killing the Killer. Although the hand ghost didn't understand what completion meant, he could still feel the arrogance from the expression of the tall human in front of him. "The other party is not afraid of me at all?" The hand ghost's big hand around his neck couldn't help but scratch his arm a few times. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and his cross-star-like pupils were extremely cold in his huge eyes. "Human, did you kill a few losers and treat me like that level of scum?" Boom! The ground beneath Tong Gu's feet exploded instantly, and Tong Gu, who was unable to react in time, was grabbed by his ankle by an arm that suddenly stretched out from the ground. The cruel look in the hand ghost's eyes became more and more obvious. He wanted to tear off the limbs of this arrogant human and then slowly eat him. The big hand stretched out from the ground suddenly pulled hard. It didn't move at all. The hand ghost's eyes were stunned. Tong Gu's feet were slightly staggered, and his center of gravity sank. Although several years of Zhuang Kung Fu failed to help him master the sense of qi, his lower body was extremely stable. With that monster physique that cost millions of dollars to polish, the hand ghost's no force could shake him. The breath of the rock, the shape of two, the sky is shattered. Tong Gu's breathing rhythm changed slightly, and his muscles were as strong as rocks. He held the sun blade in both hands and turned it upside down, facing the ground, and plunged it down extremely quickly. The hand ghost immediately let go of Tong Gu's ankle and tried to retract his arm, but Tong Gu ignored it and thrust his sword straight into the ground. Boom! The hand ghost felt an explosive force erupt from the ground, and then there was a sharp pain in the outstretched hand. After he shrank back, he found that only half of it was left. Tong Gu slowly pulled out the Sun Lun knife from the ground, his eyelids lowered, and he said, "So how are you better than those scum?" The hand ghost became more and more angry, and several arms shot out at Tong Gu like cannonballs. Tong Gu's face was as dark as water, and he took a big step to one side, holding the knife in both hands. Kazaya beheads. Woo! The grey sword light suddenly lit up, and 4 or 5 arms of the hand ghost were cut off instantly. With one strike of the sword, Tong Gu took advantage of the situation and dragged the sword with both hands, striding towards the hand ghost. Boom! 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 The steps were heavy, but the speed was not slow at all. Almost every step covered a distance of 1 or 2 meters. The hand ghost's severed hand quickly regenerated, but he already had some fear of this human being who was stronger than him. A strange cry. All the arms in his body were smashed out wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked rapidly. Faced with this blow, Tong Gu did not dodge or evade, holding the sun blade in both hands and dancing wildly. The Sun Lun sword, which was more than 2 meters long and weighed 10 kilograms, seemed weightless in his hands. The sword's light suddenly appeared and enveloped his whole body. The breath of rock, the 3 types the skin of rock body. Puff puff. The hands that stretched out as much as possible were cut off one after another in the face of the violent sword light. The hand ghost was in severe pain, and his mind was in confusion. His bloated body turned around and was about to run away. Boom! Boom! The heavy footsteps sounded like the death knell of hell. The hand ghost only had time to turn his head and saw the exaggerated sword light lighting up behind him. He mustered up all his strength, wrapped all his arms tightly around his neck, and let out a strange scream. "You can't stop cutting!" Puff! Tong Gu didn't know how many arms the hand ghost had wrapped around his neck, but his knife seemed to have struck the thick rubber, and the huge force was absorbed by the opponent's bloated body. Cough! Hand ghost choked out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were full of cruel smiles. He could feel that this powerful knife did not cut off his neck. At least a small part of his neck was still connected. Taking advantage of the opponent's long knife stuck in his neck, the hand ghost smiled cruelly, and suddenly slapped the opponent's head with his two newly grown huge arms. Tong Gu sighed helplessly. "I'm still far behind in swordsmanship." To be fair, with his strength and superior skills, he could definitely hit the owl on the head with a hand ghost, but Tong Gu always felt that his current movements were not crisp enough and interfered with his own strength. A strong wind blew across the surface, and the hand ghost's huge arms suddenly slapped both sides of Tong Gu's cheeks. The airflow stirred up by the huge force caused Tong Gu's hair to scatter in all directions. Tong Gu suddenly lowered his center of gravity and squatted down suddenly. Snapped! The hand ghost slapped Tong Gu's head with his hands. Tong Gu had already prepared his stance, with his left palm raised in front of him and his right fist contracted at his waist. The muscles all over his body made a faint squeaking sound due to the extreme tightness. Like a river that breaks when the ice melts in spring. Ancient current and glacier calving. Boom! A strong force suddenly hit the hand ghost's bloated abdomen, violently destroying the organs in his body and then burst out from behind. The hand ghost spurted out a mouthful of blood, staggered 2 steps, and his center of gravity was unstable. Tong Gu took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. He turned around in the air and violently kicked the back of the Nichiren sword. Poof! The huge force flew out instantly with the sun blade, spinning and embedding itself in the giant tree in front. In disbelief, the hand ghost loosened the arms around his neck and wanted to touch his neck, but his consciousness quickly dissipated. Elder brother! On his deathbed, Hand Ghost finally remembered the person who had been holding him. Damn it, how could I forget my brother? How could I eat? Tong Gu turned around indifferently, kicked off the giant tree with one kick, and pulled out his sun blade. This is a twisted world, and the existence of Onibatsuji Musen has given birth to many monsters like Toki in this world. Hateful and pitiful. I really want you to bask in the sun, Kibutsuji Musen. You killed the hand ghost, the world strategy progress increased by 1%, and the trial rating increased slightly. Tong Gu was not surprised by this. According to the analysis of analyst Xin Yuan, each World of Destiny game has a hidden theme, and every step towards this theme will increase the progress of the world strategy. He also predicted when a world strategy progress reaches 100%, the world may be permanently removed from Destiny game, but this prediction has not been verified so far. Because every time your strength increases, the difficulty of the world you can enter and the tasks you face will increase. Game of Destiny will not give anyone a chance to score points. Tong Gu now has a better understanding of this speculation. He even has a hunch that the theme of each world is closely related to the plot of the drama. The hand ghost will pose a certain threat to Tanjiro in the plot. There is even a small probability that the plot protagonist Tanjiro will be killed, and this will affect the ultimate proposition of this world, killing Musen Onibatsuji. But even if he understands the way to conquer the world, Tong Gu can only look back and sigh. Although Ghost King Wu Mei is disdainful, for Tong Gu today, he is still an invincible enemy. Even with the big kill in his backpack weapon, he wasn't sure he could kill Wu Mei. But although he couldn't threaten Wu Mei, Tong Gu still had an idea for his next goal. Not only do you need to hunt down powerful ghosts, but you also need to be enemies that will affect the protagonist of the plot. Only such enemies can provide him with a double improvement in trial rating. A beautiful figure appeared in Tong Gu's heart. Chapter 3 has been blocked and is still applying for unblocking. Ask for favorites and recommendations. Please read. Internal investment has passed. Chapter 9. There are no ghosts in the mountains. Although there has never been a precedent for ghosts escaping from Fujirai Mountain in history, the Yubayashiki family has always been worried about this kind of captive cannibal ghosts. They are worried that the cannibal ghosts in the mountain will escape and cause tragedy to innocent people. Therefore, a team of people are arranged to patrol all year round. These people have no fighting ability, and their main job is to inspect the dense wisteria forest to see if there is any withering or abnormality. It has been passed down from generation to generation for so many years. In fact, they have not really seen a man-eating evil ghost, so they are still a little curious. It's been 3 days. Do you think the big man is still alive? The man wearing a blue striped kimono asked his companion beside him, half curiously and half scared. The other party shook his head and sighed. In the past, dozens of people would go in every time, and then only a few would come out. It's scary in that mountain. The man was a little disappointed when he heard this. He saw the big man from a distance that day and felt that he was very powerful. But when he heard his companion's words, he also remembered that the final test of Tengzi Mountain had nothing but accidents 1 year. When a person dies, it is a narrow escape every time. Why did you let the big man go in alone this time? Isn't this asking him to die? When he thought of that muscular figure, he felt very pity. Being immersed in his own thoughts, he didn't notice that his companion in front suddenly stopped and bumped into his back. Ouch, what are you doing? The companion did not speak, but pointed slightly forward. The man looked up and saw a tall man carrying an exaggerated notaki standing quietly outside the wisteria forest. The mountain guardian wearing a blue kimono felt that the aura of this tall man had weakened a lot and was no longer so scary. They hurriedly walked over and asked, "Sir Swordsman, it's not even 7 days yet, what are you doing?" They have never encountered such a situation. Are they escaping and giving up the trial? But being able to escape from that kind of place is considered a skill, right? And seeing that his clothes weren't scratched, he was even unscathed. Tonggu looked at the two of them. He knew that it was probably less than 7 days and the Demon Slayer team had not arranged for anyone to wait here. After all, my situation is really special. He smiled gently, made the 2 mountain guards relax, and said, "Please inform the Demon Slayers that I have completed the final trial." This. The 2 mountain guards looked at each other, feeling a little helpless, but they did not dare to refute this exaggerated swordsman, so they had to look for him. "You said you completed the trial." The white-haired swordsman had a fierce expression and a cold tone. He didn't like these deceitful people. The 2 young children from the Yubayashiki family who were guarded behind him said expressionlessly, "Tongazong, the final trial that your father agreed with you is that you must persist in Tengzi Mountain for 7 days. Now that it has been less than 7 days, you have failed the trial." Tonggu looked at a few people, showed a slight smile, seemed a little embarrassed, and said, "I figured there was no point in staying in that place anymore." Immortal Kawasanya's expression became increasingly gloomy, and he was about to have a seizure when he heard the mournful big man in front of him, whom Yuzingmei was extremely optimistic about, added, "After all, not a single ghost can be found in that mountain." Immortal Kawasanya's original fierce expression was stunned for a moment, and then he snorted and dodged a few times and quickly entered the Vine Attack Mountain. After all, Yubayashiki Teruya and Yubayashiki Hina were young. Although they were deliberately trained, they were still a little overwhelmed when faced with this situation that had never happened before. The 2 looked at each other, and Teriyaki finally decided to go first. Invite Tonggu back to his mansion and wait for his father to make a decision. Soon, Yubayashiki Yaya met Tonggu again with the support of his wife. Behind him, the rock pillar mourned the island and wandered to the underworld, the wind pillar was immortal, Kawasanamai, and the water pillar in front of him, Taki Taki Sakan, followed him. The expressions of several people, it's all a bit inexplicable. Yubayashiki Yoshiya gave a rare hearty laugh. He felt more and more that meeting this group of talented swordsmen was an arrangement by the gods. It was him who should end the bad relationship between the Yubayashiki clan and Onibatsuji Mukai. Tongazong, you are really unusual. Since we set up the final trial, we have never encountered such a situation. Tonggu noticed that Zotaki's expression was a little unnatural, and he understood that he was thinking of his genius disciple. If it weren't for his lack of physical strength, he would probably have inherited the title of pillar by now. Shimai, are there really no ghosts left in the mountains? Faced with the master's question, Immortal Kawasania did not hide anything and said truthfully. I searched all places in the mountain, and even used my blood to lure them, to confirm that there were no cannibals left in the Vine Raid Mountain. The smile on Uyashiki Yoya's lips became more and more obvious. This is really an incredible feat. Tonggu was neither humble nor arrogant as always. He shook his head and said, after all, I have a special physique. After receiving the guidance of my teacher, my strength is far beyond that of ordinary cannibals. It is not difficult to kill the imps trapped in the mountains. I hope this will not cause you any trouble. Immortal Chuansania secretly clicked his tongue, a little displeased with Tonggu's pretentious humility. Instead, he lamented that Yu Xingming's eyes were filled with tears, and he couldn't stop thinking about Amitabha, and he seemed to finally feel relieved. You have completed the side mission, Demon Slayer Final Trial. You completed the final trial in a way that went beyond the norm, and your deeds will be spread within the Demon Slayer Corps. You have gained additional Demon Slayer reputation, current reputation, moderately famous. With the approval of Yubayashiki Yoshiya, the mission was immediately deemed completed. However, unfortunately, this Destiny game did not give a legendary reward. It seems that the news about the final trial will not be released by the Yubayashiki family after all. So there is no possibility of dissemination, and it is even more difficult to form a legend. Now that you have officially become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, as usual, we will create an exclusive Nichiren sword for you. Tonggu understood that this was probably the Nichiren sword mentioned in the mission reward. In fact, this was a rare welfare mechanism in the world of Demon Slayer. Once you passed the final trial, you could customize a weapon according to your own needs. This weapon also has a restraining effect on ghost creatures. Tonggu looked at the orangutan crimson sand iron and orangutan crimson ore that Yubayashiki Yeya had brought to him. It could be seen that Yubayashiki Yeya had considered Tonggu's need for weapons, so the 2 pieces of materials he gave him were sufficient. Football size. At Beiming Yu Xingming's signal, Tonggu put away the 2 pieces of materials and stepped back as a courtesy. Teacher, for some reason, I don't always feel comfortable with this set of sword skills. Weiming Yu Xingming, who was walking in front, seemed to have noticed it. He nodded and confirmed Tonggu's feeling, saying, because you and rock breath are not very compatible. It's just that your powerful body allows you to control the breath of the rock. Tonggu raised his head in surprise. Weiminjai Yu Xingming, who was not good at teaching others, actually thought about it for a long time. He also considered whether to help his rare disciple improve his sword skills, but in the end he said, you need a new path. Chapter 10 The Breath of the Earth. Trial Mission 1, Survive for 3 months, 31/91. Trial Mission 2, Kill at least 1 ghost, completion 310%. Tonggu's upper body was naked, and the muscles all over his body were like knives and axes. He held Minjai Yu Xingming's extra-long sun blade flat with both hands. His breathing from the mouth and nose was sometimes short and sometimes long. His chest was ups and downs, and the disordered breath made his heart and lungs shake. There was a faint discomfort, and the muscles seemed to be in spasm, twitching from time to time. There was nothing he could do about it. Perhaps in the eyes of people like Weiminjai Yu Xingming, it was a matter of course for a top genius like himself to learn rock breathing at a glance to adapt a breathing method that suits him. But unfortunately, he was just implanted with that ability under the Destiny game system. He had no systematic understanding of the breathing method at all, so how could he transform it? But the breathing method that is not suitable for him has indeed greatly affected his combat power. It takes a lot of effort to face ghosts like rival ghosts who can only be called big fish. How can he face the 12 ghost moons? Confident? Not to mention entering other worlds and facing more terrifying enemies in the future. Therefore, Tong Gu thought over and over again and chose the most painful and ordinary path. He would use high-frequency experiments to analyze the role of breathing on the body bit by bit, just like exploring a black box. Just like assembling parts, assemble a breathing method that suits you best. In the past month, in addition to practicing swordsmanship every day, he has been exploring here every day. Thanks to this, his already strong heart and lungs became even stronger under this torture, and Tong Gu even felt that the time he could use the breathing method became much longer each time. Hey, they all say you are a genius, but I think you are really stupid. As if passing by, Immortal Sakawashia turned sideways and looked at Tong Gu, who was tossing and drawing on the ground. Tong Gu has become accustomed to the harassment and ridicule from Immortal Kawasania from time to time these days. He is too lazy to react and is still minding his own experiments. Immortal Kawasania couldn't tell whether he was more disappointed or dissatisfied. He hated ghosts so much that he heard from his master that there was another person who might be even more talented than Ming Yujio-mei and Tokaito Muchiro. The young man was naturally happy, but he never thought that after passing the final trial, this young man was still unable to decide on his requirement to wear a sword. Wei Minjiu Xingming's explanation was that Tong Gu was not suitable for breathing of rock and needed to improve breathing techniques. But as the days passed by, Immortal Sakawa Sania really did not see the talent in Tong Gu that could instantly master the breath of the rock. Suddenly, thinking of the Nichiren sword, a bad suspicion suddenly appeared in Immortal Kawasania's mind. He was about to leave and stopped and asked with a gloomy expression. "Boy, you're not thinking that because you don't have the Nichiren sword, you can stop killing ghosts, so you're pretending to be hiding here to study some breathing techniques." Tong Gu put down the knife and once again wrote down on the ground aside the effect of this frequency of breathing on the body. Then he glanced at Feng Zhu, who looked gloomy, and said strangely, "Why do I do these things so I can stop killing ghosts? Isn't it true that I have to find a breathing method that suits me just to kill those powerful monsters called the 12 Ghost Moons?" Immortal Kawasania paused in his steps. The other party's calm expression and light tone seemed not to detect the malice in his words. His intention to kill ghosts was so straightforward that it seemed as if it should be taken for granted. His face changed slightly, his eyes changed slightly, and he asked in an incomprehensible tone, "Why do you want to kill ghosts?" Tong Gu didn't understand why these people were so curious about his intention to kill ghosts. Does everyone have to kill ghosts because their relatives were killed by ghosts? The reason for killing is never just hatred, but also profit. He suddenly smiled bitterly, feeling a little funny about his vulgar reasons. He changed his mind. If he didn't get a reward for killing ghosts, would he still kill ghosts? Thinking like this, Tong Gu Deo. Ghosts are the natural enemies of humans. I am a human, so I want to kill ghosts. This is probably the reason. Immortal Sikawa Sania was startled. The other party's reason was completely beyond his expectation, but it was so reasonable. Whispering sound. He clicked his tongue in displeasure again, but suddenly he felt that this young man with an extremely good body had become much more pleasing to the eye. Looking at Tong Gu, who was still thinking about the breathing method, Immortal Kawasania crossed his arms and said with disdain, "Things like the breathing method are only meant to enhance the user's physique and allow humans to have the ability to fight ghosts head-on. As long as you are good at it, do you really need to remember things like breathing? Breathing is instinctive." Tong Gu trembled, and Immortal Kawashimi's words seemed to flash a bright light in his heart. He suddenly pulled out the long knife and swung it violently, and his breathing naturally changed his rhythm. Buzz! Boom! An extremely heavy knife struck the ground, and a 3 to 4 meter long crack instantly appeared on the not-so-hard ground. The huge force vibrated beneath the ground, making immortal Kawasania somewhat unstable. Under the guidance of Miyakawa, the plot master, you will have a deeper understanding of breathing techniques. You have made improvements to Breath of Rock based on your own understanding. Do you want to rename it? Immortal Kawasania stabilized his figure and looked at the big man in front of him in shock. The other person actually changed his breathing rhythm in an instant and found his own way. Different from the heaviness of Yanji's breathing, he felt an incomparable sense of weight from Tonggu's breathing and body posture. Is this your way? Tonggu only felt that although Immortal Sakawashimai liked black faces and had a bad temper, he was still very knowledgeable in guiding people. He nodded and said, I'm going to call it, the Breath of the Earth. It is indeed a power as thick as the earth. In his heart, Immortal Sakawasania felt that the name of the other party was appropriate, but he still said venomously, Oh, the Breath of the Earth is such a great name. If you learn my Breath of the Wind, will you have to improve it and create the Breath of the Sky? Tonggu smiled and nodded. Sounds great. Immortal Chuansania's face turned dark. He felt that this big man might be a little weak. Could he not understand that he was mocking him? He really couldn't resist such a natural person, so he snorted and was about to leave, but Tonggu held him back, as if he really wanted to learn the Breath of the Wind. In the house farther away, Minjiu Xingming said a word to Amitabha, finally letting go of the worries in his heart. He had actually been a little worried about this talented disciple. He could feel that he seemed to have a sense of urgency, as if he was being urged by something to pursue the powerful evil ghost named 12 Ghost Moon. During these days, he had already known about the other party's use of money to search for people and clues, but he was worried that the other party would lack strength due to his immature teachings and would eventually become 12 Ghost Moon's rations, so he repeatedly asked the immortal Kawasania to go there. Visit Tonggu. Now that the problem of the breathing method has been solved, I, as a disciple, will soon be unable to sit still. Thinking of the pillar-level swordsman who had died at the hands of the 12 Ghost Moons over the years. Yu Xingming's eyes shed tears in grief, and he sighed, thinking about Amitabha. Let's hope he doesn't encounter those winding monsters. Chapter 11 3 Types of Earthquake Shock. Chapter 11 Type of 3 Earthquake and Shock. Tonggu sat in front of the table, like a square tower. Mori Tetsuo, the swordsmith with a funny mask, sat opposite him in a very reserved manner. Unlike Tanjiro's swordsmith in the original work who was so violent, Mori Tetsuo was even a little too restrained in Tonggu's opinion. So, is there something wrong with my knife? Tonggu saw that the other party kept looking at him secretly, but every time he looked at him, he would look away, as if he felt guilty, so he took the initiative to ask. Sentai Emo was asked by the giant swordsman, and he waved his hands in a panic and said awkwardly, No, your knife is very good. Tonggu was a little unsure by the other party's performance, as if he had a guilty conscience. For this exclusive Nichiren sword, he even took out the piece of alloy in front of him to protect himself, hoping to improve the Nichiren sword as much as possible. Could there really be something wrong with the knife's hardness? Seeing that Tonggu seemed to be on the verge of having an attack, Sentai-chan, who felt he was asking for help, immediately dragged the huge wooden box behind him. Tonggu frowned and opened the box. A 2-meter-long Nichiren sword lay quietly inside the delicate box. The scabbard was completely black with dark red patterns. The cross-star-shaped jaw was made of alloy. It was cast and weighted, and the blade was narrow and long, less than 3 fingers. Tonggu slowly pulled out this sunwheel sword that belonged to him. He felt that the weight was much heavier than the one on Minjiu Xingming, but it was more suitable for him. Kang! Woo! The Sun-Lun blade was unsheathed, and Tonggu danced with it, and the long and narrow blade instantly cut through the air, making a short sound. You forged this sword very well, why do you look like this? Senshimo was a restrained and honest person. At this time, he held half of the silver-white alloy in his cautious hands and placed it on the table. He said sincerely, "Because I have never seen such a hard metal, so I just wanted to secretly give the remaining material to." Sentai's face turned red under his grinding mask, as if he was ashamed of his dirty thoughts. Tonggu was startled and smiled nonchalantly. Sentai is saying, "It's normal for the knife to be damaged during the forging process. I have no plans to get those materials back." Before Tonggu finished speaking, Sentai-san had already quickly collected half of the alloy and small pieces of orangutan ferrite ore, packed his luggage and rushed out of the door at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to see clearly. It just so happened that at this time, the white-haired immortal Sakawa Sanya came over quickly and asked, "Is your knife maker Sentetsu grinding? Don't let him deceive you." Tonggu held up his saber and looked at immortal Kawasanya slightly stiffly. It turned out that the people in the sword-forging village had some quirks. Crow, mission, there is a mission. Immortal Sakawa Shimai was about to make a mockery when he heard the strange tone of the raven. When he looked up, he saw the large black raven belonging to Tonggu flying over and landing on the window. "There are evil spirits eating people in the northern town." Tonggu sets out immediately. Tonggu Zendeo, wearing a black demon slayer uniform, finally arrived and stood up immediately with his sword in hand. Immortal Kawasanya remembered the conversation between Ming Yu Xingming and him, hesitated for a moment and then said, "You are not the only one who wants to kill Wuhan and 12 Ghost Moon. Boy, don't lose your life in vain." Tonggu didn't expect that immortal Kawashimai would remind him like this, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the breath of heaven hasn't been studied yet." Seeing that Tonggu was still joking at this time, immortal Sakawa Shimai knew that the other party was not nervous, so he secretly left with a click of his tongue. Following the crow all the way, it was already the evening of the third day when he arrived at this nameless town. Along the way, Tonggu also tried to pay attention to whether he could find the ghosts that Tanjiro encountered in the original work, hoping to gain additional worlds. The progress of the strategy, but except for the definite location of Spider Mountain, most other places do not have clear place names. This left Tonggu with nowhere to start. As for Spider Mountain, in the original work, the death of Wu Lei in the lower string directly led to Wu Mei killing all the ghosts in the lower string, which accelerated the development of the plot. Tonggu was not sure what would happen if he killed Lei at this point where Tanjiro had not yet grown up. Consequences were not considered. While thinking, the tall Tonggu walked into an izakaya carrying a delicate wooden box. It was getting dark, and there were not many customers in the izakaya. Tonggu took out some money exchanged with gold bricks, asked the boss for a simple meal, and asked, "Boss, I see you don't have many customers in this store at this point. Is your business not doing well?" The owner of the izakaya with a sad look on his face complained as he brought the food over. "It's not like those talkative women in the village just keep saying things about ghosts in the town, scaring the people nearby so much that they don't dare to come out at night." Tonggu used chopsticks to gently turn over the meat on the plate, and then continued after making sure that there was no problem. "Then are there really ghosts in this town?" The boss looked a little unnatural and muttered, "There is a dry well in our town that has dried up a long time ago, but recently, there have been some random young people going there for a walk at night, and then never coming back. They all say there is a ghost, and I can't tell for sure. What's going on?" When Tonggu heard this, he already had an idea in his mind. He stopped talking and started eating slowly. With the moon rising over his brows, Tonggu pushed aside the stacked dinner plates in front of him. The boss's brows on the side had already relaxed with happiness. He felt that this guest tonight could handle the business of several days alone. "Perhaps for the sake of so much money," the boss whispered when Tonggu went out. "Although I don't believe that this guest is an evil spirit, it is best not to go to the west side of the town at night." Tonggu smiled and nodded, then went out and headed straight to the west side of the town. Sure enough, under the moonlight, it was quiet here, as if everyone here had moved away. As Tong Gu took off the Nichiren sword, which he named Authentic, from his back. He thought that without Tanjiro's special sense of smell, ordinary demon slayer swordsmen looking for cannibals in the night would indeed be in great danger. Poof! The long and narrow Sun Lun knife pierced the ground gently, and Tong Gu's eyes slowly closed. The breath of the earth, 3 types the earth moves and the heart is shocked. During his long breathing, it seemed that the world had become quiet. Tong Gu reflected every subtle vibration on the ground in his heart, and even the figure of the other party was faintly outlined. The rats swarmed, the cubs neighed, Tong Gu moved slowly, and the sun blade made clear and shallow traces on the ground. Finally, an unusually strong vibration came from one direction, and Tong Gu rushed over. Sure enough, what I saw was a dry well. The wooden lid made by the town people on the dry well made of stone was cracked at the moment. As if sensing Tong Gu's approach, a charming female voice sounded from the dry well. "Come down quickly, come down, and find me." Tong Gu lifted up the long sword Zhengzong with one hand and held it hard. The blade turned into pitch black color and looked particularly cold under the silvery moonlight. "Okay, here I come. Please read, please recommend. Already signed." Chapter 12 Target Yuguo. Although the dry well looked very deep from above, Tong Gu lightly tapped the wall of the well with the sun wheel knife and sensed the position of the bottom of the well through the vibration. Only then did he dare to jump down with the long knife. The cannibal, whose white clothes were stained with dark red blood, was ecstatic when he saw that the big man with the knife actually jumped down. She inserted her limbs into the well wall, crawling quickly on the well wall like a gecko, spinning towards Tong Gu, who fell down. Her mouth was split to an exaggerated arc due to hunger and thirst, and there were even some pieces of meat left in the sharp teeth in her mouth. "Haha, you dare to jump down with such a long sword. You are stupider than those people in this town." Tong Gu looked at the moonlight and saw a group of black shadows rushing towards him from the well wall. The sun blade in his hand was erected in front of his chest, and he blocked the opponent's already horny hands with a light block. The cannibal in white didn't expect that his hands that could easily cut open the chests of those men were actually blocked, and he grabbed the other man's face again without believing in evil. Tong Gu's expression did not change, and he only slightly adjusted the angle of his hand. The long and narrow sun blade was like a fence erected in front of him, blocking the opponent's claws again. This cannibal ghost was not a good-tempered master when he was still a human. He pushed his husband down a dry well and killed him for a trivial matter. He happened to be spotted by Wu Pai, who was passing by, and turned into a ghost. His temper became even more vicious. He screamed when he failed to succeed twice. Coincidentally, the two of them fell into the well at this time. Tong Gu stepped on a skeleton under his feet. As the bones shattered, his center of gravity was slightly unstable, and the cannibal instantly pressed on him. The female ghost in white was plump and should have been a fragrant scene, but Tong Gu only felt a stench that hit his nostrils, and he instantly pushed hard. The cannibal ghost only felt that her forward momentum had just formed when a majestic force came out from the hands of the man in front of her, and she was thrown to the wall of the well behind like a piece of rotten meat. Boom! Amidst the dull sound, the cannibal ghost felt that the bones in his back were cracking. Her eyes were horrified. How could there be such a powerful human being? Seeing the other person holding up the astonishingly long black knife in both hands, panic surged in her heart. As soon as Tong Gu raised Zhengzong, he felt the long knife hit the wall of the well. This well was only more than 1 meter square, so it was really not very convenient to use. When the cannibal saw this scene, she was so happy that she immediately climbed up the well wall again and was about to escape. "You can't use it anymore, you idiot." Tong Gu's breathing rhythm changed, qi and blood flowed rapidly, his heartbeat suddenly became faster, and the muscles all over his body trembled instantly. Tang Zhu! Poof! The dark sword light flashed away, and the cannibal ghost only felt a chill on her back. Then she felt that the entire dry well was slowly tilting like tofu being cut. She tried her best to cling to the well wall, but suddenly she felt her body lightened and her vision slowed down. Slowly stagger. Ah! She didn't feel the pain yet, but the fear of her eyebrows being split in two made her scream. She tried hard to bring the two sides of her body together again, but her neck felt cold and her consciousness quickly disappeared. Tong Gu's feet slightly bent, and with a hard push, he jumped onto the ground. Under the blessing of the breath of the earth, his physical ability had been strengthened to an inhuman level, but even so, he did not dare to relax at all. After all, his enemies are not humans. Rumble, the sound of the dry well collapsing was heard just now. In the night, the swordsman in black quietly left the town with his long sword on his back. Perhaps people like the owner of the izakaya will find that the dry well is not dangerous after a while, and then continue to live peacefully. Demon Slayer swordsmen, in this world, are like patch-like existences, silently smoothing out the tragedies created by demon swordsman Tsuji Muse one by one. Trial Mission 1, survive for 3 months, 45/91. Trial Mission 2, kill at least one ghost, completion rate 315%. Tong Gu secretly lamented that after the completion level reached 300%, the completion level that this kind of ordinary cannibal ghost could provide was too low and not cost-effective. Hey, it has to be the 12 ghost moons. Therefore, after completing this mission, Tong Gu did not return to the Demon Slayer squad, but headed in the direction of Yukuo. During the 12 ghost months, the only ones who can clearly know their locations are Lei in Spider Mountain and Fallen Princess in Yukuo. Considering the plot changes faced by killing Lei and the degree of completion that Zhixiangui can give, Tong Gu simply set the target on Fallen Princess. The probability of change of the upper string is much smaller than that of the lower string. Even if there is no misfortune, it is difficult to be so mad as to kill the upper string to trigger a decisive battle. The evaluation of the upper string 6 is definitely much higher than that of the lower string 5. Tong Gu inquired while rushing on his way, so he wasted a few days. Fortunately, Yukuo was not too far away from him, and he could get there even if there was no train. On this day, Tong Gu came to a small town, which was less than 100 miles away from Yukuo. He decided to rest here for one night to recuperate before going to Yukuo to look for the fallen princess tomorrow. He was not sure whether the fallen princess at this time was even if you are acting as Fern Princess. If you want to get in touch with those courtesan, in addition to money, you have to spend a lot of effort. This small town is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with dense mountain forests behind it. A 2-meter-wide river flows in front of the town. There are some trees with red leaves planted in front of every house. Looking at the sunset, it has a tranquil beauty. Tong Gu also relaxed a little. As he walked in the town, he found that everyone in the town seemed to be having a happy event, and every household had a happy face. Occasionally, I encountered a few people drinking wantonly by the river. This day was really fun. Tong Gu didn't expect that such a situation would exist in the world of Demon Slayer, and a smile appeared on his face. He saw a little girl less than 1 meter tall in a pink and white sarong wiping the table in a nearby shop. He walked in and sat down in the place where the other party had just wiped the table. The little girl was not afraid when she saw the tall stranger. Instead, she looked up and down, and Tong Gu later said, "You're so tall, big man." Tong Gu's face darkened. He felt that this little guy was not very polite. Then he heard the little girl say, "You are so tall, can you help me get the ball on the tree?" Tong Gu turned around and saw a small colorful ball hanging on the crooked neck tree by the river outside. The two came to the tree by the river. Tong Gu looked at the height and was about to jump when he felt his pants being pulled down. Tong Gu lowered his head, and the little girl frowned slightly. "Nana Hana can get it on her own, she just needs, a little help." Tong Gu watched the little girl keep pulling down his trousers, sighed and squatted down, feeling annoyed. "Nana Hana, aren't you afraid that I will kidnap you directly?" Nanawa, who was riding on Tong Gu's neck and finally reached the ball, was so happy that she let out a clear laugh. I'm not afraid. If Nanawa disappears, everyone will go crazy. Tonggu put down the pretty little girl, thinking that the neighbors would be anxious if such a cute child was lost. The two walked into the store again, and the little girl immediately shouted, "We have guests." An older girl on the counter raised her head. She seemed to be sleeping just now, a little dazed. She was wearing a blue kimono and looked somewhat delicate. Seeing that her sister was still confused, the little girl named Nana shouted again, "Father, Mother." The little girl on the counter ran over as fast as she could and covered Nanawa's mouth. There was fear in her expression that Tonggu couldn't understand. Tonggu frowned. Just as the little girl was about to speak, the door to the back room opened. I saw the charming landlady bare her shoulders indifferently, and just lifted her collar slightly before walking out. The man following her had dark skin and a sallow complexion, and was holding up his belt angrily. But when they saw Tonggu, their eyes lit up, and Tonggu's eyes flashed with greed that Tonggu couldn't understand. Please read, please recommend. Already signed. Chapter 13 Madman. The proprietress walked over in a few steps. She had a strong smell of powder. She picked up Nana and pulled her little daughter closer to her. Then she smiled charmingly. "Guest, do you want to stay one night?" There was a hint of charm in her eyes, as if she was hinting at something. But her husband behind her didn't seem to feel any discomfort. He smiled warmly at Tonggu and kept rubbing his hands. This greedy and money-loving look made Tonggu feel that the other person was a little normal. But Tonggu, who always reminded himself of the dangers of Game of Destiny, did not ignore the scared look on the little girl just now. He glanced at the little girl in kimono calmly, and saw that the girl just lowered her head and did not look at him. Tonggu put down the delicate long and narrow wooden box behind him, took out a money bag and said, "Let me eat something first." The sallow-faced boss immediately took the money bag and weighed it twice. He couldn't help but grinned, showing a few broken teeth. "Okay, guest, please wait a moment." The boss happily walked towards the kitchen, while the wife saw Tonggu sitting on the table, smiled meaningfully, and then left with her little daughter Nanawa, who wanted to play with Tonggu for a while. The little girl in the blue kimono raised her head, her eyes met, and her mouth opened without making a sound. She seemed to be reminding Tonggu of something through her mouth, but he couldn't understand it for the moment. Amidst Tonggu's confusion, not long after, several side dishes were prepared, and Nanawa and her sister came out holding the dishes. The little girl in the blue kimono glanced at her parents behind her with alert eyes. She gently touched her sister with her elbow. Nanawa glanced at her sister in confusion at first, and then she suddenly jumped forward as if she remembered something. Lying on the ground and crying loudly. Both the charming landlady and his Philistine husband turned pale with fright when they saw their little daughter fall. They quickly put down the dishes in their hands. They hurried to Nanawa's side and carefully helped the little girl up. "Get up and keep asking." That posture was really worrying. At this time, their eldest daughter put the wine in her hand next to Tonggu, opening and closing her mouth and making a soft voice. "Come on, they are going to hurt you." Tonggu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes raised without any trace. He looked at the little girl, and found that the other girl's eyes were full of anxiety. Tonggu pressed his right hand calmly on the box of his Sun Lun knife. His breathing became longer and longer. Movements of hundreds of meters in radius were reflected in his heart. There were no more people hiding. There were only 4 people in this family. "Aren't they your parents?" Tonggu lowered his head to pour the wine, his voice also soft. The little girl in the blue kimono didn't know why the big man was so stupid. She reminded him repeatedly, but the other party still asked some inexplicable questions. Seeing that it was getting dark, the little girl turned a little pale when she thought of those things in the dark night. "Run quickly, big man, it's getting dark." The little girl's urgent voice attracted the attention of the mother on the other side. She carefully checked Nana's body and found that there were no scars before she felt relieved. However, Mina seemed to have been standing next to that person. "Mina, why don't you come and take your sister down to rest?" There was no trace of tenderness in the woman's voice as she scolded her eldest daughter, which was in stark contrast to the caution with which she treated her younger daughter. The little girl known as Mina glanced at Tonggu anxiously one last time, then lowered her head and took her sister, who was smiling and patting her skirt, and walked away. Nanawa couldn't feel the change in the atmosphere at all, and she waved her hands happily to Tonggu. Tonggu put down the wine. He was no longer planning to eat anything from this store. He gently pushed the wooden box away. He didn't seem to see the change in the expressions of the owner and the wife of the store. He seemed to ask casually, "Are there any ghosts in this town?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the landlady and the boss changed drastically. The landlady, who was charming just now, blushed, and the corners of her already narrow eyes widened, giving rise to a fierce feeling out of thin air. "Are you one of those foolish swordsmen?" The voice of the landlady was dark and angry. The boss behind her seemed to be afraid that Tonggu's words would offend some beings, and was chanting in a low voice with a look of fear on his face. "What the hell, that's a messenger from God." The boss's wife's sharp voice echoed far away, making it very eye-catching in this otherwise harmonious town. Tonggu pressed one hand on the box, and he could sense that people seemed to be starting to gather around him. At this time, the sky had darkened, and the red leaf trees by the river, which should have been a beautiful sight, actually looked a little strange. Tonggu didn't want to have trouble with these abnormal human beings, so he picked up his long box and said with a smile, "I see. I must get to know your envoy next time I have the chance. I'd better go on my way today." After saying that, Tonggu was about to go out, but a figure had already blocked the doorway. "You ordered so many dishes and didn't eat a single bite. Are you showing disdain for my cooking?" The shop owner was thin, and the figure blocking the door seemed a little flinching, but the kitchen knife in his hand showed a cold light. What made Tonggu feel even more troublesome was that there were several people outside the shop, all of whom had expressionless faces. Looked at Tonggu. Tonggu suddenly had a guess about the truth of this place. Angels, ghosts, weird townspeople, enjoying themselves. If his guess is correct, then this place is extremely dangerous. Tonggu reached out and held the box. At this time, he no longer cared about the troubles afterwards. In order to survive, Tonggu didn't mind killing a group of guys who were no different from lunatics. "Oops, Nanawa fainted." The little girl Mina suddenly shouted and rushed out of the back room, shouting loudly. When the Shinkawa couple heard the news, their faces turned pale. Mrs. Shinkawa no longer cared about the big fat sheep in the store and ran to the back room as fast as she could. Shinkawa Jinan held his head in his hands and looked terrified. What surprised Tonggu even more was that the group of townspeople gathered outside the house started to panic when they heard the news. Several women rushed in immediately, and the store suddenly became chaotic. In the chaos, Mei Nai grabbed Tonggu's hand and pulled it hard, but she felt like she was pulling the big buffalo in the next village, unable to move at all. Tonggu glanced at the little girl, picked up his saber and followed her out of the house. The little girl walked out of the house and saw that the sky had completely darkened, and there were already stars twinkling in the farther horizon. She turned around twice in a hurry. "What should I do? It's too late, those things are coming." Tonggu was about to open his mouth to comfort him, showing that he was not afraid of ordinary little devils. But Mina slapped Tonggu's thigh angrily, and scolded him with raised eyebrows. "Big man, no matter how stupid you are, there is a limit. I'm saving you, please don't interrupt me." The little girl was less than Tonggu's chest, but she looked very powerful. She made up her mind that she could no longer let the swordsmen who were saving people everywhere be killed by the lunatics in the town. She seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes were filled with tears. "Red. Tonggu followed Xingka Amina in several circles and ran to the foot of the mountain to the west of the town. Here there was a huge red leaf tree surrounded by several people. The branches and leaves were so dense that people couldn't see what was inside. The little girl neatly rolled up her skirt and climbed up a few times. Her head stuck out from the red leaves, signaling Tonggu to follow. Tonggu used his hands and feet to climb up the tree in a few clicks. On the huge tree crown, someone actually made a large nest out of vines and wooden boards. The nest smelled familiar to Tonggu. Wisteria flowers. New book signed. I hope everyone will read it more. Chapter 14 Girl's Appointment. Tonggu sat carefully in the strongest place in Xingka Amina's secret garden, while the little girl was a little wary and sat a little distance away from Tonggu, hugging her knees. Tonggu could tell that the little girl was very distressed because she had saved him against her parents' wishes, so he changed the subject and asked, "Are all the believers in your town a disciple of the All Things Bliss sect?" Mina was startled. She nodded first, then quickly shook her head and said, "I'm not." "Nana-hana, neither." Speaking of Nanawa, the little girl's expression changed and she seemed a little anxious. She looked at the tall Tonggu and the huge box Tonggu was carrying and asked, "Are you a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps?" Tonggu was surprised that a little girl of this age would actually know about the Demon Slayer squad, but he just nodded. When the little girl saw this, she half expected and half feared that her hopes would fail. "Then you are Zhu." This time Tonggu really felt that something was unusual. The other party even knew about it. He asked, "Why do you ask that? How do you know Zhu?" Mina's expression darkened, and she hugged her knees tighter with both hands. "It was Sister Maki who told me, she told me." Mina's tone was a little strange, and she lowered her head to prevent Tonggu from seeing her expression. "She said that only Hashira can solve our problems here, and Nana, only Hashira can save her." Under the hopeful look in Mina's eyes, Tonggu shook his head slightly, and the little girl's eyes completely darkened. "Yes, this is normal. How can you be so lucky to encounter such a pillar?" Even though Xingka Amina tried her best to hide it, Tonggu still heard the sobbing. Just as Tonggu was about to speak, he heard an evil voice outside. "Hey, that swordsman must have gone far away. It's really troublesome. How about we just go back and eat a few people in the town?" Mina instinctively curled up and turned pale, but another low voice interrupted the former. "Idiot, Master Tongmo will make you into an ice sculpture." Tonggu's hand on the hilt of the sword behind his back clenched unconsciously. This town was indeed Tongmo's stronghold. The evil voice knew that the other party was right, and he was angry in his heart and screamed strangely. "Roar!" Mina's face turned even paler. "I've searched all over the town. It's devoid of humanity. I think this is the only place left. Who doesn't have a good eye to put wisteria flowers here?" Tonggu held the long sword Zhengzong tightly and was about to take action, but Mei Na suddenly took Tonggu's hand holding the sword. She leaned close to Tonggu's ear and asked softly, "Mr. Swordsman, can you promise me something?" Tonggu tilted his head slightly and saw fear and hope on that delicate face. Tonggu's hands went cold when he saw Mina Xingka put the golden bracelet on her right wrist into her hand. "Mr. Swordsman, please escape secretly during the day tomorrow, and then go find those pillars and ask them to save Nana-hana." Mina tried her best to lower her voice, but her tears couldn't stop flowing. She thought of the swordsman's sister in black who had fought for her, and how strong she was in the face of those monsters. So she overcame her fear with great perseverance, wiped away her tears, and looked at Tonggu firmly. Tonggu knew in his heart that the demon slayer swordsman named Maki probably had no way of knowing how powerful Tongmo was in Shangxian too. Even if he was a pillar, it would be difficult for him to defeat Tongmo. But looking at the determined look in the little girl's eyes, he couldn't refuse for a moment. Xingka Amina suddenly smiled, with tears in her smile that made Tonggu startled. The little girl quickly turned over and got off the tree. You accepted the hidden mission, girl's determination. Mission content: before Tongmo devours the goddess Shinka Inanika of the all-pursuing bliss cult, notify the Demon Slayer squad to save Shinka Inanika. Task reward: greatly improve the clearance evaluation, props girl's bracelet. Tonggu lowered his head and looked at the gold bracelet, and found that it was actually engraved with fine runes. Girl's bracelet, mission item, being sealed. At this time, the two cannibals under the tree had obviously discovered Shinka Amina. Tonggu held his knife, ready to go, ready to draw the knife to kill if there was any abnormality. Hey, you are a goddess. Shinka Amina's face was pale, but since the two cannibals could recognize her tonight, it meant that her plan could be implemented. She deliberately held the other bracelet in her right hand and said anxiously. Nanika fainted because she couldn't find this bracelet. Take me back and give it to her. The two cannibals knew how precious the little girl named Nana was in Tongmo's eyes, and happened to be too lazy to look for the tall swordsman, so they simply picked up Mina Shinka and disappeared. Tonggu wanted to draw his sword several times, but in the end he just sighed and sat down. After sitting there all night, the morning sun had just begun to shine, and there was no one left in the huge red leaf tree. Yukio is the flower street. Even in the Taisho era, it seemed to be very lively and lively. After changing his clothes, Tonggu transformed into a tall prodigal, wearing a white kimono. The clothes on his chest were opened quickly, and his strong muscles gave him a masculine beauty. Coupled with his fresh short hair and sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, he attracted many passing geishas to look at him. From the corner of his eye, Tonggu glanced at all the geishas passing by, but didn't see any impressive figures, so he could only use the character of the rich and cold prodigal he had created in the past few days to test and search one by one. Behind Tonggu, the boy carrying a long and narrow wooden box is good at observing people's emotions. The prodigal son who hired him is obviously not an easy owner to deal with, but the other party is generous. The boy who calls himself Hideyoshi is more careful to observe the preferences of his customers. He noticed that his elders were not very fond of these roadside brothels. Those zangjianji, rooms where brothels were displayed, were usually set up on the first floor, and the brothels sat in them for passing customers. They looked at the wandering girl from outside, but my own adults had never even seen her. Sir, are you looking for those warrens? Hideyoshi took small steps towards the tall adult and asked in a low voice. Tonggu paused and said calmly. You know. Hideyoshi felt happy. After guessing his master's thoughts, it became much easier to make money. He skillfully said. I grew up here in Yukio. When you look at me, you are of noble status. I am not an warren. How can I catch your eye? Tonggu took out a new money bag from his arms, stuffed it into Hideyoshi's arms, and said. Will you arrange it? Hideyoshi was overjoyed and asked him to make arrangements. The oil and water involved were not small. Yuguo's warrens don't just order whoever you want. These warrens have a high status and they always choose their guests. If you want to spend a spring night with an warren, you need to go through at least 3 steps, first meeting, Li no return and tame dai. It is very cumbersome. Tonggu only knew a little about it in his previous life. It would be best if Hideyoshi could operate it at this time. Initial meeting needs to go through a special review, and then spend money to hold a banquet, so as to invite the warren to come to meet, but the warren will only be present at this time, and can leave if there is any discomfort. Is similar to the previous one. The banquet will be held again. If the warren is satisfied with you, he will come again and sit closer to you. Tame dai after the first 2 times, the warren recognizes you and will come to greet you in person. The entourage is grand and the warren comes slowly with 8 characters, which is called Warren de Ozhong. But fortunately, all Tonggu wanted was to find fallen princess. It didn't need to be so complicated. Just being able to meet her was enough. Hideyoshi accepted the money bag and asked happily. Which warren do you like, sir? Tonggu didn't know which house Duoji was in at this time, so he could only say with a red face. I like beauty, but my temper is not that docile. Hideyoshi was startled and carefully looked at his lord, sighing in his heart. Sure enough, a man as rich and handsome as his lord always had some hidden diseases. New book signed, I hope you will read it more, thank you. Chapter 15 Fern Princess. Hideyoshi, who thought it would take a lot of effort, found an warren who would be satisfied with his family effortlessly. He privately inquired from the waiter at Kyogoku House that the most popular warren in Yoshiwara Yu-Gi-Oh was privately a very bad-tempered master. He would tilt his head and stare at you fiercely if something went wrong. The boy said that look was scary. But the beauty of the other party is extremely outstanding. After Hideyoshi found out the name, he quickly returned to the place where his master stayed, a small mansion. I don't know how much money my lord spent to get the right to live here alone. You mean, the warren's name is Fern Princess, right? There was an underlying enthusiasm in Tonggu's voice, which made Hideyoshi even more sure that he had chosen the right person. Tonggu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that these days were not wasted. Trial Mission 1, Survive for 3 months, 75/91. Trial Mission 2, Kill at least 1 ghost, completion rate 340%. Hidden Mission, Girl's Appointment, unfinished. He looked at his task list. If the fallen princess did not appear in Yoshiwara Yu-Gi-Oh, then he might have no choice but to go to Spider Mountain. He would be tired of killing her regardless of the subsequent plot development. After exchanging the last gold brick for a large amount of silver, Hideyoshi began to clear up relationships everywhere, and a large number of so-called guests began to arrive in the courtyard under Tonggu's bag, creating a lively atmosphere of feasting and feasting. People were deeply impressed by the tall prodigal son sitting on the main seat without saying a word. But to Tonggu's disappointment, Fern Princess, the fallen princess from Shangxian 6, never appeared. Time passed day by day, and seeing the day of return getting closer, Tonggu couldn't help but become a little anxious. Hideyoshi, who was secretly feeling guilty because of the big banquets he held during these days and spent a lot of money but did not invite Warabeheim to the scene, also noticed the displeasure of his family members, lowered his head and apologized. Sorry, sir, the proprietress of Kyogokuya said. Warabeheim seems to have been meeting a distinguished guest recently and has never had time to come here. Tonggu frowned. Distinguished guest? For fallen princess's temperament, the person who can endure her temper for so long must not be a human being. Could it be that Wuhan is here? Tonggu was a little surprised for a moment. Seeing the incomprehensible look on his master's face, and thinking of the anxiety he sometimes showed in these days, Hideyoshi said. That Fern Princess is very proud of herself. Sir, how about I go find another warren for you? There is an warren named Li Xia who has gained a good reputation recently, and it seems that you have also heard about it recently. Tonggu shook his head. He didn't really come here to have fun with the warren. It would be meaningless to him if he couldn't find the whereabouts of fallen princess. Trial Mission 1, Survive for 3 months, 81/91. He thought for a while and said. If you wait another 5 days and Fern Princess still doesn't come, then forget it. Tonggu had never thought about going to find fallen princess on his own. Firstly, he was not a ninja and did not know those stealth techniques. Secondly, at this time, he had some doubts about whether Wu Mei was really in Yu-Gi-Oh! If he came rashly, he would directly. It would be great fun to bump into Wu Kai to inspect the employee's work. It seemed like he was stuck. On the last night when Tonggu had set a time limit for himself, when the banquet was in full swing, Hideyoshi's shouting voice shocked everyone. Fern Princess is here. Tonggu's eyes brightened. He was already preparing to leave for Spider Mountain tomorrow, but Fallen Girl actually came? Looking closely, he saw a woman walking slowly and gracefully into the field. She did not come to Tonggu, but sat far away on the outside. Wearing a red kimono, her black hair was tied up with a delicate hairpin. Tong Gu, who had always shown a lack of interest, sat upright at this time, looking openly at the famous Warren Fengji. He could tell at a glance that this graceful beauty was the 6th Shangxian falling princess. Call. After taking a breath, Tong Gu calmed down. He leaned slightly behind him. On that wall, he hung the long and narrow Nicaran sword Masamune as a decoration. The reason why he has been sitting here is that he can draw his sword at any time. Do you want to draw your sword? Tong Gu looked at the guests who came to join in the fun, as well as Hideyoshi, who was overjoyed because he finally completed the task. He hesitated for a moment, and due to this hesitation, the fallen princess had already stood up and left. It seems that she is really just a formality for the first meeting. Tong Gu's expression changed, and he was about to pursue him, but Hideyoshi stepped forward and took his master's hand, thinking that his master was too eager. Sir, Fernji is very satisfied with you. She will come again in 5 days. Tong Gu's tense body slowly relaxed again. In my heart, this is fine. With a clear time, it is convenient for him to arrange in advance. The Shangxian ghost is not at the same level as the enemies he killed earlier. Although he is very confident in his current strength, if he wants to completely kill the Shangxian ghost, he may not need to use that big killing weapon. He still has the strength. Not caught. As Fernheim arrived and left, the grand banquet that lasted for many days was finally coming to an end. The guests were all talking about the tall and handsome prodigal son who was completely fascinated by Fernheim. As the guests gradually dispersed, Tong Gu stopped Hideyoshi, who still had a happy face, and threw him a money bag again. Hideyoshi waved his hands quickly. Although he was greedy for money, he felt that he had made too much this time. But Tong Gu pressed the money bag into the other person's hand and said, "If you feel an earthquake in the night after 5 days, run. Take everyone you can see and run together." Hideyoshi looked confused and didn't understand what his lord meant by his words. Did his lord have a secret information channel and knew that there would be an earthquake in Yoshihara 5 days later? But looking at his master's determined expression, he inexplicably believed it. He nodded and walked out the door. When he came to the door, he ran back again, put the money bag on the table, and said with a smile, "Sir, don't worry. Even if I run away, I will still have money to make a living. I can't ask for this money anymore." Seeing this, Tong Gu just waved his hand and said nothing more. On the other side, Warabeheim walked alone at the front, and the 2 followers from Kyogokuya behind her only dared to follow from a distance. They could feel that Lady Warabeheim was in a very strange mood. In the sky, dark clouds were floating, covering the moon. Fallen Princess' expression was dark and unclear, and her tone was erratic, as if she was talking to herself. "Have you felt that man's body, that kind of power? Is it Zhu?" Dark clouds passed by, the moonlight shone again, and the smile on the corner of Fallen Girl's lips became more and more evil. As a top stringer, the Demon Slayer core is not something they need to avoid. On the contrary, the Demon Slayer swordsman and even the Demon Slayer pillars are part of their diet. There are still 5 days left. Clean yourself up, big man. Please read, collect, and recommend. Chapter 3 has been lifted. Chapter 16 2 Shapes, One Size Fits All. Chapter 16 2 Shapes 1 Foot Square. In the living room alone, with a bang, a huge backpack appeared in front of Tong Gu. He skillfully took out the hemostatic spray and the special antibiotics produced by Tiansheng Pharmaceutical and put them aside. Finally, he took out a special item from the backpack. Silver metal box, about half a meter square. Tong Gu carefully took out this big killer weapon and placed it gently on the ground. Even though he knew in his heart that this thing would not be activated by some minor disturbances, this ultimate destructive weapon had absolute deterrence even for a genetic warrior like him. Thermobaric explosives are high explosives rich in aluminum, boron, silicon, titanium, magnesium, zirconium, and other substances. They are the finest works of human destruction art and are far more powerful than TNT. This terrifying weapon was purchased by Tong Gu from a corrupt neighboring country after obtaining the space capsule. It has been stored in the universal capsule from the moment it was obtained. And this is also Tong Gu's biggest trump card in hunting Shang Xian. However, this terrifying weapon with a damage effect nearly 5 times that of TNT does not distinguish between friend and foe. If this thermobaric explosive of nearly 20 kilograms is not operated properly, it will turn the entire Yoshiwara Yu-Gi-Oh into hell on earth. He also needs to find the most suitable cemetery for fallen princess and prostitute Taro. Tong Gu has been wandering around Yoshiwara Yu-Gi-Oh during the day with his Nichiren sword on his back during the past few days. Others just thought that he was in a good mood after meeting Fernie G, but he was actually using the ability of the Earth's breath to explore the fallen person in the original work. The location of the huge cave that G used to hide people. I haven't found it for several days, but by the elimination method, I guess it can only be near Kyogoko House. Tong Gu gently pulled out the Sun Lun knife a little. The dark blade was extremely cold, but Tong Gu's face reflected on it was frowning. There was always a vague uneasiness in his heart. What exactly is it? Did you overlook something? Is it Kibutsuji Musen? He can't always stay in Yukio. If Wuhan is still in Yukio, Fallen Princess probably won't come to see him. Did Fallen Princess discover her abnormality? A ghost like Fallen Princess can see the unusualness of human blood and body. It is possible to see the specialness of her own body, but with Fallen Princess's arrogant attitude that lures Zhu Zhu to hunt, it is unlikely. Hide yourself. After all, Tong Gu couldn't confirm it. He took a deep breath. The long breath made his muscles all over his body harden like sculptures, and the movements of hundreds of meters around were reflected in his heart. Like a mirror. Tong Gu calmed himself down in this way. Finally, in the night, snap, snap. Fallen Princess's footsteps were neither urgent nor slow, and she did not bring any followers. Tong Gu opened his eyes and happened to meet the eyes of the beautiful woman who walked in alone from the courtyard gate. Both sides had a scarlet murderous intent in their eyes. Sure enough, Fallen Princess found herself, she came to hunt him. Fallen Princess also saw the empty house. The other party did not hold another banquet as usual. Such a pretty big man was indeed the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Fallen Princess tilted her head, her fake smile no longer on her face, her pupils became sharp and terrifying, and her whole body exuded a stinking murderous aura. How many people are here from you this time? Fallen G gently licked the corners of her lips, her eyes greedy. Tong Gu took off the long and narrow Nichiren sword from the knife holder behind him and slowly pulled it out. The pitch-black blade was a color that Fallen Princess had never seen before. I am enough to deal with you. The disdain revealed in the tall Demon Slayer swordsman's tone made Fallen Girl angry. She had always been proud, so her face quickly darkened and she tapped her toes. Call. The large Warren robe caused the wind to whistle, and in an instant, Fallen Princess crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Tong Gu. Fallen Princess's right leg hidden under the gorgeous kimono tore through the air and kicked towards Tong Gu's face. Tong Gu leaned his long sword on the ground. Facing this kick, he did not dodge or dodge. He let go of the long sword and put his left hand in front of his forehead with his palm facing outward. Creatures like ghosts have gained too much advantage in speed and strength, and most of their physical skills are straightforward. It is not difficult for Tong Gu, who has practiced ancient martial arts for many years, to deal with them. As soon as Tong Gu's left hand came into contact with Duo Ji's right leg, he used the opponent's strength to spin sideways. He quickly grabbed the opponent's calf with his right hand and suddenly turned around and smashed it down. Boom! The exquisite stone floor in the small courtyard quickly shattered. Fallen Girl's eyes were confused, and she didn't understand why she was thrown to the ground. This kind of injury was not painful to her, but she became increasingly angry. Ah! With a sharp scream, several red belts suddenly flew from her body. Stab! Fallen princess's exquisite red kimono was torn to pieces. Tong-gu was shocked. He held the hilt of the sword with one hand and rolled sideways several times to avoid the attack from the belt. He raised his head and saw fallen princess was no longer alive. Then there's that Warren outfit. The black and red satin ribbon underwear covered the sensitive parts of Tong-gu's body, and the pink belt was wrapped around her waist. The fallen princess, who had transformed into a ghost again, was beautiful and deadly. She stood in front of Tong-gu's small single-family building. On the top of the building, Tong-gu was looked at from a high position. With this skill, you are indeed a pillar. Tong-gu held a knife in one hand. The long and narrow sun-wheel knife shone slightly in the night. Regarding fallen princess's judgment, he deliberately shook his head and said with a smile, "You are wrong about that. I am just a GUI-level swordsman who has just joined the team." Fallen girl looked unhappy. She didn't believe Tong-gu's words at all. This physical strength was second to none even among the pillars she had eaten. How could she be a low-level swordsman? Tong-gu added. However, it should be enough to deal with a bastard like you. He deliberately bit the word Xiaxian very hard, and sure enough, Duoji's face darkened visibly. She hates people looking down on her the most. She pointed at the words in her left eye and her tone was as cold as ice. What a pity, I am winding it. After saying that, 6 belts shot out from behind, drew arcs from the air, and stabbed Tong-gu suddenly. Tong-gu stood on the ground holding a knife, holding it with both hands in front of his chest. Breathing extremely long. He felt as if he was standing on the ice, his expression extremely calm. Jingle ding 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 ding. There were 6 crisp sounds in succession, and 6 steel-like belts passed by Tong-gu. Tong-gu still had the posture of slightly bending his body and holding the sword in both hands, but he did not move an inch. Fallen princess frowned. She unwillingly controlled the belt and fired again. However, she saw that the tall swordsman only shook his wrist slightly, and the too long sword in front of him was flying from the belt in all directions. Get out of the way. So much strength, such a hard knife. Fallen princess knew that her belt could cut off the wall with one strike, but the swordsman deflected her attack just by relying on the strength of her wrist. A smile appeared on Tong-gu's lips. This was the inspiration he received from the immortal Kawakawa Sanya. Since his swordsmanship was not strong enough, he simply used his strengths to reduce the number of sword strikes as much as possible. He combined the force-reducing techniques from ancient martial arts to create this style. The breath of the earth, 2 shapes 1 square inch. Use the extremely long Nichiren sword to block all attacks in front of you, and then use the tremors of your muscles to gradually dissipate the huge force of the opponent's attack to the ground beneath your feet. Fallen princess has been accustomed to the sight of those swordsmen running around in front of her belt, and then being chased and penetrated by the belt. She never thought that today the opponent would actually stand motionless like her. No matter how the belt whirls and attacks from any angle, the opponent will just change his gestures and block the attack. What kind of turtle-style swordsmanship is this? You can't attack except for defense. Fallen princess cursed loudly. Please read, collect, and recommend. Chapter 3 has been lifted. Chapter 17 The 4-type Earth Veins Dragon Cry. Chapter 17 Type 4, Earth Vein Dragon Cry. Because Warabeheim was coming today, Hideyoshi, who was sent away by his master for some reason, originally planned to take a stroll in Yoshiwara Yu-Gi-Oh!, but for some reason, his eyelids kept twitching, as if something bad was about to happen. After much thought, he decided to go back to the outside of the courtyard to take a look. He walked back quickly, but before he got close to the courtyard, he felt a slight vibration from the ground. This is... Tong-gu didn't answer in the face of Fallen Ji's provocation. He still had the same defensive attitude. Suddenly, Fallen Princess looked outside the hospital with a cruel smile. Tong-gu also sighed in his heart. He did not expect Hideyoshi to come back at this time. Big man, I wonder if your turtle style can protect him. Call! The pink belt burst out of the air in an instant, passed through the wall with a pop, and slashed towards the unaware Hideyoshi like a sharp blade. Tonggu originally wanted to anger Duoji for a while longer, so that the other party would completely lose their mind and fight with him closely. In this way, Tonggu would have the opportunity to quickly chop off Duoji's head before she could not take back the belt clone hidden underground. Pity! He sighed and took a deep breath. Under the operation of the breathing method, the muscles in his right leg suddenly tightened and then suddenly exploded. Boom! Fallen Ji's eyes went blank, and she suddenly realized that the swordsman was missing. Her pupils trembled rapidly, and a cold sword light suddenly lit up from her side. Fallen Princess's pupil shrank. When? So fast! Woohoo! Under the huge force, the long and narrow Nichiren sword was as fast as a black shadow, and the airflow roared violently, like the roar of evil spirits in hell. Fallen Ji felt a huge fear in her heart for no reason. The neck will break. Even if the neck is turned into a belt, it will be cut off by this extremely fast knife. Fallen Princess no longer cared about killing the minions outside the wall, and a large number of belts shot out from her body to wrap herself up. The force was so strong that Fallen Princess's body began to spin. Poof! The rapidly formed belt ball was split into two by Sun Yan's sword light, and the huge force dissipated, smashing the two hemispheres into the courtyard. Boom! The wall of the small courtyard collapsed instantly, and the exquisite artificial landscaping in the courtyard was destroyed in an instant. Ha! Ah! Ha ha! The belt behind Fallen Girl supported her upper body to stand up, and her lower body swayed a few times before she stood up, and she laughed heartily. What a pity, big man, it turns out you still have such a knife. At this time, she was extremely wary of Tonggu. In his opinion, the swordsman in front of her was probably extraordinary even among the pillar-level swordsmen, at least much better than the pillars she had devoured. You, sir, this is... Outside the collapsed courtyard wall, Hideyoshi collapsed to the ground with a pale face. He looked at the fallen girl who was still talking with only half of her body left, and his face turned pale with fear. He also saw that his prodigal son was holding the handle with both hands. A long sword has never been drawn out. Hideyoshi, do you remember what I said? Tonggu's unmoving voice made Hideyoshi feel at ease. He nodded vigorously and tried to get up by beating his uncontrollably trembling feet. This scene made Feng Ji, who had completed her body's self-healing process, laugh. Haha, this servant of your family is so scared that he almost peed his pants. Tonggu felt the pulse of the underground with his heart. There was never no movement under the ground. Every movement above the ground and every tremor from the ground traveled through the earth. There is huge power flowing in the earth. Tonggu stepped on his foot again, as if it coincided with the pulsating force in the ground. With the blessing of the two forces, his figure disappeared again. Breath of the earth, 4 types Earth Vein Dragon Cry. The belt clone appeared from the ground and quickly returned to the fallen princess body. The knife just now made her feel frightened and she didn't dare to hold back anymore. The white-haired fallen princess finally saw this terrifying sword clearly this time. The ground the opponent stepped on cracked open like an explosion, and then the opponent's figure suddenly appeared in the blind spot beside him, holding a knife in one hand and slashing at him. This knife is so simple, without any changes, it cuts straight. But the force on the knife was so terrifying that it made the air emit a strange hissing sound. Woo! Fallen princess turned aside instinctively, and the black sword light passed in front of her. Poof! Boom! The small building collapsed instantly. Fallen Ji took advantage of the situation and kicked Tonggu. Tonggu didn't have time to put away his sword, so he just raised one hand and received the blow. At this time, the strength of the fallen girl was extremely fierce. Tonggu felt as if she was hit by a beast on the side. Her body weight shifted and she staggered 2 steps. The fallen girl's eyes lit up. She had intended to retreat, but she found that this extremely powerful swordsman was not there either. Not that perfect. The opponent's swordsmanship seems not to be mellow enough, and when attacking, he cannot use the kind of defense that can block all attacks. Fallen Ji was agile. She took advantage of Tonggu's unstable center of gravity and moved her long legs to quickly pull her body behind Tonggu. The belt around her waist danced wildly and stabbed Tonggu from several directions. Tonggu reluctantly held the sword with both hands to block a few times and blocked the belt. However, the strong force coming from the belt could not be relieved due to the unstable center of gravity, and he staggered even more. Fallen Girl laughed wildly and grabbed Tonggu from behind. On the other side, seeing his master fighting with the alluring female monster, Hideyoshi finally plucked up the courage to get up and run out. He thought his mind would go blank at this time, but unexpectedly, his master's instructions in front of them were very much in his mind. Clear. He ran and shouted. Run! There's an earthquake, run! He didn't understand why he didn't say there was a monster. He just followed his master's words and shouted an earthquake, but the effect was surprisingly good. Neighboring residents and wandering women's houses had also felt the waves of shaking. In the midst of their shock and suspicion, they heard someone shouting about an earthquake, and they were so frightened that they started to run away. Human beings are such creatures that follow the herd. At first, it was just Hideyoshi and a few people from nearby families running around. But seeing Hideyoshi yelling about the earthquake with a horrified look on his face, and many people fleeing, all the guests on the street started running away. This phenomenon quickly became a general trend, and the entire Yukio quickly became chaotic. Hideyoshi didn't care how many people would die in the chaos. He didn't have the ability to command everyone. He just took as many teams as possible and fled towards Yuguo. Tonggu felt that the movement of people nearby was getting less and less, and he could hardly smell it. He knew in his heart that Hideyoshi had completed the task. Faced with the blow from the back to the chest by Tonggu, Tonggu pushed hard with his feet and slammed his whole body backwards. Fallen Princess was planning to take out the opponent's heart with one blow, but suddenly everything in front of her went dark, and the tall swordsman slammed into her, pressing down on her like a wall. Snapped. Fallen Girl screamed miserably, feeling severe pain in her hands. Her heart-piercing blow seemed to hit the steel plate. No, ordinary steel plates should not have such hardness. Boom. Tonggu only felt that Duoji's body was unexpectedly soft, but Duoji was hit by such a huge force that her vision went black. She choked with blood from her mouth and nose, and she felt that a lot of her ribs were broken. You! Fallen Princess was about to curse when a huge hand grabbed her neck and strangled her words. A feeling of suffocation came over her. As Fallen Princess was furious, the belt behind her back was stained with blood and suspended in the sky. Vampire Technique 8 Level Belt Slash. Please read. Chapter 18 Tong Mo appears. The 8 belts fell down like guillotines. Tonggu suddenly grabbed Duoji's neck and twisted it hard. With a click, he threw Duoji up, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands, and a huge force suddenly exploded. He did not dodge or dodge, and slashed the belt that was falling towards him with a single slash. Puff! Poof! The belt that fell towards Tonggu split into two instantly, but the belt controlled by the Blood Ghost technique still scratched Tonggu's shoulders, causing quite a few scars. Boom! A huge impact followed, and this prosperous corner of Yuguo collapsed in an instant. Not only the small courtyard bought by Tonggu, but also the U-girl's house and izakaya next to it were all reduced to rubble in an instant. Fallen Princess was thrown up in the air, and her crushed throat had returned to its original state. She was enjoying herself looking at the street she had chopped into pieces. Although she had been hiding here, she always had the urge to completely destroy the entire Yukio. The blood spurting from the shoulders of the tall swordsman below made her heart even hotter. After eating this person, I can become stronger. Suddenly, the swordsman below raised his head. One man and one ghost looked at each other, and Fallen Girl felt a chill in her heart. She struggled to control the belt that had just chopped off the street, trying to protect herself again, but she only saw several rounds of sword flashes. Fallen G felt her body light up, and she was cut off from the chest again, and even her 2 arms were cut off. Ah! Fallen Girl screamed hysterically. She could not accept this result. But the only thing that gave her some peace of mind was that the swordsman failed to cut off her neck. After Tong Gu cut off the hands, feet, and torso of the fallen princess with a few swords, like a novice swordsman who had forgotten about beheading, he lifted up the upper body of the fallen princess and jumped up, running up the roof of the house, and then headed towards Kyogoku under the moonlight. He ran towards the house. If there is any weakness in the twin ghosts of serial number 6, it must be the existence of the fallen princess. Taro the prostitute is a very powerful demon in terms of speed, skill, perception, and blood ghost skills. Even among the extremely powerful pillar-level swordsmen of this generation, there are probably only a few who want to defeat Taro the prostitute one-on-one. Several people can do it. Including the prostitute Taro's troublesome poison, it is even more difficult to deal with. But Taro, the prostitute who spoiled his sister too much, always used to let her play and exercise, and when she couldn't handle it, he would come out to clean up the mess for her. This is the biggest weakness of the twin ghosts. Tong Gu didn't forget to cut off the fallen princess' head. He just needed to find a suitable battlefield for the prostitute Taro, or in other words, find a cemetery for the 6th string. Fallen princess's body gradually recovered from its remains, and her eyes were cunning and cruel. Suddenly, she felt the tall swordsman's footsteps pause, and his tone was affirmative. "It's right here, your storage room." Fallen princess's eyes changed, and she noticed that the 2 of them had arrived at Kyogoku house. How did the other party know about her storage room? Is there anyone else in the Demon Slayer squad? In the midst of surprise, her limbs had just grown back, and without bothering to fight anymore, she quickly slashed at Tong Gu's arm with the belt around her waist. Tong Gu was always paying attention to Duo Ji's movements. Where could he be attacked by a sneak attack at this time? He shook his right hand hard, and the huge force shook Duo Ji's figure away. It crashed to the ground. Then he held the sword in both hands, raised it high above his head, opened his mouth and nose, and took a deep breath. This breath was so strong that Fallen Princess felt a faint wind blowing in front of her. She looked at the other party in shock, feeling that the already tall swordsman had become even bigger now. Tong Gu's muscles tightened up and his heart beat violently. He even felt that his body temperature had risen and his body surface was slightly red. Among the swordsmanship, the one he has studied the longest is Tang Bamboo. A simple vertical cut, nothing fancy and dignified. All that is needed is strength and speed. Under his feet, the earth rhythmed, and Tong Gu's muscles all over his body contracted in accordance with the rhythm of the earth. A huge aura rose from him, and a huge fear arose in the heart of Fallen Girl for no reason. Breath of the earth, 1 type gate of hell. Oni. Boom. The blazing white air wave exploded suddenly, and the body and head were separated just before he could shout out half a sentence. The huge sword light hit the ground, and the huge force exploded, and the hollow ground exploded. Boom. A huge hole opened up on the ground, as if the gate to hell had really been cut open. From top to bottom, you could see a huge hole with a diameter of tens of meters. Inside, there were countless bones lying densely on the ground. Fallen Princess's head and body fell on the pile of bones respectively. She cried loudly as if she was frightened by the terrible knife. Tong Gu understood that this was obviously about to enter the 2nd stage, and he immediately took out the universal capsule and threw it on the ground. There was a bang, and in the smoke, Tong Gu carefully picked up the silver box that weighed more than 10 kilograms, came to the side of the hole, and touched the starter on his waist with his other hand. If you use this thing on your Shangxian Lu, you will be considered pretty good. After that, he threw the thermobaric explosive into the hole. Tong Gu saw that Fallen Girl's back had just begun to tremble at this time. Apparently the prostitute Taro felt his sister's cry and was about to come out to clean up the mess. "It's too late, prostitute Taro, this time, I won." Tong-gu tossed it gently and the silver box fell into the hole. Tong-gu turned around and left. "Oh? What did you throw into the hole?" A frivolous voice suddenly sounded. Tong-gu's pupils shrank, and the hairs on his back stood up. His earth-breathing Type 3, earthquake and heart shock has been running, but he didn't feel any movement at all. Tong-gu's body stiffened and he slowly turned around. His movements were so slight, for fear that the murderous intention lingering around his neck would explode. A few steps behind him, a red figure slightly shorter than him stood alone. With his white oak hair color, rainbow-like irises, and red clothes, Tong-mo is as holy as a saint, but the blood color on his head and the writing in his eyes show that he is a complete evil ghost. It turned out to be Tong-mo from the second string. Tong-gu's heart was suffocated. He didn't expect to encounter the second string at this time, or the second string. Tong-mo seemed to see Tong-gu's horror. He covered his mouth with a fan and smiled softly, saying, "You passed through my territory and touched my most precious green fruits. Now you are here to hunt the companions I worked hard to build. Why are you so surprised by my appearance?" Tong-gu was shocked. He suddenly understood that the distinguished guest that Duoji met a few days ago was Tong-mo. At the same time, another terrible guess appeared in Tong-gu's heart. As if Tong-mo had seen through Tong-gu's thoughts, he showed an innocent smile. "I'm really scared. If you took advantage of my absence that day and snatched away my precious young Nana flower, I wouldn't even know where to get it back." "Really, Mina-chan?" Tong-gu was startled. He had already heard the prostitute Taro's low voice comforting Duoji in the cave, but at this moment he was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he couldn't move for a moment. The flesh in front of Tong-mo's chest gathered up, and a small head slowly took shape, with a childish face and a slightly delicate face. Astonishingly, it was the little girl who lured the ghost away by herself that night, Mina Shinkawa. Please read Chapter 19, The Pain of Bliss. "Hey, don't look so scary." Amidst Tong-mo's teasing laughter, Tong-gu saw from his sword blade how terrifying his expression was at this moment. She is just a plot character and an NPC. She has no fighting power, and even if she survives, she will not be able to help herself kill Wuhan in the end. She has never even appeared in the drama, and her death will not affect the plot. Tong-gu kept shouting in his heart, as if he wanted to prove that he really shouldn't care about her death, but... "Are you a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps? Then are you, Zhu? Mr. Swordsman, can you promise me something?" The little girl appeared in front of her inexplicably as she jumped down from the tree with tears in her eyes. An unprecedented rage made Tong-gu feel as if his heart and lungs were on fire. Hidden mission, girl's determination, unfinished. Mission content: before Tong-mo devours the goddess Shinkawa Nanika of the all-pursuing bliss cult, notify the Demon Slayer squad to save Shinkawa Nanika. The mission has not failed yet. It turns out that Mina did not include herself in the mission from the beginning. The girl's head that appeared on Tong-mo's chest was extremely clear. The girl looked at Tong-gu and burst into tears. She opened her mouth in great pain. "Mr. Swordsman, save me." Then the tears in her eyes suddenly turned into blood, and the delicate little girl became dripping with blood in an instant. Although he kept telling himself that this was just the result of Tong-mo's manipulation using the vampire technique, this scene still hit Tong-gu hard in his heart. He suddenly shouted angrily. "Breath of the earth, one type gate of hell. Black sword light, white air waves." Boom! Tong-gu's tiger's mouth burst open instantly, and blood flowed out. "Well." He slowly lowered his head, looking at the fan pierced into his left shoulder and the huge gap in his Nichiren sword, and he could clearly feel the gap between himself and Shang Zhen. Tong-mo took out his fan, clapped his hands in admiration and said, "It's actually a swordsmanship full of rage and passion that can break my ice cubes." Are you bullying my sister? Tong Gu closed his eyes. It could be said that the current situation could not be worse. Not only did he encounter a child, but the prostitute Taro also stood on the edge of the pothole. If you want to survive under the siege of these two Shangxian ghosts, I am afraid that the strongest pillar, Wei Ming Yu Xing Ming, will have a hard time doing it. Seeing the weeping look of the little girl on Tong Mo's chest, Tong Gu suddenly smiled. Yes, isn't it just to survive this game of destiny by making all kinds of calculations? But this development seems like game of destiny is mercilessly mocking yourself. The more you want to survive, the more desperate I will be for you. Tong Mo looked at the young man who was full of anger just now and suddenly seemed to be relieved. He took out an instrument that looked like a sword hilt. He was a little confused. Tong Gu was holding the detonator. At this distance, even he was not sure whether he could survive the explosion. He looked at the prostitute Taro standing on the edge of the pothole and Tong Mo with a leisurely expression, and said with a smile, "Let's take a gamble." Tong Mo didn't know why and asked, "Oh? What are you betting on?" Tong Gu put his thumb on the button and said, "Bet on who has better luck. Thumb down." Beep, beep. The rapid siren sounded, and a huge sense of crisis suddenly arose in the prostitute Taro's heart. He only had time to turn his head and look at his sister who had just recovered her body at the bottom of the cave, when a huge explosion came from the cave. The terrifying high-temperature flames surged in the small cavity, and then emitted even more terrifying explosions and high temperatures. Tong Gu only had time to turn his back and lower his head. Before he fell to the ground, he felt a terrifying wave of air erupting from behind, followed by terrifying high temperatures and an incomparable sense of suffocation. Tong Mo stood further away, but the scene like the sun bursting out made him, who had always been expressionless, a rare moment of surprise, and then the huge ice man quickly appeared in front of him. But the terrifying high temperature soon caused the iceman to disappear, and Tong Mo was blown away by the huge air wave. Tong Gu rolled on the ground. The suffocation made him unable to cry out. He violently tore off his specially made protective vest. The alloy block behind it seemed to melt into his body. It was so hot that he could not tear it off for a while. He held the scarred and long narrow Sun Lun sword in his hand, and regardless of Tong Mo's surprised look in the distance, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards the pothole. The prostitute Taro stood on the edge of the pit as if carbonized. The extremely terrifying high-temperature flames instantly scorched him, but the ghost's immortality kept him alive and still trying to revive. Tong Gu endured the severe pain and rushed towards him with knives in both hands. Puff! This sword was as easy as cutting off a piece of rotten wood. On the prostitute Taro's charred head, there was still horror and astonishment in his eyes. The blood in his body had been evaporated. At this time, he could not even activate the vampire technique. He just watched the tall swordsman, who was also burned beyond recognition by the flames at this moment, holding his sword like an evil ghost and jumping down into the hole still filled with flames. Tong Gu was hit by a wave of fire in mid-air, and his face shrank suddenly. He pulled off the burning hair. The intense secretion of adrenaline made him feel no more pain at this moment. He looked at the equally charred fallen princess below, holding the long sword Masamune in both hands, and slashed it down with an angry roar. Fallen princess recovery ability is not as good as that of prostitute Taro, and she was beheaded almost without realizing it. You killed the 6th Shangxian, prostitute Taro /U0026 amp, fallen princess, and your completion rate of trial mission 1 has been greatly improved. Because you were the first to kill the ghost on the string, your reputation in the Demon Slayer team has been greatly improved. Current reputation, prestigious. Because you have caused the attrition of the Shangxian ghost, the cannibal ghost camp will begin to spread your story, and you have gained 1 point of legend. You killed the 6th string, the prostitute Taro /U0026 amp, the fallen princess. The progress of the world strategy increased by 7%, and the trial rating increased significantly. Tong Gu fell to the ground helplessly. He could even feel the smell of burning from his body behind him, and the prompt of Game of Destiny lit up in front of him as if the screen was flashing across the screen. Suddenly, the temperature in the cave dropped rapidly. Tong Mo, who had extensive burns on his body, slowly fell into the cave with the intense cold. The burns on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the sky full of ice and snow, not only did Tong Gu not feel better, but he even began to have trouble breathing. Tong Mo looked at the fallen concubine and the prostitute Taro who were slowly disappearing. He didn't feel sad and just asked Tong Gu curiously, "What kind of weapon is that, so powerful?" Tong Gu's consciousness began to become a little unclear. He stared blankly at the huge moon revealed in the hollow above his head. He recalled that when he first entered this world 3 months ago, the moonlight seemed to be like this. When Tong Mo saw that the other parties seemed to be dying, he was not prepared to devour him. He just walked up to Tong Gu with interest and watched the other party's dying expression. At this time, Tong Gu saw the childish face in front of Tong Mo again. He struggled to take out something from his arms. The small golden bracelet was flashing with a strange light at this time. Item: Pain of Bliss, Curse. Quality: Green. Description: living in the hell called Bliss, the girl attaches her pain to this bracelet every day, every night, and the sorrow of the innocent girl is placed on the bracelet. Effect 1: once a day, it can absorb all the pain of the target for 5 minutes. Effect 2: all the pain absorbed in the bracelet can be applied to the target at once, causing great pain to the target. Effect 3: Curse: this bracelet entrusts the girl's dying wish, and it will guide you to the fate of being a child. Tong Gu's mouth slowly opened, so that's it. It turns out that after she dies, this item belongs to me? It turned out that it was she who finally led me to Tong Mo. He put this too slender bracelet on his index finger, like a large ring, and slowly raised his finger towards Tong Mo. Pain. Tong Mo's smile that had not dissipated even after being burned suddenly changed, and the unimaginable pain suddenly destroyed his nerves. Ah! Tong Mo held his head and rolled in the flames. Tong Gu looked at this scene without any joy. The more painful Tong Mo is, the more miserable the little girl named Mina has been over the years. Trial Task 1: Survive for 3 months. Finish. You have completed all trial tasks. Do you want to leave this world? Tong Gu looked at the painful Tong Mo and struggled to get up. He was holding his Sun Lun knife, unable to try to decapitate him. He opened his mouth, there was heat in his mouth, and his voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. But he knew that Tong Mo could hear it. Your head will be stored with you for the time being. Wait for me, Tong Mo, your head, as well as Kibutsuji Musen's head, are mine. Leave. Please read it. Thanks to book friend 2019050702425939 for the monthly pass. Thanks to Lu Dongliu and Balian Chenjun for sending recommendation tickets. Vow. Chapter 20 Settlement. You passed the awakening trial. You have obtained the destiny number, UD 3890333995. Tong Gu appeared in a void-like space. He found that here, his wounds were gradually healing, and even the pain was suppressed to the point where it was almost imperceptible. Processing. You have obtained the player qualification. Enable player information digitization permission. Opening. Opening completed, you can open it later to view. Enable backpack permission. Opening. Enable loot drop permission. Opening. Once activated, you will receive loot drops in future battles. A series of prompt messages kept refreshing in front of Tong Gu, and he understood that from now on, he was an official player recognized by Destiny Game. Based on your player level, all permissions have been enabled. Do you want to start settlement? Tong Gu was not in a hurry to make the settlement, but thought to himself. Open the player information panel. Because of the brief battle with Tong Mo just now, Tong Gu urgently hopes to know his current purest strength positioning. Although according to the information in the forum, the digital information given to players by Destiny game cannot fully measure the player's strength. Some personalized information including mentality, combat experience, ability control, and combat style cannot be grasped by Destiny game, but its display of player attributes is absolutely accurate and objective. Player, UD 3890333995. Blade side/fighting side. Attributes. Strength, 17, 5. Physique, 19, 5. Agility, 15, 5. Spirit, 7, 5. Energy, 0, 0. Expertise. Basic Boxing LV7. Basic Steps LV3. Basic Swordsmanship LV2. Blind Fighting Level 1. Ability. Ancient Style Martial Arts, Level C, a special boxing style that combines Qi and ancient martial arts, with extremely explosive power. Breathing Method Breath of the Earth, Level C, a special breathing method that can comprehensively enhance the player's athletic ability and greatly enhance strength and physique. Talent. Genetic Modification, C, you have taken a large amount of genetic agents for a long time, and your body's strength and resistance have been enhanced. Not manifested. Rating, White Position Top. Because it was the first time that digital display was enabled, the panels provided by Game of Destiny were extremely detailed, and Tong Gu could even get comments and answers when he focused his attention on something. The first is that the system has judged him as a player with both sword and martial arts sides, which is in line with his fighting style in the world of Demon Slayer, and the second is his personal attributes. Only now could Tong Gu feel what a powerful physique he had built through so many years of genetic medicine and martial arts training. The numbers in brackets identify the average value of human adult males, and Destiny game uses this as a benchmark to measure the player's strength. Tong Gu possesses superhuman qualities that far exceed those of humans in all three areas of force sensitivity. Then there are the two items of expertise and ability. The gift from Mr. Zhang Gu, the hero of Eastern Xia, allows newcomers like Tong Gu to have expertise and abilities that can be recognized by the Destiny game system when they enter the initial world. Ability. Even if it is a C-level ability, it is a reward that many players can only obtain after a narrow escape. But Zhang Gu is the person who allows countless people to obtain C-level abilities outside the game. This is the hero who improves the probability of human survival, Tong Gu sighed in his heart. Tong Gu was a little surprised by the white position's upper rating. He thought that he was at best a white position and a medium rating. All players who did not master the energy system would be classified as white by Destiny game and wanted to step into the black iron. Level players must master energy. In other words, even if Yujiro Fanma in Blade becomes a player, he will only be rated as white by Game of Destiny. Tong Gu believes that his strength is far from reaching the ultimate realm of the body. Tong Gu frowned and scanned his panel a few times, trying to find the points that might affect the system's overestimation of him. Finally, he set his sights on the talent column. That's labeled as. His talents are indeed somewhat special. As far as Tong Gu knows, the talents that Destiny game can recognize are all amazing talents. For example, some people are born with double pupils, and some are born with supernatural powers. Only those talents that are completely abnormal to humans will be recognized. System approved. For most people, when they have not received the opportunity in the Destiny game world, their talent column is mostly empty. When did I have this special talent that could be recognized by the system? Tong Gu suddenly remembered the increase in body temperature he noticed during the battle. Wasn't that caused by the breathing method? At this time, I thought, even Tong Mo, who was further away from the center of the explosion than himself, was seriously injured. How on earth did he resist the flames? Is this my natural ability? While his mind was spinning, Tong Gu took a breath and prepared to search for some information on the forum. Start settlement. Start settlement now. Settlement in progress. In the void in front of Tonggu, images began to appear of him first falling into the Buddhist hall, then violently hammering the ghosts in the Buddhist hall, then flashing back to the Vina Salt Mountain trial, and finally staying in the fire where he was killed. On the sixth string, the scene of confrontation with Tong Mo. Settlement completed. Trial World, Demon Slayer ACT1, No. A3504. Difficulty, Low. Trial Mission 1, completed. Trial Mission 2, completed. Trial Mission 2 completion degree 475%, settlement rating increased. Number of additional tasks completed, 1. Calculating player achievements and reputation. Calculate additional compensation for legend level. Calculation completed. Trial rating, S. Tonggu's heart moved, he actually got an S rating. But recalling that I was the trial player who finally killed the 6th Shangxian, not to mention other people who used space capsules to carry thermobaric explosives in, I am afraid that my unstrengthened physical fitness would not be the same when faced with ordinary cannibals. Very dangerous. You have obtained an S rating in the trial world, and rewards are now being distributed. Calculating. Fixed rewards for the Awakening Trial, free attribute points 2, destiny points 1000. Based on S level evaluation, fixed rewards are increased by 200%. The basic rewards you receive in this Awakening Trial are, free attribute points 4, destiny points 2000. Now calculate additional rewards for high ratings. Based on the B level evaluation, you will receive an additional 500 destiny points. Based on the A level evaluation, you will receive a expertise improvement scroll *1. Based on the S level evaluation, you will receive a favor from fate. You have received a favor from fate, do you want to use it? Tonggu's heart moved, and as expected, as Wu Zhengyang said, S level ratings will give you a chance to win a lottery that can change your destiny. A huge lottery screen appeared in front of Tonggu. The screen was divided into hundreds of grids, and a projection of an object was suspended in each grid. Just from what Tonggu could identify, he could already see the devil fruit from the pirate world, the transformation belt from the Kamen Rider world, the golden saint cloth from the Saint Seiya world, and even the projection of Gundam appeared. With so many luxurious rewards, even with Tonggu's psychological quality, his heart would beat violently. Even if he knew that the probability was very small, as long as he got the same thing, it would be of great help to the future game of destiny. Start the lottery. Tonggu's voice was a little hoarse. The golden halo of light began to dance on many grids, and Tonggu's mood also changed. Not daring to ask for those red legendary props, Tonggu focused his attention entirely on those rare props flashing with golden light and unique props flashing with purple light. Anything is fine, as long as it is an item of that level, I can. You have obtained new props. Just when Tonggu was praying secretly, the golden circle of light suddenly stopped. What made Tonggu's heart sink was that the items in the grid did not emit any light. He immediately opened the backpack function he got as a player, and saw an unsheathed sword lying quietly inside. Another weapon? Already possessing a custom-made Sunrun sword that could be carried freely in the World of Destiny game, Tonggu did not have high demand for weapons. He picked up the sword and felt that the sword seemed to have no weight. Shallow play. Category: Weapons. Quality: Gray. Soul Blade has extra damage effect on the soul. Soul Steel, a damage-free blade, it can recover itself even if it is broken. Tonggu saw the attributes clearly, and his heart suddenly beat violently. If he remembered correctly, this knife was an incredible thing. It is said to be the most powerful sword with unlimited potential. Chapter 21 I Can't Be a Hero. As the settlement was completed, Tonggu noticed that bits and pieces of light began to emit in this pitch-black void space. Space is collapsing. The time flow rate in this kind of place is close to zero, so people will naturally not stay for a long time. Tong Gu suddenly tore off the alloy plate melted on his back. Hiss! Severe pain hit him, and even with Tong Gu's inhuman constitution of 19 points, veins were pulsing on his forehead. He shouted into the void. Full body repair. In view of your injury, 632 destiny points will be deducted for this repair. Do you want to repair it? Tong Gu frowned. How could it be so high? According to what he learned on the forum, ordinary trauma, even full body burns, would not exceed 200 destiny points to repair. Is there any hidden disease in his body? Repair. As the points were deducted, a warm energy instantly surrounded Tong Gu. He felt that the skin on his body grew rapidly and returned to its original state. More importantly, there was also a coolness flowing through his body. He had not noticed that there was something inside him before. So piping hot. Repair completed. Tong Gu put the blood-stained alloy plate into his backpack, scanned the dark space one last time, and thought to himself. Return. The entire space collapsed instantly, and countless white lights burst out from the space, flooding Tong Gu's vision. It seemed that a huge amount of information flowed through Tong Gu's brain in an instant, so that he could not even think. As the white light slowly disappeared, he felt that his feet finally stood on solid ground. Ah! Ugh! My daughter is missing. Have any of you seen my son? He must have returned. He is so excellent. Li Mei listened to the cries that kept ringing in her ears, and felt that today's amber square was particularly scary for her. She squeezed the women's suit that didn't fit well, and the mature makeup on her face made her try hard not to shed tears. Guo Dengyuan, who was beside her, patted her on the shoulder and kicked Wang Xiang, who was holding the camera like a quail behind him. He joked in a deliberately exaggerated tone. Why, are you scared to tears by this battle? Li Mei kicked him angrily. She saw that Guo Dengyuan was also nervous, so she asked. Is it true that the kind of person you mentioned will appear? Wang Xiang was also a little listless at this time. He just felt that it was really terrible to follow Guo Dengyuan here today. Every time those people cried, he knew that another family had lost a child, and another ordinary person like him died. Will your parents cry the same way next year at this time? Even at this time next year, will my parents be still there? He's a little self-defeating. There's some purple portal lighting up somewhere. Those who can get an A rating in the Awakening trial are monsters, and there aren't even a few of them in the country in a year. Guo Dengyuan stared intently at the portal in the center of the square that had not been lit for a long time. Although it had mostly been lit up in gray tones before, he murmured. There will be, Xin Yuan's information will never be wrong. Suddenly, he saw the huge portal hundreds of meters high suddenly dim, and then lit up with golden light. The brilliant golden portal suddenly illuminated the amber square at dawn with a light far greater than ever before. It's like the sun has risen early. This is... Wang Xiang looked at the flashing golden light of the portal in disbelief, and his mouth trembled several times without saying a word. Gold? It's S level. It's S. There was a cry in Li Mei's voice. She didn't care about her eyeliner. As soon as she wiped it, she felt that her previously gloomy heart suddenly became brighter. Guo Dengyuan stared at this scene in a daze, unable to react for a moment. He only felt that this light was so warm. With people like this around, humanity won't perish. I won't die either. Guo Dengyuan suddenly pulled Li Mei and Wang Xiang with one hand and ran towards the portal. He was already weak and out of breath after a few steps, but his face was full of excitement. The huge cry penetrated into Tong Gu's ears as soon as his hearing recovered. He stood under the huge portal shining with golden light, and felt that the amber square in front of him seemed like purgatory on earth. All he could see were hooded men and women crying and wailing. Others just stood aside numbly. None of their children have returned from the Awakening trial. The corners of Tong Gun's mouth that were slightly raised because of the S-level evaluation slowly fell down. Yes, after all, there are very few people like me. Facing the game of destiny, human beings are just losing. Lost children, lost lovers, lost parents. Tong Gu was a little boring. He put the somewhat tattered hood back on his head, covering his face, and prepared to leave. But the splendid golden portal illuminated the entire Ember Square, and more people stared blankly at Tong Gu, who was standing alone under the portal. Bang bang bang! In Tong Gu's unbelievable eyes, the group of crying people around him suddenly applauded in unison. You guys! Tong Gu looked at these people with red eyes and faces full of pain and clapped his hands vigorously. Standing under the golden portal, he actually felt an absurd heaviness. Quick, 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 let the camera get a close-up of this gentleman. Li Mei, please do an interview with this gentleman before the commercial media comes. Tong Gu was unhappy. He looked up and saw a young man in a crisp blue suit walking in front of him. He was beckoning the man and woman beside him to come forward. The man's pale face and gold-rimmed glasses where the smile in his eyes made Tong Gu feel particularly dazzling. Tong Gu was immediately blocked by the long-haired woman wearing an ill-fitting women's suit. Tong Gu looked at the other party expressionlessly. This woman with long hair hanging down past her waist, no, it should be said to be a girl, was looked directly into Tong Gu's eyes. His face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't say a word while holding the microphone. Guo Dengyuan saw that Li Mei opened and closed her mouth several times but made no sound. Seeing that the tester who made the portal flash with golden light was about to leave, he immediately walked up. Sir, classmate. Although Guo Dengyuan did not have stage fright, he had little experience in interviewing and was not even sure which title was better, so he simply called them out together. This S-class gentleman, may I ask how you feel now? Tong Gu's eyelids drooped, and he felt that there would be people like this everywhere. In this era, why should he take advantage of the hot spots? Tong Gu covered the microphone with one hand and looked at the man in suit indifferently. How do you feel when you look at this tragedy of life and death? After saying that, Tong Gu squeezed hard, and after a sharp sound of electricity, Guo Dengyuan was left staring blankly at the debris on the ground under his feet. Li Mei's eyes turned red again, feeling extremely aggrieved, but looking at the portal where the golden light had not yet extinguished, she shouted at the back of the figure who had just scared her so much that she dared not say a word. Hey, S-class, you will become a hero of mankind. Tong Gu paused for a moment, but still left without looking back. Human hero? Haha. Tong Gu only felt this situation in his heart, which was extremely complicated. As Tong Gu left, the surrounding atmosphere fell to the bottom again, and the crying gradually began. Only a few media outlets who had been late to get the news were asking where the trialists who came out of the golden portal had gone. Please read. Chapter 22 Become an Idol. Tong Gu silently returned to the downstairs of the apartment where he lived with his head lowered, and met several people, all of whom looked unhappy. I don't know who they lost, Tong Gu thought in his heart. He took the elevator back to the top floor and saw several men in black uniforms carrying something out of the room next to him. Tong Gu was tall, and with just a glance, he saw that it was a body bag. Body bag? But that family now only has an old lady in her 50s and a girl under 10 years old. What is it? The old lady has not actively entered the game of destiny for more than a month in the past 2 days, so she encountered a passive teleportation. It is certain that something unexpected happened. A middle-aged man, also wearing a black uniform with a sword badge on his chest, unconsciously approached Tong Gu and took the initiative to explain. Seeing Tong Gu look over, he added. The one in the bag is their little girl. Because her last relative was taken away, she posted a suicide note online last night and slit her wrists. Tong Gu looked at the small body bag and moved his mouth, but said nothing. He still remembered that when he first moved here, the old man and the old lady of this family helped him a lot and always gave him some homemade dishes. Until the old man died in Game of Destiny, the whole family was completely depressed. The contact gradually became less and less. Only the little girl and the old lady came to his house to talk occasionally when she was in the game, and her chirping voice seemed to still echo in Tonggu's mind. It turns out that a little girl like that also fell into despair. Tonggu opened the door of his house with a stiff expression. For a moment, he fell into a state of self-blame, but he knew that it was actually a strange kind of arrogance. I feel that I am a time traveler, that I can be above everyone, that I can save everyone. He closed his eyes and sighed, I am not a hero. I just want to live. Tonggu closed the door casually, but blocked the door with one foot. Tonggu stood with his feet on the earth. As he breathed unconsciously, the rhythm of the earth reflected the surrounding movements in his heart. He turned his head unhappily, only to see the middle-aged man who had just spoken to him with a younger man had entered his house. Tonggu slowly put his right hand on the Sun Lundeo behind his back, but then he heard the calm middle-aged man say, "We came here specifically to find you, Mr. Tonggu, or, should I call you Mr. Fraudster?" Tonggu's pupils shrank, and his breathing became longer unconsciously. The young man following the middle-aged man only felt that Kiria the sealer had become taller and his aura had become as steady as the mountains and rivers. He was afraid that the team leader would mess up the matter, so he immediately took out a pair of ID cards and politely closed the doorway behind him. "Mr. Tonggu, we are members of the Mountain City Abnormal Affairs Bureau affiliated with the Dongxia Abnormal Affairs Processing Center. This is my ID. This is my team leader Yang Yuanping." Tonggu knew about the existence of this organization early in the forum, but Destiny Forum kept saying that it completely protected the identity privacy of forum users, so he didn't even guess the identity of the two people for a while. Yang Yuanping looked at the calm young man, as if he had guessed what Tonggu was thinking, and said, "There is no airtight wall in the world. If Destiny Forum doesn't give us your information, won't we be able to find you? Think about the huge amount of money you spend every month buying those genetic medicines, and even those dangerous contraband." Tonggu returned the certificate to the young man named Gong Li, and took off his coat and sat on the sofa. He seemed not to care about his identity being grasped by the other party, and said lightly, "You two come to me, what's the matter?" Yang Yuanping hesitated for a moment after opening his words. He was stunned for a moment and realized that the other party was seizing the initiative in the conversation. If the other party hadn't just completed the awakening trial, he really didn't believe that the other party had just turned 18. What were you doing when you were 18? Some huge creatures appeared in his mind, as well as the miserable humans being chewed by those huge creatures in their mouths, and the frivolity in his expression unconsciously faded away. He leaned forward a little while sitting on the chair and said seriously, "Mr. Tonggu, you received an S-level evaluation in the awakening trial just now." Tonggu nodded and didn't say anything, but Yang Yuanping asked with a hint of excitement, "Then do you know how many S-level people there are in Dongxia who have passed the final trial alive in the past 200 years? Tonggu really didn't know that reporting on high-rated trialists was a recent change. Earlier, countries even hid these high-rated trialists as important strategic resources. Until the past few decades, countries have discovered that in the face of the torrent of Game of Destiny, those political struggles are really insignificant. Game of Destiny is destroying everyone equally. Countries have only begun to vigorously encourage the reporting and packaging of these special talents." Yang Yuanping shook his head and said softly, "Just a few dozen people." Tonggu somewhat understood the other party's thoughts, but he had no intention of doing those great things. "I can't be a hero." Before Yang Yuanping could speak, Gong Li spoke nervously. "Mr. Tonggu, become an idol." The two of them spoke almost at the same time. With Tonggu's temperament, his expression management was a bit out of control at this time. He looked at the young man whose face was also a little red, and almost doubted whether the other person had lost his mind. Yang Yuanping, who had some grey hair on his temples, had a smile on his face. He took over the topic and explained. Before Game of Destiny, except for the seniors like Mr. Zhang Gu, how many people were qualified and capable to be heroes who saved others? All of us are just ordinary people struggling to survive. Yang Yuanping's words made Tong Gu somewhat agree, but the words becoming an idol just now really caught Tong Gu off guard. He was still confused. So what do you want me to do? Yang Yuanping looked at Tong Gu calmly and continued to say that sentence. So, become an idol, Mr. Tong Gu. Let everyone see you shine, see you be brilliant, and then have the courage to live. Yang Yuanping then took out his mobile phone and handed it to Tong Gu. Tong Gu took it and saw that it was a video posted by a player named White Eyebrow Hero. He seemed to have acquired the ability to make the hair on his body grow abnormally. In the video, he dyed his eyebrows white and then deliberately made them very long, calling himself the White Eyebrow Hero. I don't do chivalry every day, and I always do some funny things like walking chickens and amusing dogs. Yang Yuanping pointed at the video and said. Hero White Eyebrow is actually very weak. He has been a player for 3 years and is probably not as strong as you who just passed the awakening trial. But he is the source of many children's smiles every week and looking forward to tomorrow. Many people become happy just seeing players like him still living so happily. Yang Yuanping raised his chin in the direction of Tong Gu's neighbor and said softly. She is the same. Every week she looks forward to what kind of funny video the White Eyebrow Hero will make next week. Tong Gu sighed slightly, he already understood what happened next. But Hero White Eyebrow died in the mission world on Sunday. Including that little girl, 3 children have chosen to end their lives in the past 2 days. Tong Gu's arm sank, and when he raised his head, he saw Yang Yuanping and Gong Li grabbing his arm, their voices filled with indescribable heaviness and sincerity. Tong Gu, stand up and become their light. Let more humans believe that humanity will never perish. Please read. Chapter 23. Look at me, follow me. Tong Gu looked at the 2 untouched cups of tea on the table, but the words of Yang Yuanping and Gong Li were still echoing in his mind. In fact, he has always known that his so-called hidden identity is not worth mentioning in front of the state machine. They have too many ways to find him out. But for a long time, the officials' failure to come forward made Tong Gu think that the other party did not pay attention to the fraudsters like him who were only active on the internet and talked on paper. But it turned out that it was just a way for them to protect themselves. Now think about it, if a person like Zhang Gu is willing to take the initiative to contact him and teach himself, I am afraid that the official shadow is behind him. Thinking like this, an inexplicable sense of responsibility pressed on Tong Gu's heart. Feeling depressed, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a familiar number. Hello. Is it a Gu? You're still alive? Great. A strong voice came from the phone, but the other person was holding his throat, as if he was afraid of waking someone up. Tong Gu unconsciously lowered his voice and said. It's me, I'm back, Uncle Li. The man on the other side of the phone let out a long sigh of relief, and a woman's voice came from beside him. I'm just saying that with a good strength, the awakening trial is really easy. Listening to the familiar chatter of the 2 of them, Tong Gu finally felt relieved after returning from the Demon Slayer world due to various death incidents. He said softly. How is she? The man opposite sighed and said. She has been restless since the awakening trial yesterday. I was worried that she would have another heart problem, so I put her to sleep. Tong Gu silently knew that although he was an orphan in this world, he was by no means alone. There were still these people who were always thinking of him. Thinking of the fragile girl waiting in front of the monitor in fear, he suddenly had a plan in his mind. Agu, wait, I'll let her wake up now. Tong Gu smiled and said. No, Uncle Li, let her sleep more. That. Tong Gu picked up a windbreaker with one hand, walked out of the room, and said firmly. When she wakes up, she will see me. Tong Gu, who was wearing a windbreaker, was tall and handsome. He attracted a lot of attention as soon as he entered the school. Zai Lishan, the instructor in charge of teaching their 3-year class, almost burst into tears when he saw Tong Gu appear. He waited for a long time yesterday, but did not wait for Tong Gu to appear. In the end, he left with the disappointed parents who lost their children. Tong Gu, I knew you couldn't. You must be able to. Zai Lishan was 39 years old, but he had white hair on his forehead. He unconsciously grabbed Tong Gu's arm and was about to speak, but his eyes turned red. There are still 46 classmates, who haven't come back, ugh. Zai Lishan, who usually regards himself as a father, burst into tears uncontrollably. Those are the children he has been thinking about for the past 3 years. Tong Gu pursed his lips tightly and supported Zai Lishan's body with his arms. Teacher, look at me, look at us. We people are still here. Zai Lishan's red eyes looked at Tong Gu, who was always taciturn in his memory. This student obviously had a strong physique and fighting skills, but he always refused to let himself appear in the spotlight. But today, the other party seems to be different. He only felt that Tong Gu today seemed to be about to shine. Tong Gu helped Zai Lishan to the school square, which was specially decorated with lights and colorful decorations. The first and second grade students were all sitting neatly below. The high platform in the middle was filled with brown ceramic bowls. An old man with grey hair but a very strong body was carrying a huge wine barrel as tall as a person and pouring wine one by one. It was the principal Zhang Xingwen who said on QQ that he would serve 3,423 servings of celebration wine. He himself is an extremely powerful player. Some people in the Destiny forum speculated that Principal Zhang Xingwen was a hidden gold player, but this has not been verified. There was no sign of joy or sorrow on the old man's face at this time. He just started pouring wine silently from the front row. When he reached the middle, he suddenly put down the huge wine barrel. He turned around and looked at the dark and dense water in the square. Student group. I said yesterday that I would put out 3,423 servings of celebratory wine for them to drink. A lot of people said yes. The old principal's voice suddenly became so low that some students at the back couldn't hear it. But they broke the promise. They didn't come back. The old man was a little unmotivated. As the best training college in the mountain city, as the best training college in the eastern Xia and southwest regions, it once again lost nearly half of its value in the awakening trial. He doesn't care about political achievements, he only cares about the lives of his students. The Dean of Academic Affairs at the rear saw that the old principal seemed to be in a bad mood, and hurriedly stepped forward to help him down. But Zhang Xingwen just flicked his hand, and the Director of Academic Affairs, who was less than 40 years old, staggered a few steps and sat back down. The old man raised his head and looked at the first and second grade students below, as well as the third grade survivors further back who had their heads lowered. He spoke softly, but his voice seemed to ring in everyone's ears. Stay alive, live well. Give me a safe graduation. The third graders who were about to graduate suddenly burst into tears. Tong Gu heard a female voice next to him sobbing loudly. The other party was obviously a capable and cheerful girl, but she was crying so hard at this moment. Tang Shudao no longer had the pride and reserve at this time, she just cried and said, Zhu Ziyuwen, you bastard, you dare to confess but don't dare to come back, ugh. Tong Gu was stunned for a moment. Did Zhu Ziyuwen, who mastered the sense of energy, actually die in the awakening trial? He always lived apart from his classmates because he was afraid of such a day. But looking at the heartbroken classmates crying around him, he felt that he did not seem to live as honestly as they did. After Zhang Xingwen sighed, he finally shouted. The third grade graduation ceremony begins. Come for a celebratory drink. Tang Shudao wiped her eyes and ran up first. She picked up a bowl of wine and drank it. The severe discomfort made her cough a few times, but in the principal's puzzled eyes, she picked up the wine again. There was a bowl of wine next to him and he drank it down. Ahem. I drank Zhu Ziyuan's share for him. Principal, he. No broken promises. After saying that, this always cheerful woman walked off the celebration stage without looking back and walked straight out of the school. Tong Gu looked at her and felt that she was also full of some kind of determination. Others followed her and went up to drink one by one, smashing the wine bowls. Some people drank the celebration wine for their dead friends and lovers, bearing the responsibility and unwillingness of the deceased on themselves. Tong Gu kept standing there. When everyone had finished drinking, he was still standing there. Zhang Xingwen had his own information channels. He looked at the exceptionally tall student below with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. This classmate, don't you want to graduate? Why don't you come and drink? The principal's words made the first and second grade students burst into laughter. The solemn atmosphere eased, and the attention of the whole audience was focused on Tong Gu. Tong Gu didn't say anything. A particularly long breath of air was instantly inhaled into his lungs, and the breeze blew in the venue. Boom! Tong Gu took a step forward, and the ground shook like thunder. Boom! Tong Gu took another step, and everyone in the audience looked at the tall graduate in shock, feeling a beast-like aura coming towards them. Boom! Tong Gu stepped hard with both feet, and the ground exploded instantly. He himself jumped over a distance of more than 10 meters and fell directly from the air to the celebration platform. The celebration platform shook violently and almost fell apart, but Zhang Xingwen remained motionless and unaffected at all. He just looked at Tong Gu, who had an extremely strong sense of presence, with a look of relief in his eyes. Who is he? How can he be so strong? Is there such a strong person in the third grade of our school? Isn't it much better than those people who are called the top 10 rising stars in the mountain city? The first and second grade students began to whisper. Tong Gu held the top of the wine barrel that was as tall as a person with one hand. In the eyes of everyone in shock, he lifted the barrel with one hand and drank with his mouth open. Gu. Gu. Although Tong Gu doesn't like drinking, his powerful body has superhuman digestion and decomposition capabilities. Snapped. The wine barrel was smashed by Tong Gu. He took 2 steps forward to the stage with his wet clothes on. Zhang Xingwen silently gave up his position. Boom! The whole place was shocked again, but it was Tong Gu who patted his chest hard. The celebration drinks are all here. Their reluctance, fear, regret, and grievance can be left here. I, Tong Gu, the one who seals the fraud, will officially begin to challenge Game of Destiny. The students and even the teachers in the audience had dull expressions on their faces at this time, awestruck by Tong Gu's powerful aura, and also overwhelmed by the courage shown by the other party. Looking at the lower class students whose faces were full of shock, hesitation, and fear, Tong Gu pointed at them with one hand. Watch me, follow me, I will completely conquer Game of Destiny. Thanks to Infinite Rape System, Oo Daojiu, and Lu Donglia for their recommendation votes, thank you. Please read. Chapter 24 Celebrate. Lu Zhao held up his mobile phone in a daze. He felt that Tong Gu in the camera was as dazzling as the sun. Lu Zhao's vision suddenly blurred. Thinking of the Nightmare Awakening trial, and then looking at the person in front of him, he, who had always been enthusiastic and heroic, burst into tears. After just one awakening trial, he clearly understood that he was not that kind of talented person and that he would eventually die in the Game of Destiny one day. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of his own inaction. What can such a weak self do? At this time, looking at the terrifying Tong Gu standing on the stage, he suddenly thought of it, and he cried with joy because he found his home. Holding up the phone, he recorded Tong Gu's announcement, the tears of the third graders, and the shock of the first and second graders. After the celebration was over, Lu Zhao stood under the increasingly scorching sun and uploaded the video. In the Destiny forum, there was already a low pressure due to Zhang Gu's passing. Various desperate posts were banned. In addition, with the awakening trial that followed, death data from various places continued to be transmitted. Destiny Forum has entered the annual season of negative emotions. Even yesterday's hot post criticizing the banner gradually received less attention. Guo Dengyuan was just scrolling through the posts in boredom, still thinking about the S-class yesterday. Suddenly, a new post caught his eye. Mountain City Awakening Trial surprisingly appears at S level. Before he could click in, another post had already popped up. S-class reappearance, coordinated at Mountain City Amber Square. Eastern Xia will rise, mankind will not perish, 2S in 2 years. What's the situation? Guo Dengyuan quickly clicked on a post, only to find that there was no substantive content at all. It just said that an S-class awakener appeared again in Dongxia Mountain City, with a photo of a golden portal in the sky. The pixels are not as good as what they took. Wait, was it Wang Xiang who revealed it? This batch of endless posts was like a lead, quickly detonating the forum. Like Guo Dengyuan, many people who were excited by the emergence of S-class found that there was no specific information in the post and directly opened a post to ask or even curse. Does anyone know whether the new S-class is real or fake? Has his identity been revealed? What do those media do for a living? Why didn't such a big news not be reported? Guo Dengyuan gave a wry smile, but they didn't want to retaliate. On the day they took the photo of the S-class face, a group of people in black uniforms came to invite them to drink tea. Just when the forum was in chaos, Xin Yuan, who wore the scarlet title of analyst, posted a strange post alone. The 3 legends gather in the game of destiny. Guo Dengyuan immediately clicked in and saw that it had reached more than 100 floors. What was even more eye-catching was that one of the most popular replies was, "God bless Dongxia, God bless mankind." The ID of this reply is Wu Zhengyang. The Scarlet Savior title on the front is shining brightly. Guo Dengyuan's heart skipped a beat, and his heart beat violently twice. He quickly realized that the so-called 3 legends obviously corresponded to the 3 legendary titles of the Eastern Xia Destiny Forum. Analyst Xin Yuan. Savior Wu Zhengyang. Finally. Suppressor Kiri Tani. After contacting the unidentified S-class above, the answer is already clear. Sure enough, there are many smart people. At this time, this post has been crazy. Kiria, the one who seals the evil. Has the sealer Kiri Tani entered the game of destiny? At Tiria, boss, is that you? Beeb. Guo Dengyuan was concentrating on browsing the forum, but suddenly received a text message on his mobile phone. It was a special number. This kind of unconventional short number must be a state agency. Now you can post yesterday's video. Guo Dengyuan perked up and immediately prepared to call Wang Xiang to post the video, but the phone rang first and he was connected. Li Mei's originally clear and melodious voice turned a little sharp due to excitement. Look, Guo Dengyuan, come and see. Yes, Guo Dengyuan, come and see. Wang Xiang's voice shouted from the side. Guo Dengyuan was a little confused. What are you looking? Perak Station. Li Mei couldn't tell whether she was screaming with joy or crying. She was just minding her own business to express her excitement. He stood up. Guo Dengyuan immediately opened the Perak website. This website where young people gather has many people uploading various videos every day. He thought to himself, these 2 idiots didn't even tell me their video number, so what should I see? But soon, videos marked today's hotspots on the homepage came into view. The author is a user with the nickname Tianri Zhao Zhao. Guo Dengyuan clicked on it and saw that the scene in the video seemed to be a school square, with colorful flags flying on the huge celebration stage, and the white-haired principal pouring wine himself. Soon, he saw a woman with a slim figure stepping onto the celebration stage in a few steps. She drank 2 large bowls of wine while coughing, and her voice was mixed with tears. I wish Zai Yuan, that he will not break his promise. Guo Denjiyuan's eyes suddenly turned red. He saw the barrage filling the screen. Nanyu is crying. I broke my defense. You. One after another, the warriors who had just survived the awakening trial walked up, drank their own or their friends' wine, and then broke the wine bowl. Guo Dengyuan saw that the video shooter also went up and drank a bowl. It turns out that Tianri Zhao is also one of them. Then, he saw the white-haired principal making a joke. The camera turned back with the principal's gaze, and the tall man instantly became the center of the camera. Guo Dengyuan suddenly stood up. It was him, it really was him. Boom. The sound of huge footsteps on the phone and the camera began to shake. CIO, what's going on? Earthquake. What's going on with this guy? It's too exaggerated. The barrage flooded the screen again. Boom. Amidst the huge explosion, the tall man suddenly disappeared from the camera, and the camera could only capture the broken ground. Earth, I'm cracked. You told me this is the level that has just passed the awakening trial. The camera once again captured the tall man standing on the celebration stage, holding a huge wine can with one hand and drinking boldly. Boom. The man slapped his chest as if thunder exploded. Guo Dengyuan felt his scalp tighten and numbness arise spontaneously. The celebration drinks are all here. Their reluctance, fear, regret, and grievance can be left here. I, Tonggu, the one who seals the fraud, will officially begin to challenge Game of Destiny. Watch me, follow me, I will completely conquer Game of Destiny. Guo Dengyuan looked at the abbot Kiraitani's fingers pointing at those students in the camera, and felt that they were also pointing at him. An indescribable momentum hit his face. He raised his head, tears already streaming down his face. With people like this around, Game of Destiny can definitely be conquered. People like me can survive. With blurry eyes, he slid down the page to the comments section. The one at the top is a verification ID issued by the official account of the Eastern Xia Anomaly Affairs Bureau. Thank you, Kiritani, our sealer, our new S-class, and thank you to every warrior who sacrifices his or her life to constantly challenge Game of Destiny. This comment now has over 100,000 likes. As night fell, in the clean sterile room, a girl as delicate and slender as glass slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at her father, who was sitting in front of the bed with a happy face, and her brows slowly furrowed. Li Dashu. The man whose real name was Li Shu was a strong man, but the girl's voice still made him tremble. He knew that once his daughter called him that, she would be very angry. He licked his face and turned away, admitting his mistake with a correct attitude. Li Dashu is wrong. Li Rui was about to blame her father for letting her fall asleep, but she accidentally saw the monitor behind her father and was startled. He saw Gu's face full of determination on the monitor, pointing at the screen with one hand. He is so dazzling. It's great that he's alive. I hope you will read more. Chapter 25 Kill Wuhan within a month. It was already noon when Tonggu returned home. Unlike his previous heavy heart, he actually felt extremely transparent at this time. Even breathing becomes smoother and more natural. He remembered that he still had a specialty improvement scroll that he had not used, and was going to go back and work hard to train his swordsmanship expertise to LV3, and then use the scroll to upgrade it to LV4 at once. The proficiency levels of a specialty are 1 to 3 for the first glimpse, 4 to 6 for the first step, and 7 to 9 for the peak. Therefore, the scroll is most suitable when crossing key levels. But when he got to the top floor, he found that Gong Li and Yang Yuanping, whom he had just met early in the morning, were already waiting in front of the door. He couldn't help but laugh. You really can't rest for a moment. Yang Yuanping looked at Tonggu with gentle eyes at this time. He knew how difficult it was for a man of his age to make such a choice, but the other party still stood up. Not only did he stand up, but he did so in a way that was more fierce and decisive than anyone else. From then on, the entire Dongxia spotlight will shine on this 18-year-old young man. Once he does something bad, it will be discussed, amplified, and even criticized verbally. That kind of pressure is far beyond what forum posting attacks can compare to. Gong Li was only 17 years old. Due to family connections, he did not enter the academy. Instead, he studied within the system and performed tasks. He longed for the powerful S-class and Tonggu. "Mr. Tonggu, we are here to take you to the press conference." News conference. Tonggu was a little confused, but he had never prepared anything like that. Yang Yuanping put out the cigarette butt in his hand, shook his head and sighed. "You made the scene a bit too big, and it will attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives." Sue the dead? Tonggu had some guesses in his mind, and Yang Yuanping continued. "So, what the above means is that we will help you put the matter in front of everyone's eyes and not give those institutions the opportunity to stir up troubles behind the scenes." Gong Li also nodded. He knew better than Tonggu that the current dilemma faced by mankind was far more than the game of destiny itself. People's hearts are treacherous, and there are careerists and conspirators hiding in the darkness, regardless of their righteousness. Tonggu followed the two of them in a special car to the Arashichuan Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in the mountain city. During the meal, Tonggu noticed that many media were arriving downstairs, which made him sigh at the power of the state machine. At 1:30, the press conference started on time. Tong Gujuan sat in the center of the press conference, while Yang Yuanping and Gong Li were officials on both sides. Yang Yuanping was a little worried when he saw that all the people in the audience were focusing crazily on Tonggu, taking pictures almost greedily. He understood that whether it was the title of blocker or S-class, the world had great curiosity and desire to explore Tonggu, but this kind of curiosity and exploration would give these people there is huge pressure on young players. Tonggu's face remained as usual, his breathing was continuous, like an immovable stone Buddha. Yang Yuanping felt a little relieved. He pressed the button in front of him, coughed twice and then said, "Then, from now on, reporters who need to ask questions can start raising their hands at the press conference of Shancheng City's newly promoted S-class trio list, Tonggu." Almost instantly, all the reporters below raised their hands. Yang Yuanping glanced around and gave the spot to the national team. The reporter with the Dongxia News Reporting Center nameplate then stood up and said hello politely. Asked, "Mr. Tonggu, could you please tell me about the mission world in which you obtained an S-level evaluation?" Tonggu nodded, pressed the microphone and said, "The trial world I entered is the world of demon slayers. The trial tasks are to survive for 3 months and kill at least one ghost." There were small-scale exclamations below. With the development of various super hardware in recent years, more and more images of the mission world have been revealed. The Demon Slayer world is a world with high mortality rate that is regarded as a newcomer killer. Immortal ghosts fight in the unequal night. All kinds of situations make it difficult for newcomers who lack the ability to carry heavy weapons to enter the mission to face the cannibals well. Tonggu looked calm and continued. "I killed more than 50 ghosts in the mission world, including the 6th one. The popular discussion of Demon Slayer world has made some of its powerful enemies famous. Among them, the 12 demon moons are mostly seen only by their names but not their bodies. There are only a few videos that witness the 12 demon moons. Are also scenes where players encounter the end of their lives, and all of these players died in the end. In reality, everyone can feel the power of the 12 ghost moons just through the live images of these players." The reporter who asked the question obviously knew the information very well. He also looked shocked at this time and murmured, "Killing the string in the trial mission." Then she came to her senses and bowed with great reverence, then sat down. The reporters at the venue were also shocked by the information revealed by this question. Yang Yuanping was also secretly stunned, but on his face he seemed not surprised by this. He once again selected a reporter. "Hello, Mr. Tonggu, I am a reporter from Shancheng Express. I would like to ask you where you obtained the information as a cheater. Are there really closed beta players in Game of Destiny? As soon as this question came out, the noisy scene suddenly became silent, and everyone looked at Tonggu curiously. When Tonggu heard that someone would ask this question, he just chuckled and said, "Who knows, maybe there will be." This evasive attitude made the reporter dissatisfied. Just when he was about to ask further questions, Yang Yuanping had already pointed to the next person. He already knew Tonggu, so he could just skip any questions he didn't want to answer. In this world, the ability to read minds is not unavailable, and the truth about the sealer may contain risks. Li Mei stood up in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she could be selected from dozens of professional journalists. She was obviously just a reporter for the so-called Youth United publication, but even that publication had not yet printed an issue. Li Mei took the microphone, stammered, and even tried her voice, which made everyone in the venue laugh. The little girl's pretty face quickly turned red. She was so anxious that she was about to cry, but when she looked at the stage, Mr. Tonggu just looked at her quietly, neither urging nor impatient. She felt relieved, thought for a while and asked, "Classmate Tonggu, please tell me, you said you know how to conquer Game of Destiny, specifically, how to do it." The face of the pretty little girl was filled with both expectation and apprehension. Yang Yuanping frowned. This question is very dangerous. It was easy for someone to use it to attack Tonggu. He immediately coughed and smiled deliberately. "There will definitely be a charge for the guide. Little girl, you can't ask questions at this time for free." The audience burst into laughter, and Li Mei stuck out her tongue and prepared to sit down, but at this time, a man sitting in the back seat stood up and said, "Just give me a rough idea and there shouldn't be any charge. Otherwise, who knows if the fraudster is telling lies." The man wore black-rimmed glasses and the nameplate on his chest read Beijing Commercial News. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Gong Li stood up immediately with a bad look on his face. But Tonggu suddenly stretched out a finger at this moment. The face of the man with black-framed glasses, which was originally mocking, changed, and he looked at Tonggu in confusion. Tonggu pressed the microphone and said, "1 month, I will completely conquer Demon Slayer world within 1 month. Do you understand?" After a moment of silence, the press conference seemed to explode, and everyone started talking uncontrollably. Completely conquer Demon Slayer world. It's still within a month, how is that possible? With a flexible mind, I have quickly edited the text and sent it back to the headquarters, hoping to grab the front page headlines. Yang Yuanping looked at the scene that seemed to be out of control. He turned around and was about to persuade, but saw that Tonggu was just stroking a golden bracelet, his eyes full of anger and determination. Please read. Chapter 26. Let's start again. Lu Zhao has been living alone in a large room since his parents died. At this moment, he is making breakfast while listening to the news broadcast by the smart speaker. Blogger Tonggu rejected platforms such as Fiyu, Maua, and YouTube, and chose to sign with Pilai Station, which has many young users. It is reported that the director of Pilai Station said that he would cooperate with Tiansheng Technology to create exclusive super hardware for blogger Tonggu to support the other party transmits images across multiple worlds. Mr. Zhang Gu's eldest son, Zhang Xianlang, issued a statement on his personal blog, saying that Kiritani, the fraudster, is his father's most valued descendant. The two sides have a deep friendship. He hopes that some groups on the internet will stop using his father's death to attack Kiritani. At the same time, he said Gilead Martial Arts will continue to support anyone who dares to challenge fate. As the last S-class trialist, Tachibana Toru, when asked what he thought of Kiritani, the sealer, expressed that he was very interested in him. Lu Zhao couldn't help but sigh that Tonggu's actions had completely reversed the negative public opinion in the country due to Zhang Gu's death. Although the hero has passed away, it seems that new people have taken the stage, and Dongxia's vitality makes many people hopeful. He ate his breakfast deliciously and prepared to make a video dedicated to answering the curiosity about Tonggu on the internet after today's exercise. From the perspective of a 3-year classmate, more people can realize that Tonggu is not only the disadvantages are the pragmatic and hard-working side. Although he became a top player overnight, Tonggu is still training unwaveringly. Different from usual, now he is not only thinking about the sense of qi, but also practicing breathing techniques. Diddy. The phone beeped. Since the press conference, Tonggu had set the message reminder to only alert some people's messages. At this time, he turned on the phone and saw the news that the weapon he had commissioned to be repaired by the craftsman was completed. Tonggu took a deep breath, and then picked up the equipment sent by Perak Station early in the morning. It was a pair of exquisite glasses. The lenses looked orange when viewed from the front, and could be changed to transparent colors at any time according to the needs of the scene. This is a substitute for Tonggu when the implanted super device is not ready. In the past few years, Zhonggu and the others had used this kind of equipment to transmit images of the mission world back to the real world in real time. Observer V2. It has now begun to be gradually replaced by implantable super devices. Tonggu put on this pair of glasses, and when he touched them, he found that the special lenses of these glasses were very strong. No wonder they were said to be able to withstand an attack for the player. Tonggu put on his glasses and pressed them on the side. The glasses quickly became transparent and invisible. This special material can be recognized by Destiny game and is regarded as a part of the human body for travel. It is of high value and is required by governments of various countries to only be used on players who have achieved certain results. Tonggu took out the long and narrow Nichiren knife from the knife maker, put it on his back, and then reached out to touch the button on the side of his glasses. Observer V2 has been deployed. It has been detected that the user account is Tonggu. Do you want to start the live broadcast? Tonggu touched the button again, and the light flowed on his glasses. Live broadcast started, streaming. Guo Dengyuan had been weak since he was a child and could not tolerate either extraordinary martial arts or genetic modification. His parents even considered semi-mechanical transformation for him, but Guo Dengyuan ultimately refused. He likes himself as a complete person. Guo Dengyuan was lying in his luxurious bedroom, scrolling through his phone boredly. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. The user Tonggu you are following has started live broadcast. Do you want to go and watch it? Guo Dengyuan perked up and quickly sat up from the bed. While turning on the huge projection screen in the room, he used his mobile phone to call his friends. Look, he's on air. On the other side, Li Mei stared at the live broadcast on the monitor, listening to Guo Dengyuan's reminder, and said angrily, I was going to remind you. She saw that the live broadcast was from Tonggu's first-person perspective, and she could only see Tonggu walking on a busy street in the mountain city. This live broadcast tool that can only see the world in the eyes of the anchor is obviously not the latest live broadcast tool. Li Mei is a little disappointed. The latest version of Stargazer can already capture the surrounding environment, allowing the audience to freely choose the perspective and lens. When Lu Zhao was preparing to edit the video, he also saw the live broadcast notification. When he entered the live broadcast room, he found that the audience had exceeded 3,000 people. During such an unpopular period, it suddenly started broadcasting without any live broadcast preview, and so many viewers could be gathered quickly. It seems that everyone is very curious about Blocker. Is this the new S-Class Awakener? Why are you still using Observer V2 for live broadcasts? Yes, will Xiaopo Station be okay? Lu Zhao saw that many viewers questioned Perak Station because of the backward live broadcast tools. Soon, a special red name ID entered the live broadcast room. Super Management, the exclusive Stargazer of Sealer Kirigani is under urgent application for production. He smiled inwardly. It seemed that Perak Station was also under a lot of pressure, and they even came here to explain. Where are you going, Master Kiritani? After being refuted by the supervisor, the barrage quickly turned its attention back to the live broadcast. Tong Gu walked quickly and quickly left the bustling downtown area. The triangular portal in the distance became increasingly clear. That's the portal to Chonghong Bay. The barrage quickly led to local viewers in the mountain city recognizing this iconic building. Tong Gu looked at the various barrages projected in front of his eyes through his glasses. He rarely spoke and had not communicated with the barrages before. He saw several people saying they were near Chonghong Bay and were ready to come for a face-to-face. Tong Gu couldn't help but feel angry and funny. The internet is indeed a magical thing. Even though everyone I see in real life seems to be in despair, there are so many people on the internet who have a light-hearted attitude. However, this mentality is not bad after all. He looked at the portal in the distance and finally said, "Don't come to me for a face-to-face interview. It's too late." Tong Gu communicated with the barrages for the first time, which immediately aroused a large number of barrages. Tong Gu didn't give in. He was not far from the portal at this time and said calmly, "Because I'm about to enter Game of Destiny. Tong Gu's words were like thunder on the ground. The barrage in the live broadcast room was empty for a while, and then it erupted like raindrops. Is the anchor crazy? Didn't he just come out of the awakening trial yesterday? Did you get carried away by the S-level trial evaluation? No, boss, it's too dangerous." Guo Dengyuan was anxious in the room. Looking at the massive barrage, he immediately started to use his money ability to remind Tong Gu. Sunshine Ziokuo posted a striking message, "CNY, 1000 Mr. Tong Gu, don't go. It's too dangerous to participate in the Destiny game continuously. Please protect yourself." Sunshine Ziokuo posted a striking message, "CNY, 1000 let's rest for a few days." A series of paid messages were very eye-catching, but Tong Gu was already standing in Chonghong Bay Square at this time. Some people wearing hoods gathered here, most of them had to come to participate in the Game of Destiny after the one-month deadline. Poor people. Tong Gu stood out without any disguise, wearing a windbreaker and carrying a long and narrow weapon. The person closest to the portal wore a black hood and had a stooped figure. He stretched out his hand under his robe, wanting to touch the portal to enter the mission world, but he retracted it. When he heard footsteps, he turned back. Overdone. Tong Gu looked at the old face under the hood and sighed in his heart, somewhat understanding the other party's hesitation. For the other party, this mission might mean life or death. Tong Gu gently patted the other party's shoulder. The old man, whose hair had fallen off, trembled and gave way to his position in fear. Tong Gu walked to the portal and looked back at the old man. "Old sir, no matter how many things Game of Destiny has taken away from you, but Destiny, she can never be filled only with despair and sadness." The old man didn't know who he was thinking of, his eyes were red. He looked at Tong Gu, who was tall and young, and felt that he was full of vitality and hope. "Look at me, I'm going to go to the world of Destiny." Tong Gu turned around, ignoring the word retention that appeared on the barrage, and resolutely touched the portal with one hand. Buzz! The portal lit up with a blazing light. The old man watched the young man slowly being swallowed up by the white light. A rare flutter appeared in his cold and lonely heart, and he decided to wait. He also wanted to muster up the lost courage again. New books to read. Chapter 27 Ganso. Tong Gu's brain, which had gone blank due to the huge flow of information, gradually returned to normal. He felt that his body was regaining consciousness bit by bit. No, that's not a feeling, that's reality. Tong Gu looked down and found that only one of his heads appeared at the moment, and the body below the neck was being generated rapidly as if it was being 3D printed. With this way of human body generation, he already knew what world he was entering. He glanced around, and sure enough he saw several men and women wearing special black tight-fitting leather jackets looking at him and other slowly generating humans. A box within a box, a world within a world. In the dark night, hundreds of ghosts walk at night. Mission starts, current world, Gantz Act 7, number A604. Main mission, survive the night parade of 100 demons incident. 100 ghosts at night? It seems that this time it is the content of the Gantz Osaka chapter. Although Tong-gu has never done a Gantz guide before, he still has an impression of this comic. As an early infinite flow work, it is very innovative both in terms of scale and ideas. Gantz, also known as Killing City, tells the story of a group of people who were summoned to a special room after their accidental death. A black ball reshaped their bodies and resurrected them, and planted bombs in their heads. All the resurrected people had to follow the requirements of the black ball and be transported to every corner of the city to fight against the aliens hidden in the human world. Killing aliens will give you points according to the aliens. When you get 100 points, you can get 3 choices. 1. Delete all memories and leave the black ball space, and will no longer be forcibly transported. 2. Resurrect a person who exists in the black ball database, not just Gantz members. 3. Use 100 points to redeem a more powerful weapon. Of course, during the mission, if you are killed by aliens, you will die. The 100 Ghosts night journey that I entered at this moment was the climax of the work. Wearing special black enhanced suits, the Tokyo Black Ball team will be transported to the streets of Osaka to perform the task of killing slippers. Tong-gu quickly looked around. The long black-haired woman with a pretty face and a powerful figure should be Shimohira Reika. At this time, she was nominally the captain of the Tokyo team, but she was a woman with nothing but an angelic face and a devilish figure. I wanted to include a picture but couldn't. Kato Masaru, a tall and muscular young man, is the protagonist of this stage, but at this time he is a newcomer who lacks combat experience and ability. The other seniors are the cold-blooded young man Nishijo Ichiro and the good old bald uncle standing alone in the distance. Ryoichi Suzuki. Tong-gu frowned. In the Tokyo Black Ball team at this time, there was neither the Bajiquan man who could fight Slippery with his bare hands, nor the master and apprentice with superpowers. In other words, this world is not based on comics, but on CG. The movie Gantz. It's over. It's Black Ball world. The white-eyebrowed hero has died in this world. Those Buddha stars are too terrifying. The luck of those who block the abuse is too bad. They encounter this kind of world with extremely high mortality rate one after another. In the real world, Tong-gu's live broadcast room was already filled with wailing, and even Yang Yuan and other officials who were secretly following Tong-gu couldn't help but frown. This kind of world that forces participants to fight has the highest mortality rate. Although the enhanced suit provided by Black Ball can enhance the ultimate strength of ordinary people, there are too many powerful enemies that can directly kill the participants regardless of the effect of the enhanced suit. Tong-gu couldn't see these barrages at this time. In order to obtain the power to kill Demon Dance Tsuji Mukai as quickly as possible, he must participate in as many games of destiny as possible, except for trials such as Awakening Trial. Refining tasks. All regular Destiny games have a minimum interval of 2 weeks and a maximum of 1 month. Therefore, in order for Tong-gu to become stronger as quickly as possible, instead of waiting for a special world that is uncertain when it will appear, the right answer is to enter the regular game of Destiny that suits him as soon as possible. Hey, who are you? What brought us here? Several unkind voices interrupted Tong-gu's thoughts. Tong-gu could no longer remember who used it first, but the effect was unexpectedly good. Without such people to criticize, it would be difficult for people to quickly understand the cruelty of the current world. Ling Huaxiaping and the bald uncle immediately stood up to explain the situation, but their explanations were not accepted by several gangsters at all. Instead, Ling Huaxiaping, who was wearing a black tights, made the eyes of several gangsters flash with strange colors. Tong-gu didn't care at all what happened to these gangsters who had no role in promoting the plot. He took advantage of the black ball to transmit the task before it was assigned, and took the time to look at the layout of the room. Inhale gently through your mouth and nose, and the rhythm of the earth makes the surrounding arrangements clear little by little. If he remembered correctly, there should be a hidden room in Black Ball's room, which contained special weapons and vehicles. Nishijoichiro's expression was gloomy. He folded his arms and leaned against the window. He couldn't help but look at the unusually tall and burly man. He could feel a strong sense of oppression from the other man. Are the former members of the Black Ball team being summoned back? No, as the most senior member of this team, I have never heard of such a person in the Tokyo team. He is very dangerous. Ah! Nishijoichiro's brows jumped, and his expression was as gloomy as dripping water. When he saw that the big-breasted and brainless woman in the team was actually frightened by a few gangsters, he felt even more furious. The cold-hearted young man had no mercy in his heart. He immediately took out the special weapon in his arms, the X-gun, a high-tech weapon that looked like a toy gun. He aimed it at one of the gangsters without hesitation, and picked out the upper and lower parts. A trigger. This scene made the bald man exclaim in surprise and immediately pulled Ping Linghua away. The three gangsters thought that the other party was afraid of them and laughed. Puff! The gangster in the middle suddenly expanded violently, and then exploded with a loud bang. The lower half of his body shook twice and fell to the floor, and the smell of blood quickly filled the air. Yes, in this world, points will not be deducted for killing teammates. Tong-gu added in his mind while watching this scene. The other two gangsters screamed as they were slipped by the internal organs and intestines of their companions on the floor. After struggling several times, their lower bodies were soaked. Nishijoichiro sneered and put away the X-gun. He had no psychological pressure on killing people. Taking advantage of the strong deterrent brought by killing, Nishijoichiro took advantage of the situation and pointed the gun at Tong-gu. Tell me who you are. Tong-gu felt the slight numbness on his scalp. Looking at Nishijoichiro, who was pointing a gun at him, his breathing became longer. Nishijoichiro looked at the man in front of him, who was getting taller and taller. He felt as if he was being spied on by a beast, and his heart felt cold. Kato Katsu didn't know why Nishi-kun suddenly pointed his gun at this newly joined ordinary person, but he instinctively didn't want to see ordinary people die anymore, so he stood between the two and persuaded him. Zai-jun, is there any misunderstanding? Put down the gun first. Xiaoping Linghua also stood in front of Tong-gu and persuaded softly. Tong-gu had no intention of taking action against Nishijoichiro. If his guess was correct, if these people could all survive the mission, his evaluation of clearance would be greatly improved. But when he looked at Kato Masaru, who was mediating, he always felt a little inconsistent. But because of the age, there are some differences between comics and CG movies, which made him unable to capture the point of inconsistency for a while. A new day is coming, a morning full of hope. A strange singing voice sounded, interrupting the confrontation between Nishijoichiro and Tong-gu. The mission is about to begin. Click click. The black ball quickly deformed, its sides opened and stretched out, and metal boxes with each person's name written on them were revealed to everyone. On the front of the black ball, an image of an old man with a gloomy and strange face slowly appeared, and next to it was a note that this was the target to be killed this time. Slippery Scoop. Chapter 28 Sakura Demon. In the live broadcast room, Lee Meiban was still posting worriedly. Although she knew that Tong-gu couldn't see her paid messages at this time, she always felt that if she didn't do something, she would be swallowed up by regret. At this time, she had realized that her problem yesterday would actually cause a lot of trouble for the new S-class, and many people would use Tong-gu's words at that time to criticize the other party. Suddenly, Lee Mei noticed that a large number of question marks began to appear in the barrage. She looked at the screen and saw Tong-gu, the sealer, walking to the side of the black ball while others were still looking at Hualao in confusion. There was a door there. As the black ball was unlocked, Tong-gu could feel that there was something more behind the door. Click. A hidden room opened in response. A surreal motorcycle with a sci-fi style parked quietly in the room. Lu Zhao stared at this scene in a daze. He had not believed the nonsense of suppressor before. How could there be a closed beta for such a disaster as Game of Destiny? But the scene before him made him uncontrollably shaken. If there hadn't been an internal beta test, how would Tonggu know that there were hidden rooms that could be opened, as well as these props? Sunshine Ziokuo posted a striking message, CNY, 500 what is a cheater, akimbo. Li Mei's eyes heated up. This scene finally relaxed her mind. The fetter was still very powerful. Even in this kind of world, Tonggu would definitely be able to. Nishijo Ichiro stood at the door, watching the other party open the hidden room directly, and said coldly, "You are indeed a former member of the Black Ball team." Tonggu picked up an object like a knife handle from the ground. "You have obtained a prop, Nano Battle Knife." Nano Battle Knife. Quality, white. Description, a nano battle knife made of alien technology. The blade can be freely reorganized to extend and shorten the blade. It has excellent strength and toughness. Effect 1, strong, this knife is extremely strong and not easily damaged. Effect 2, the length of the blade can be freely changed. Tonggu held it with one hand, and a meter-long blade immediately appeared on the handle. Tonggu waved it casually. Call. A white wave of air appeared out of thin air. Nishijo Ichiro only saw the tall man holding the sword with one hand and swiping it casually, and white air waves roared in instantly. His face was as pale as paper, and his hair was blown by the airflow driven by the sword. How is it possible? This kind of power? Xiaoping Linghua also looked at Tonggu with a horrified expression, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Her overly prominent figure trembled with her steps. She watched this man who was clearly not wearing enhanced clothing swinging his sword, and she only felt the movement. He is simply stronger than the former strongest man in Tokyo, Kei Geno. Tonggu ignored the horror of several people. Instead, he turned his face towards Nishijo Ichiro and smiled. "Zai-jun, I think this motorcycle is more suitable for your combat style, so I'll leave it to you to use." Leave it to me to use? Was he declaring that the ownership of the motorcycle was also his? Nishijo Ichiro was deep in thought and immediately understood the meaning of Tonggu's words. However, due to the power of the sword just now, he did not object. He just snorted coldly and got on the motorcycle. Tonggu walked out of the hidden room in the eyes of everyone with slight awe. At this time, there was only one metal box left on the shelves on both sides of the black ball. He picked it up and saw that the name Black Ball marked on it was Big Man. This title reminded Tonggu of the little girl in Demon Slayer world, and he put on the enhanced suit with a stern expression. Props, enhanced suit, for personal use only. Quality, white. Description, a combat suit made of alien technology can increase the maximum output of ordinary people by 10 times. The combat suit can withstand a certain degree of damage. Effect 1, greatly improve the user's physical ability. Effect 2, resist a certain amount of damage. The black enhanced suit vividly displayed Tonggu's figure as if it was carved with a knife, and the whole person exuded an even more compelling aura. Shimohira Rika was about to say something, but found that the mission transfer had begun, and her head slowly began to disappear and be transferred. The bald man looked at the 2 old men and their little grandson who were not wearing enhanced suits in the room, and urged them anxiously. However, these 3 people obviously had not accepted the current situation, and they just froze in place and were at a loss. The bald uncle was about to step forward, but found that his body began to slowly disappear. Tonggu didn't waste his words on this. He held the X-gun allocated in the metal box in his left hand, held the handle of the nano battle knife in his right hand, and carried the long and narrow Nichiren sword Masamune on his back. After a brief loss of consciousness, Tonggu found that he had been transported to the famous Dotonbori in Osaka. He was standing on the bridge with neon lights flashing around him. Under the bridge is the Dotonbori Canal, and the fishy smell is constantly rising from the river. Xiaoping Linghua and the bald uncle, who were teleported here first, were waiting at the same place. When they saw Tonggu appear, they immediately came over and said, "Those gangsters told the old man that they wanted to go home and left on their own." Kato Masaru went after them. "What should we do?" Tonggu looked up and saw that both of them were looking at him. "Do you think of yourself as a former member of the Black Ball team?" Tonggu's mind turned and he found that this misunderstanding was actually beneficial to him. The target of this mission, the slippery ghost, was not only powerful, but also a target that could not be conquered alone. It was even more advantageous to have a team that could obey his command. He quickly sorted out his thoughts, looked at the two people who lacked independent opinions, and Nishijo Ichiro, who was sitting alone on the sci-fi motorcycle, but his eyes glanced at him from time to time, and nodded. "This mission is very dangerous. Let's go get them back." Seeing that the powerful Tonggu did not refuse, Xiaoping Linghua naturally led herself and others. Her uneasy heart since Swan Yeji's death eased, and she immediately nodded in agreement. Nishijo Ichiro clicked his tongue in displeasure, feeling unhappy that Senior Tonggu was such a hypocritical star who would consider the life and death of others. Tonggu seemed to be aware of it and turned around and said, "Xi Jun, you have a stealth mode, right? Could you please hide yourself around and wait for opportunities to snipe and kill strong enemies to cover us?" Nishijo Ichiro looked startled. Although he had planned to do this, the other party seemed to also intend to arrange it this way. Rather than fighting head-on, he prefers to hide in the dark and then use the enhanced version of his X-gun to snipe enemies to gain points. With a cold snort, Nishijo Ichiro slowly disappeared, and the motorcycle started to leave instantly. Tread, tread, tread. Rapid footsteps suddenly sounded from the alley beside the bridge. Woo-woo. The strange tone sounded like crying but not crying, and it seemed like smiling but not laughing. Shimohira Reka and the bald uncle were startled. They immediately took out their X-gun and turned around, only to find a woman dressed as a geisha in a red kimono trembling towards her. Several people came. The woman's face was covered with a piece of white cloth, making it difficult to see her face. It looked very strange in the slightly quiet alley. "What should I do? Is it an enemy?" Shimohira Reka's voice was full of hesitation, even though the weapon in her hand could easily kill this monster worth 1 point. Tonggu was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. He stepped hard with his right foot, and his figure disappeared instantly. The bald uncle only had time to turn his head slightly before he felt a hand grab his neck, and a huge force led him straight to Linghua. Xiaoping Linghua was also stunned, and she had already flown out with Tonggu. Boom! In the shocked eyes of the two people, a giant beast over 40 or 50 meters tall in the canal suddenly stood up and shattered the bridge in an instant. Bull Ghost! Tonggu originally wanted to wait for the Osaka team, the main force in the plot of this chapter, to confront these powerful enemies first, while he would lead the Tokyo team to wait for an opportunity to kill some other enemies, and finally cooperate to kill Hualao. Unexpectedly, the first ones found by Niugui were himself and others. Shimohira Reka looked at the huge monster with a pale face. This kind of enemy was completely beyond her understanding. Suddenly, a large mouth full of sharp teeth stretched out from the side and bit into her head. It was the female monster in the kimono. Only then did Linghua see that there was nothing under the white cloth on her face. It was a monster. She was so frightened that her whole body was paralyzed, and a big mouth full of sharp teeth grabbed her shoulders. With the defense of the reinforced suit, she was not injured for a while, but she couldn't break free. Puff! Blood spurted out, Linghua was sprayed in the face by the female monster, and a black sword stopped in front of her. You have gained 1 point, and your clearance rating has increased slightly. Thanks to bookfriend 20230111127B_B for the reward. Thanks to Blue Sky Shadow, Wind Forest Snow Fantasy, GGNNZZ, bookfriends 20230111127B_B, and Sword Holding Qualification for their recommendation votes. Please read the new book. If you have a copy of the world you want to read, you can also write it in the book review area. I will read it. Chapter 29 The Sword Kills. What kind of monster is this giant bull monster? Oh my god! Is this an enemy the white player should encounter? Tonggu's live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million views due to various streams. The huge enemy appearing in Tonggu's perspective also shocked the audience. You know, there are now more than 300 million players recognized by Destiny game in Dongxia, but most of them are lucky or through hard work. At least they survived the Awakening trial and obtained the E-level trial. Players who practice evaluation. The only desire of these people in every mission is to survive. In a completely unfamiliar world, they do not know how to explore, let alone kill enemies. When involved in missions where they have to fight, they can only rely on the plot. Passive participation. Not only in Dongxia, but among the players in the world, the number of players who can surpass the white position and master the energy to reach the black iron rating is no more than 1/1000th of the total. Therefore, the battles that most people see are the battles between the white player and the enemy. A behemoth like Nihougui, which is close to a skyscraper in size, has completely surpassed the understanding of most white players. But the appearance of the cow ghost was just the beginning. The water in the canal was extremely fishy in the night. As the water rippled, countless monsters emerged from the river and climbed ashore. The humans who had noticed it because of the collapse of the bridge now saw the appearance of countless monsters that appeared in horror picture books, and they all screamed in horror. Tonggu kept his sword sideways to guard against Nihougui, while slowly retreating. Enemies of Niugui's size were more suitable for the Osaka team with gravity guns. He is very clear about his goals and positioning, gets more points, gets a lot of props, and gets the highest evaluation. Walk. Tonggu carried Xiaoping Linghua and took the bald uncle and turned around and went into the alley. The trembling of the earth and the faint roar of the locomotive made him understand that the powerful Osaka team should have entered the stadium. In the alley, pedestrians who heard the noise and came out of the izakaya one after another looked at the three people wearing tight leather jackets curiously. They were about to ask, but suddenly their faces showed panic. Ah! Ghost! It's a monster! Dozens of monsters of various shapes had appeared on both sides of the alley at some point. Their eyes wandered among the crowd, and finally locked onto Tonggu and the other three. The smell of the enemy. As if they had received some kind of order, dozens of demons swooped over in an instant, and some demons were attracted by the smell of passers-by and bit off the heads of passers-by. The quiet alley of the izakaya instantly turned into purgatory. Tonggu's eyelids were drooped. This scene looked very much like the scum in Demon Slayer world. He gently waved his hand and said to the two seniors of the Tokyo team behind him, "You should hide first." Shimohiro Linghua watched the man clenching the sword in his hand. The force was so great that the sword stretched out 2 meters in an instant. She was a little worried and said, "How about you?" Tonggu took a deep breath, and the smell of blood and the stench of demons and ghosts entered his nose. His heart began to beat harder, and the surrounding movements were reflected in his heart. Of course I'm going to start getting points." Tonggu dragged the nano battle knife sideways and walked step by step toward the alley alone. Xiaoping Linghua was still hesitating, but the bald man pulled her, shook his head and said, "Let's go, we'll just drag him down. Does the sealer want to challenge so many monsters by himself? It's too forced." In the plain white sterile room, Lasha crossed his arms and looked at the barrage on the monitor, feeling worried about his daughter. He was worried that if Aga was hurt, his daughter would not be able to bear the stimulation. Thinking like this, Lasha quietly stretched out his hand, and the white pendant hanging on his wrist suddenly lit up slightly, and an invisible force slowly gathered. "Big chestnut tree." The girl's crisp voice made Lasha change his gestures. He instinctively put away the arm on his wrist, but found that his daughter didn't look back at all, and was still watching the live broadcast intently. Although she is as fragile as glass, she is also as transparent as glass. She knew how protective her father was about her, and how strong the man on the screen was. He won't lose. The girl turned to look at her father, with a bright smile on her face and stars in her eyes, as if filled with all the beautiful visions. Poof! Puff puff! The sound of sharp blades cutting flesh kept coming from the speakers, and the girl's smile grew brighter. Lashul looked at his daughter's smooth and pretty face without makeup, which was in huge contrast to the image of severed limbs flying around and blood splattering on the monitor behind her. This scene, which would have been harmonized hundreds of years ago, turned out to be somewhat holy in the context of his daughter. Tong-gu didn't know what the people watching his live broadcast in the real world were thinking at this moment, but he was a little intoxicated at this moment. The sound of the sword tearing apart the bodies of monsters and the warmth of blood seemed to activate some factor in his body, and he felt that the movements of these monsters were getting slower and slower. Originally, he only relied on the huge strength and the toughness of the nano sword to slash from the front. But slowly, Tong-gu felt that the movements of these monsters were slow and pitiful. He only needs to move his steps slightly, and he can cut the body into pieces cleanly and neatly at an angle that the other party cannot take into account. Beheading, it turns out to be so simple. It turns out that this is swordsmanship. Exist? Under the encouragement of, you have a new understanding of swordsmanship, and your swordsmanship expertise has been improved. Current, Basic Swordsmanship LV4. The appearance of the system prompt made Tong-gu wake up from that inexplicable state. He actually improved his swordsmanship to LV4 without using the specialty improvement scroll? What is that state? You. Are you from the Tokyo team? Several men who were also wearing black tight-fitting reinforced suits looked blankly at Tong-gu, who was standing alone at the entrance of the alley. Among the corpses of monsters on the ground, dark red flesh and blood almost covered the alley of the izakaya. Only a tall man holding a sword stood quietly among them. The impact of this scene made Tetsuo Hara, a powerful member of the Osaka team who had once received a 100-point reward, a little stunned. The nanosword in Tong-gu's hand slowly shortened until it disappeared, which made the three Osaka team members who had been unconsciously clenching the enhanced weapons in their hands relax. You know I'm from the Tokyo team. Have you met my teammates? In reality, Osaka team members Hei-san Pi, Hara Tetsuo, and Kimura Susumu are friends who work in the same CD store. After they all received a 100-point reward, the three of them did not take the others seriously. Whether it is Toki who has scored 100 points 3 times or Nobuo Morotani who has scored 100 points 4 times, they are nothing in their eyes. If they are given enough time, they will be able to do it sooner or later. But the man from the Tokyo team in front of him was different. That kind of power, that kind of momentum, just like a monster. Hearing Tong-gu's question, Yuanjinan instinctively lowered his head and replied. Yes, we saw a man named Kato being chased by a huge monster. You have obtained the side mission, good deeds are rewarded. Task content, protect Kato Masaru to survive in this mission. Task reward, clearance evaluation slightly improved. Tong-gu frowned. According to the development in the CG movie, Kato Sheng shouldn't be in too much danger. The Osaka team will kill almost all powerful monsters except Hualao. How could the system give such a task? It stinks, it stinks. A strange tone suddenly sounded, and 2 undisguised footsteps slowly came from the alley where Tong-gu came. When Tong-gu heard this voice, he suddenly turned around and his face changed slightly. He finally understood where the sense of disobedience he felt in the black ballroom was and why the system gave him this task. The 2 monsters walking towards me were extremely tall, over 2 meters tall. Both of them were dressed as Ronin warriors and carried swords. Prujna. Momotaro. The appearance of these 2 powerful monsters Shiran, who had not appeared in CG movies, made Tong-gu instantly feel the malice of Game of Destiny. The enemies are the full version of the strength in the comic version of the story, but the teammates are the castrated versions of the CG movie with several powerful teammates deleted. As expected of you, the bitch who named yourself Destiny. Thank you to the God of infinite horror and eternity for your recommendation vote. During the new book period, please read it. If you have any copies of the world that you want to read, you can mention them in the book review area and I will read them. Chapter 30 Momotaro and Hanya. Momotaro's chest and shirt were open, his tall figure, pale complexion, and the fake and weird smile on his face made Tetsuo Yuan and the three of them feel angry when they looked at him. Momotaro kept covering his nose with his hands and laughing. It stinks, it stinks. It seems to have an unpleasant stench to humans. Ping Sanping was already angry because he had just been shocked by the swordsman of the Tokyo team. At this time, he also pulled out the nano sword and said with an angry smile. It's you who stink, Momotaro. Susumu Kimura and Tetsuo Hara also instantly understood what their friends meant, and then put down the gravity guns in their hands and drew out their swords. Just kill these two monsters with your knife. I wonder how many points there are. The three of them held up the nano battle knives in their hands. On their enhanced suits, the roots of the infusion tubes protruded like meridians. Obviously, the three of them were not as careless as they appeared. The two tall monster swordsmen put a lot of pressure on them. Tonggu looked at this scene and reminded him. These two monsters are different from those miscellaneous fish. You'd better use guns to deal with them. But the three of them had already lost their sense of awe based on the fragility of life in the continuous killing. The three roared angrily, raised their swords and rushed towards Hanya and Momotaro instantly. Hanya and Momotaro held the scabbards with one hand, their bodies tilted slightly, exuding astonishing murderous aura. Momotaro pressed the sheath with his left hand, and with his right hand he still had time to point at the eyes of Hei Sanhei who was rushing to the front, and said with a smile. Eyes, too. Pruchna also points to the Kimura entrance on the other side with one hand. Ear. With the support of enhanced suits, Terasan Pi and Hara Tetsuo were so powerful that they slashed Feng Sheng with one sword. However, Momotaro just turned slightly to dodge Hara Tetsuo's sword, and then took a step to the side with his left foot, changing his center of gravity. Ping Sanping's sword passed in front of Momotaro. Ping San Pi's eyes showed regret, he just felt that he was just a little bit close, but at this moment, Momotaro shuddered and appeared in front of him. He was shocked and looked at Momotaro in shock. How could it be so fast? Puff! A sword light suddenly lit up, and Ping Sanping first felt a coldness in front of his eyes, and then severe pain rushed straight into his brain. Ah! My eyes! Amidst the tragic wailing, Hara Tetsuo turned his head in shock, only to see that his friend who had just passed by him was rolling and wailing on the ground with his eyes covered, while Momotaro was pressing the hilt of the sword with one hand, covering his nose, and laughing. How could he? Just as Tetsuo Hara was about to step forward, a scream came from behind him. He turned around hastily and saw that another friend, Susumu Kimura, had also fallen to the ground, with his bloody ears next to him. How could it be so strong? Ah, I'll kill you! Kimura roared in severe pain and pounced on Pruchna with knives in both hands. But Pruchna just took a step to the right lightly, and then quickly drew the sword with his right hand on the hilt and slashed. Puff! Kimura Susumu's body in the enhanced suit instantly split into two parts. This horrific scene shocked Hara Tetsuo so much that the enhanced suit was ineffective. Hee, so weak. Momotaro has staggered to his side, his right hand resting lightly on the hilt of the sword, ready to use IAI at any time. A strong desire to die surrounded Yuanjinan. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Boom. The sound of huge footsteps was like an earthquake. Tetsuo Hara's figure swayed, and his mind returned to his body instantly. He noticed that the terrifying swordsman of the Tokyo team dragged his sword diagonally and took a step towards this side. But just this step made him feel the ground shaking. Momotaro and Hanya also turned around slowly at this time, focusing on the tall human in the distance. Boom! Another step forward. Pruchna's right hand instantly rested on the hilt of the sword. It was different from the playful attitude just now. Even though the enemy was very powerful, he was completely incapable of swordsmanship. The human in front of me is different, he is very strong. Momotaro also placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, and together with Hanya, stepped towards Tonggu. The momentum of the three people dueling like ancient swordsmen instantly made the audience in the live broadcast room feel excited. I'm so nervous, these two monsters look so strong. Level him, no problem. My toes are already clasped. The audience in the live broadcast room also became nervous instantly. Tonggu dragged the nano battle sword, and the Sun Lun sword on his back was still unsheathed. With every step he took, the pulse of the earth was artificially enhanced by him. During his breath, the rhythm of the earth was synchronized with his heartbeat. Pruchna no longer felt as relaxed and freehand as before when he walked. He was half hunched up and his right hand was holding on to the hilt of the sword. Boom! Tonggu stepped hard with his right foot, and Pruchna heard only a rumble and an explosion on the ground. His eyes were empty, his pupils trembled rapidly, and a figure that had become distorted due to its excessive speed quickly formed in front of him. Breath of the earth, 4 types earth vein dragon cry. Roar! The sword light was cold, and the huge air pressure made Pruchna's long hair tremble violently. So fast! It's so fast! Pruchna only had time to lean back slightly, and as soon as he made the move, a cold sharp blade had already swept across its face. Puff! Momotaro was one position behind Hanya, and it could see it more clearly. In one breath, the opponent had crossed dozens of meters and appeared next to Hanya. The coldness of that sword made it frightened. Momotaro's tall figure twisted, and the right hand held above the hilt of the sword shook violently. Kang! The domineering IAI slash exploded instantly, and the extremely fast sword drawing technique made his right hand seem to disappear. At this time, Tonggu had just exploded with his sword. If it had been in the past, his center of gravity would have been unstable and he would not have been able to calmly respond to Momotaro's fierce sword slash. But at this moment, his heart was calm. He cut off Pruchna's eyes with a knife, and his body instantly leaned back. The powerful strength of his lower limbs and pile skills made him feel as if he was rooted to the ground, and his center of gravity fell in just a flash. The nano sword tilted slightly to one side, and Momotaro's swift sword slash was blocked by the sword standing in front of Tonggu. With a flick of his wrist, Momotaro's sword passed in front of Tonggu. The pupils in Momotaro's eyes, which always had a narrow smile, shrank, and he felt that the human sword in front of him had exploded like fire just now, and now it quickly became as thick as the earth. Poof! The moment it passed by, Momotaro felt a pain in his right ear. It staggered a few steps and stopped. The tall human could see the tall man hanging his sword in a leisurely manner and said with a mocking smile, "One pair of eyes and one ear." Momotaro looked at Hanya whose eyes were bleeding and the ears at his feet. He no longer had the demeanor of teasing humans. It looked at the human in front of it carrying a long sword on his back and holding a shorter one in his hand, and said in surprise, 2 days of first class. Tonggu didn't answer, but used his free left hand to strike at the two monster swordsmen. Pruchna seemed to have a certain ability to fight blindly. Losing his eyes did not completely make him lose his fighting ability. He dragged the knife with both hands and ran quickly in the direction of Tonggu. Momotaro held down the scabbard with one hand and still dived with his sword drawn. Tonggu suddenly grasped the handle of the nano battle knife with force and waved it quickly at Momotaro, who was still 4 or 5 meters away. Momotaro looked at this knife in confusion. Is the other party crazy? Swinging the knife at this distance will only expose the flaw. Woo! Amidst the whistling sound of the air being torn apart by huge force, Momotaro was suddenly startled. The black blade instantly spanned a length of 4 to 5 meters. It only had time to pull out the sword, and was killed by the sword. Pruchna was about to come to Tong Gu's side at this time. He was huge and slashed diagonally with his sword with both hands. His momentum was amazing, but Tong Gu would retract the sword to its normal length and stab it heavily into the ground in front of him. Kang! The two knives struck each other, and huge force exploded. The Pruchna tiger's mouth split open instantly. It raised its head in shock, and the blade of the nano battle knife exploded instantly. Poof! Blood lines burst out on Pruchna's face, and it slowly fell down. So strong! Tetsuo Hara, who had just recovered his firearm, stared blankly at the swordsman of the Tokyo team who killed two powerful monsters with his sword. He could not help but compare the opponent with the man in his team. I'm afraid Okahachiro wouldn't be able to do this even with the same equipment. You killed Momotaro and Hanya and gained 36 points. Current points, 61 points, clearance evaluation will be greatly improved. Thanks to Blue Sky Shadow, Virtual Spirit Zio, and Book Friends 20170208180407967 for their recommendation votes, thank you. During the new book period, it is very important to follow up on reading. Please read more. Chapter 31 Iai draws his sword. Li Mei, who had been covering her eyes and only dared to secretly look at the screen through the gaps between her fingers, saw a clear blood line suddenly burst out on the face of the scary monster. She was originally a little afraid of the bloody scene, but she suddenly felt that the blood line was not only not disgusting, but very beautiful. The barrages in the live broadcast room instantly boiled up, and a large number of barrages overlapped each other, so that the live broadcast screen was somewhat obscured. This caused many users who were eager to express their excitement but were drowned out by other comments to choose to send paid messages. Tianri Zhao Zhao sent a striking message, CNY, 100 The attack is as fast as fire, the defense is as steady as a mountain, this swordsmanship is so strong. Sunshine Ziokuo sent a striking message, CNY, 1000 Is this the gold content of S-level Trial Awakening? Tong Fan Xiao Mei sent a striking message, CNY, 500 so happy and excited. Yang Yuanping's face darkened as he looked at the paid messages that kept popping up on the screen. He felt that these young people were just wasting their money on some nonsense, but when he thought about it, at least at this moment, these people were extremely relaxed. He closed the barrage and looked at the camera in the live broadcast, which was still calm. Although the young man named Tong Gu was only 18 years old, he had a rare sense of stability. He was a person who made people feel at ease just by looking at his back. People. Only this kind of people can bring vitality to the world. Tong Gu saw a white light suddenly flowing above Momotaro's body, and a card emitting a faint white light appeared out of thin air. There was actually a drop. Destiny game is a very real but also very tricky game. The reality lies in the fact that you can obtain and use everything you can come into contact with in the mission world. But at the same time, if you want to get some powerful items, such as bloodline or skills, the drop rate will be very dismal. Only enemies rated above white will have a chance to drop loot cards, and the background color of the card is the enemy's level. I had killed so many miscellaneous fish before and didn't even get a single drop card. I didn't expect that this pair of monster swordsmen would actually get one. Tong Gu picked up this card that could not be noticed by the characters in the plot world. Monster Swordsman Momotaro. White position Samsung. Description: a monster swordsman who is good at IAI swordsmanship and is full of murderous intent. Effect 1, you can crush this card, and the system will randomly select one type of trophy from Momotaro's items, skills, and abilities. Effect 2, you can slap this card on yourself and transform into Momotaro for a short time. During the transformation, you can get Momotaro's technical ability bonus. All loot cards in Destiny game have these two effects. The special incarnation ability is also an important means for many players to deal with powerful enemies. Tong Gu watched Yuanjin and helped Ping Sanping, who had lost his eyes, and he thought for a moment before crushing the card in his hand. You used the loot card. You have gained 500 destiny points. Loots are being drawn. Tong-gu prayed in his heart that he would not draw Momotaro's yukata that he had worn for who knows how long. Extraction completed. You have obtained the sword style and IAI drawing sword style, D. The crushed card turned into a stream of information and entered Tong-gu's body. With a thought in his mind, his various experiences and even muscle memory about IAI's sword drawing techniques had naturally appeared in his body. If he wanted to, he could do it right away. IAI's sword drawing technique? Although it is only a D-level ability, considering that there are actually many types of sword drawing techniques in various worlds, whether it is the flying sword drawing technique in Shogunate world or Zoro's one sword technique in One Piece world IAI Lion Gage, this sword drawing technique is still very promising. Hey. Kato Sheng gasped for breath. He felt that all the muscles in his body were spasming out of control. A few meters in front of him were the corpses of several men in black. Some were missing their heads, and some were turned into a puddle of mud. They were dead. The situation is tragic. Those are all members of the Osaka team. Come on, you hypocritical star, run away. The short-haired woman hiding in the corridor aside greeted in a low voice with an anxious tone. She was also wearing a black reinforced suit, and her powerful figure was clearly visible. Yamasaki Anzu didn't understand that the hypocritical star still refused to escape. Facing that kind of monster, he should know that he couldn't win. Kato Masaru looked at the huge monster in front of him that was carrying him on his back and feasting on him. It was 4 to 5 meters in size. Even when it was eating, the huge tail on its back was still sweeping from time to time. It was wearing a huge hat on its head, just like an official in ancient times. Oh, I'm so scared, Grandma. The child behind him was trembling all over and curled up in his grandma's arms. The gray-haired old lady could only hold her grandson in her arms and gently pat her back to comfort him. In front of them, an old man with gray hair held a wooden stick in his hand and stared at the monster nervously. Kato Masaru couldn't help but think of his younger brother when he heard the child's scared voice. I can't die, I have to go back alive to take care of my brother. But, the innocent people in this family don't deserve to die either. As if Kato Masaru suddenly regained control of his body, he came to the three of them in a few steps and pointed to the small alley behind the building. You go first, I'll hold it back. The old man wanted to say something else, but the old lady quickly thanked her, picked up her grandson and wanted to leave. But the child who was curled up in the old lady's arms was so frightened that he refused to move no matter what. The old lady was unable to pull him away for a while. Yamasaki Anzu looked at the handsome young man who was still persistently trying to save the family in a life and death crisis. She had some strange feelings in her heart. Suddenly, she saw the monster with a long crown with his back to her and others. His ears twitched twice. She suddenly felt bad and immediately raised the X-gun in her hand and shouted. It has discovered you, run away. Kato Masaru turned around and saw that the huge monster was already targeting him and the others. He punched his legs hard twice, then roared and rushed towards Chongguan. Idiot! Yamasaki Anzu saw Kato Katsu charging at the monster with bare hands. She felt anxious and immediately rushed out of the hiding place, aiming at the long crown with the gun in her hand and shooting. Chongguan had been shot by other Osaka team members before, so he was on guard against such a powerful weapon. He jumped up high with force, grabbed the wall of the building with his huge claws, and then pounced down fiercely. While the monster was off the ground, Kato rolled over and successfully picked up the firearm that the dead Osaka team member had dropped on the ground. He turned around and pulled the trigger towards the long crown. Buzz! After the low gunshot, an invisible shock wave instantly hit Yamasaki Anzu's long crown. Hit! Kato Sheng was overjoyed. He saw Changwen's huge body suddenly stiffened, and then his head expanded violently. Boom! There was a huge wound in Changwen's head, and the red and white stuff inside spilled all over the floor. Kato Masaru was overjoyed, and just as he was about to turn around to see how Yamasaki Anzu was doing, a black shadow suddenly rose from the ground, and a python-like tail suddenly rolled up Kato Masaru. Ah! Yamasaki Anzu was startled and immediately raised the gun to aim, but Changwon's damaged head suddenly turned around, and the huge eyes were full of bloodshot eyes and hatred. Yamasaki Anzu was about to shoot, and the hat on Changwon's head suddenly broke, and countless slender flesh vines shoots out. Yamasaki Anzu was instantly restrained and dragged bit by bit to the top of Nagagwan's head, where there was also a mouth full of teeth. Kato Masaru roared angrily, and the veins on the enhanced suit were bulging, but it was of no use to Changwon's huge power. He could only watch as Yamasaki Anzu, who was kindly helping him, was slowly swallowed by Changwon. Kato Masaru suddenly hated himself. If he hadn't acted as a hero to save people, Yamasaki Anzu would not have been caught. It's hard to be a hero. Kato Katsu was startled by the sudden sound. He raised his head and saw a tall man carrying a long sword, who had appeared on the roof of the shopping street opposite. Kato Masaru lowered his head in pain. Boom! The huge explosion made him look up in shock, only to find that he had lost sight of the other party. Woo! When the nanosword, which stretched to 3 meters, was swung at extremely high speed, the air that was cut was as white as fire, and the sound it made was as terrifying as the whimpering of an evil ghost. Kato Sheng's pupils shrank and he felt 2 blazing sword lights flash by. The tail wrapped around his waist suddenly loosened. The huge monster fell down like mud, and its bloated body was divided into 2 parts from the waist. Snap! The sound of footsteps hitting the ground was heard. Kato Masaru turned around in shock, only to see the tall swordsman standing in front of him, with a gentle smile on his face. But I admire every man who is willing to be a hero. Thanks to Feng Ling's Yuhuan, Infinite Rape System, Non-Segmented Method Book, and I Am Saitama for their recommendation votes, thank you. New books to read. Chapter 32 Just a Monster. You kill the long crown and get 25 points. Current points, 86. Tong Gu slightly regretted that Changwon did not drop the loot card. He watched Kato Masaru pull out Yamasaki Anzu from the body of the dead Changwon. With the protection of the reinforced suit, she was not harmed. Looking at the black enhanced suit on Yamasaki Anzu, Tong Gu couldn't help but feel that this thing is really a weapon for beginners in the infinite flow world. Although the increase is limited for someone with a strong body like him, for ordinary people, not only the defense power excellent, it can also greatly improve human body strength. Yamasaki Anzu accidentally noticed Tong Gu's gaze. She felt that although there was no desire in the swordsman's gaze, it was as sharp as if it stung her. She unconsciously hid behind Kato Masaru. In the live broadcast room, the barrage suddenly burst into mourning. Ouch, this little brother Kato, can you move a little bit? That's right, our eldest brother, the Conqueror, is looking at you. What's wrong? Sunshine Xiaoguo issued a striking message, CNY, 1000 Mr. Tong still understands what we want to see, and the camera keeps staring at it. Li Mei looked at the barrage, secretly tugged, and turned slightly red. She just felt that these people were crazy, and they still paid attention to such things in such an environment. How did Tong Gu know about these episodes? With a thought in his mind, he picked up a relatively intact body of a man in black with a nano-combat knife with a blank expression. The corpse of the man in black was directly bitten off by the long crown from the shoulders up. It must have been strengthened during the battle. The suit was damaged. In Yamasaki Anzu's exclamation, Tong Gu directly cut open the body and peeled off the enhanced suit. Enhanced server, damaged. Yang Yuanping, who was waiting in the live broadcast room with a teacup, saw this scene, and a smile appeared on his lips. Although this kid said that he could not become a hero, in his heart, he had the righteousness to save more people. Roar! The huge roar passed through the earphones, making Yang Yuanping's heart tremble, and the tea in his hand also slightly spilled. Hearing this huge roar, Tong-gu guessed that the battle between Niugui and Okapekiro's huge mecha had probably reached a fever pitch. He didn't bother to explain at the moment, and threw the damaged enhanced suit into his backpack, occupied a space, and said to the two of them, "We have to go, we are still needed for the battle over there." Kato Masaru nodded immediately, and the three of them quickly crossed the shopping street and tried to return to the canal. Boom! Huge explosions kept ringing next to the canal. Looking at the rising flames, it seemed that the human army noticed the seriousness of the situation here and intervened. But their firepower was completely innocuous to Niugui, but it caused heavy losses to the army. Tong-gu was not worried about the battle on the Niugui side. His breath of the earth could feel that in the river, the huge mecha in invisible form had never evacuated, and Okabalan was still waiting for an opportunity to hunt the Niugui. So what should be done now is... Important plot characters Shimohira Reka and Suzuki Ryoichi are in crisis, please go to the rescue as soon as possible. Tong-gu was shocked. He didn't have time to think about why the two hiding people were in danger, so he immediately waved his hand and said, "You go meet the remaining members of Team Osaka first, and I'll go find the others." Yamasaki Anzu thought that those people in her team would not care about her life and death with Kato, and she instinctively felt worried. Before she could ask, Tong-gu pointed at Kato Katsuichi. "Kato, protect her and hide if necessary. Is it okay, hero?" Kato Masaru has always had a kind personality, but since he grew up a little, everyone only thinks that he is hypocritical, unrealistic, and a fool. This was the first time anyone had called him that. He looked at the mysterious and powerful swordsman in his team and nodded solemnly. Tong-gu stepped hard on his feet, and he had already stepped onto the roof of the nearby shop. The noisy movement around him was reflected in the vibration of the ground. Where are they? Suzuki Ryoichi dies, clearance rating drops. Tong-gu frowned, but the sudden disappearance of a footstep made him lock his position. Xiaoping Linghua's pretty face was covered with blood, her curvaceous body was covered with pieces of exploded flesh, and the bald man's head rolled down at her feet, looking stunned. Linghua gasped for air, and a breath of death that was so thick that she couldn't get rid of it enveloped her, almost suffocating her. "You are..." Standing in front of him was a huge monster nearly 3 meters in size, with a human-shaped head that looked like an animal bone, and tentacles on its arms. It looked extremely terrifying. What makes Linghua even more frightened is that she has no idea what happened. The Osaka team members suddenly exploded, and then she and Suzuki Ryoichi were caught up, and Suzuki Ryoichi suddenly turned into rotten meat. "Next, is it your turn?" Suddenly, Xiaoping Linghua saw the beast bone monster suddenly turn around and look behind her. On the roof of the building over there, a tall man wearing a black reinforced suit stood facing the wind. The long sword behind him was particularly conspicuous under the flash of neon light. "It's him." Xiaoping Linghua's contracted heart suddenly beat twice violently. She felt as if she had come to life. A large amount of air penetrated into her lungs, and her whole body suddenly fell into the blood. Tong-gu slowly inhaled a large amount of air into his lungs, and the blood in his blood vessels accelerated. He did not expect to encounter this enemy at this time. The final boss of this world, Hualao. Hualao, who transformed into an animal bone form, looked at the tall swordsman who suddenly appeared. He suddenly waved his right hand and the tentacles on his arm vibrated violently. Tong-gu's pupils shrank, and huge force penetrated his feet. Boom! The roof he was standing on collapsed instantly. Boom! An invisible force swept across the roof, the walls cracked instantly, the neon billboard was crushed by some force, and electric lights shot out. "Oh! You are different." Tong-gu's figure appeared on the other side of the animal bone Hualao. Hualao's telepathy attack put a lot of pressure on him. This invisible attack was very dangerous. The best way to deal with it was to use a powerful gravity gun to attack remotely. Shoot! Seeing that Tong-gu ignored him and instead his eyes wandered, Hualao took a step forward. The huge pressure forced Tong Gu to return his attention to Hualao. Fortunately, Xiaoping Linghua was not really big-breasted and brainless. At this time, taking advantage of Hualao's attention being attracted by Tong Gu, she had already stood up and retreated. Tong Gu slowly took a breath. He clenched the sword with both hands and looked at Hualao indifferently, taking in every movement of the tentacles on the opponent's arms. You mean that I am different from the humans you killed? Or, am I different from you? Hua Piao has never seen such an arrogant human being, actually trying to compare himself with him as a god. What an arrogant human being! Did you know that your ancestors once respected us as gods? The sound of sliding ladle came from under the animal bones, and its huge figure walked towards Tong Gu step by step. With each step, the tentacles on its arms swayed slightly with gravity. With every step he took, the huge mental power crushed everything around him, whether it was the human beings lying on the ground wailing and begging for mercy, or the cars and light signs blocking his way. Hualao walked step by step like a god who rules destruction. Tong Gu looked at the slippery gourd that killed human beings like squeezing bugs to death, yet he brazenly regarded himself as a god. A fire rose up in his heart for no reason, and a strange kind of fanaticism rose from the bottom of his heart. Ah! The corners of Tong Gu's mouth slowly raised, he raised his head, looked directly at Hualao's head, and also took a step forward. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the rhythm of the earth was like the heartbeat of a giant. Boom! Hua Piao looked at the human being more than 10 meters away. The arrogance in the other person's eyes actually made him feel exactly the same as himself. One big and one small, one human and one demon, they faced each other like this, getting closer step by step. Hua Piao watched the human swordsman approach him step by step, and all the tentacles around it slowly floated. Woohoo! The invisible power of thought suddenly erupted violently, and countless air was squeezed out violently, making a violent scream. Boom! There was a huge explosion all around, including the ground, and everything was crushed. Huadian stood in the huge smoke and dust, snorted coldly and turned around to leave. It discovered that the whole world was slowly slipping. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out from the neck of the animal bone slipper, and the animal skull slowly slid down from the neck. When his field of vision was reversed, Huayao saw the human swordsman standing behind him. The man flicked his sword, his eyes were full of coldness, but he said, "Sorry, my ancestors never respected you as a god. Just a monster." Please read. Chapter 33 Burning. CIO, am I dead with one knife? Has anyone seen clearly how this knife was fired? Monster, I got up, and I was dead in a matter of seconds. What's there to say? In Tong Gu's live broadcast room, the atmosphere had become extremely tense due to the terrible pressure of the animal bones. At this moment, as Tong Gu slashed his head with a knife, it instantly became joyful. These audiences seemed to be doubling down on their newly suppressed emotions. Wu Zhengyang issued a striking message, CNY 100. It is IAI's sword drawing technique. It seems that Kiritani has achieved something in this world. Guo Dengyuan was about to continue posting paid messages as a joke, but he didn't expect to see someone seriously giving everyone a popular science introduction. When he saw the poster's ID, Wu Zhengyang. For my second time, Guo Dengyuan almost jumped up in shock. This is the savior Wu Zhengyang. A genuine important weapon of the country, a big shot who truly stands at the top of players. The barrage in the live broadcast room also went crazy instantly. Chow, the savior are also watching the live broadcast with me. I'm mad. Li Mei's face was also flushed with excitement. She frantically sent meaningless garbled barrages in the live broadcast room. It seemed that this was the only way to cool down the hot excitement in her heart. Only at this time did she feel that she had completely forgotten the horror and despair of Game of Destiny, as if she was watching a wonderful show with these people. Yang Yuanping sprayed the tea leaves in his mouth on his computer screen with a pop, causing many people in the department to turn around and look. He did not expect that a big shot like Wu Zhengyang was also paying attention to Tonggu, and he explained uprightly in the live broadcast room. He was even willing to spend 100 yuan to send a paid message. There were too many drawbacks in all senses, so he couldn't hold back for a while. In the empty sterile room, the glazed little girl sat happily in front of the screen. The light of the screen made her skin seem to glow slightly. Her face was full of excitement, and she was not discouraged and despaired even when the barrage was filled with howls. It seems that in her heart, that person is invincible. Different from the carnival in the live broadcast room, Tonggu knew clearly that Hualao would not die so easily, and after seeing his sword skills, the opponent might make targeted changes. In his previous life, Tonggu had read a lot of analyses on many monsters in Gantz, the most famous of which was the famous final boss in the Osaka chapter, Hualao. In summary, Hualao's abilities include regeneration, form changes, lasers, telekinesis, rapid learning, etc. It is an extremely comprehensive boss that is almost impossible to conquer alone. Huaxiao has an extremely powerful regeneration ability. It can even complete regeneration during the attack process for attacks that it can understand. Therefore, only attacks that it cannot foresee and cannot understand can effectively kill it. Then, Huaxiao will change its form according to the way the opponent attacks it, and use a more suitable posture to defeat you. If you have been hiding in the distance to snipe, it will transform into a powerful laser weapon to kill you. As you continue to fight in close quarters, it becomes extremely flexible. At the same time, it also has an extraordinary learning ability, and can master your skills just by playing against you. Supplemented by destructive lasers and telekinesis, Huati is invincible in a one-on-one fight. But this kind of enemy naturally has a way to be defeated. Tonggu glanced at the shattered enhanced version of X-Gun on the ground in the distance. He didn't know when the Osaka team would be able to arrive. As long as they cooperate with their powerful gravity guns and bombard them from different directions and angles, Huaxiao will not be able to foresee all attacks. There was a loud roar, and Tonggu's expression changed. "Are you waiting for them?" An unexpectedly gentle male voice sounded, and Tonggu turned around, and sure enough he saw a huge humanoid creature wearing a white onmyoji robe and a sacrificial hat that had retracted its wings and landed next to Hualao's body not far away. Although the other person is human, his head is that of a big white dog. Dog god. What made Tonggu look even more ugly was that the Inuyagami was holding half of a human body in his hand. The waist of the black reinforced uniform was torn, and he was crying and bleeding. It was Nobuo Morotani, a powerful member of the Osaka team who had won 4 100-point awards. In the original work, the powerful member who was 1-for-1 with the Atengu was actually killed by the Inuyagami now. Boom, boom. Amidst the sound of huge footsteps, the big Tengu covered in blood walked out from the other side of the street with a ferocious face, holding a head in his hand. The Tengu was obviously not in good condition. He was bleeding all over his body and his wings had disappeared. However, the head he was holding was none other than Shimeki, another powerful member of the Osaka team, who had won 3 100-point awards. There was still some flesh and blood left in the mouth of the big Tengu. His eyes were red and filled with murderous intent, but he still walked to the right side of the beast's bone-sliding corpse. At this moment, the corpse of the beast bone Hualao began to tremble, and a white human hand suddenly stretched out from the body of the beast bone Hualao, and then with a tear, a human man with a similar size to Tonggu broke out. The right palm of Hualao in human form is spread out, and the sharp blade made of bone slowly extends from the right palm. His long hair touches his face, and he stands with the knife, which is somewhat similar to Tonggu. Huapiao stood between the left and right guardians, with his hands spread wide, looking at Tonggu with eyes full of indifference. How to fight? These three look like bosses. Why did they come out together? Forget it, Destiny game just wants us to die, there is no chance. The scene of Hwalao, Inuyagami, and Big Tengu standing in front of Tonggu made the audience in the live broadcast room very desperate. Some felt unwilling to give in, some yelled, and some lost their courage. Yang Yuanping lowered his head, as if he wanted to hide his head into the monitor. He frowned, thinking about how to face this situation. There must be a way. You can't die at this time, Tonggu. He was so focused that he didn't realize that many colleagues had gathered behind him. These people were gnashing their teeth as they looked at these three monsters that brought despair to mankind. Gong Li clenched his fists even more. Are you desperate? Humanity. The humanoid Hwalao's tone was indifferent, with a detachment that was not human-like. It raised its head slightly and just looked at Tonggu with its lower eyelids. The great Tengu and the Inuyagami stood on the left and right, saying nothing, just watching Tonggu. The burning heat in Tonggu's heart was even worse at this time, like a scorching flame burning in his lungs, making him feel a little, burning pain. He looked at the dead Murogu Nobuo and Shimeki, and suddenly chuckled. Ah! I really don't have a long memory. I always plan and plan out of habit, but fate breaks my plans time and time again. Obviously I should have understood it a long time ago. Destiny is something that cannot be planned or waited for. Destiny is meant to be broken. Tonggu slowly exhaled, and his lips felt like they were being burned by the hot breath. Despair. Ha ha ha. Hwalao's movement to take a step forward slowly stopped. It felt that something seemed to be changing in the human being. It listened to the other person's laughter. It was just a small chuckle at first, but it became louder and louder. Getting more and more wanton, more and more arrogant. Tonggu was overjoyed by the funny feeling in his heart. He covered his face with his left hand and laughed wildly, even bending his waist a little. The nano sword in his right hand pointed crookedly at the sliding ladle. I asked you, have you been domineering in this small world for too long, so that you really treat yourself as a character? Ah! There are countless creatures in all the worlds that are stronger than you. Even mere monsters dare to call themselves gods. Tonggu suddenly inhaled a large gulp of air, and the blood all over his body surged as if boiling. He raised his sword with both hands. The earth followed Tonggu's heartbeat, and the majestic momentum condensed into the sword. Breath of the earth, one type gate of hell. Thank you sky / only miss you, blue sky shadow, Li Chenziwu, purple demon night dance, book friends 201908091106166042, and void spirit Zio for your recommendation votes. Thank you. New book, please read it, brothers. Chapter 34 Talent Manifestation. Ta! An ear-piercing whistling sound suddenly started, as if someone was scratching the eardrums with a razor blade. Thousands of kilograms of terrifying force acted on the nano-knife, making it squeak. The huge force forcibly pulled the several-meter-long sword blade and fiercely cut the air. White sound barrier clouds exploded one by one in front of Tonggu. The long sword that tore through the air, carrying the white flames, cut down instantly. A huge white sword wheel suddenly appeared from the streets of Osaka. The humanoid figure with a calm expression shrank its pupils. It was hard to believe that humans could have such strength. Its body was slightly bent, and it took a step forward with its right foot. The long bone sword collected on the left waist was like a sharp blade sheathed, and the muscles of its right arm the roots surged, and huge strength gathered on the right hand. Base. I. The grey sword light suddenly lit up, and it was exactly the same as the sword technique used by Tonggu to kill its animal bones just now. But in its unbelievable gaze, the 2-meter-long grey-white sword light shattered into pieces the moment it touched the 10-meter-long sword wheel, and the sword wheel, as gorgeous as the trailing clouds in the sky, came unstoppably. As a monster with extremely outstanding reaction speed and action speed, Inuyagami felt the power of this terrifying sword almost instantly. It could no longer maintain the calm posture of a priest. Its canine teeth protruded, muscles bulged all over its body, and it was more than 3 meters tall. It can catch the slippery scoop. The sword wheel flashed past, and Inuyagami's movements seemed to be frozen. Rumble. Amidst the huge roar, the ground cracked rapidly, and cracks several fingers wide appeared on the dozens of meters long cement road. The huge white sword wheel-shaped trajectory cloud is like a huge Ferris wheel with a diameter of tens of meters, still moving slowly. Only then did the Tengu react, and he immediately took the slippery ladle from Inuyagami's hand. Poof! It just pulled gently, and Huapiao's right arm and half of Inuyagami's body slid down gently. The wound was charred black, and not a drop of blood came out. Huapiao's pupils trembled, as if he had just reacted at this moment. He looked at his broken arm, which was a little difficult to understand. What kind of power is that? Buzz. There was a muffled sound, Hualao's body trembled, and then it expanded violently. It only had time to glance at the tall building behind Tonggu before it exploded to pieces in an instant. Upon seeing this, the great Tengu roared and immediately jumped towards the tall building. Boom! In the violent impact, an invisible figure staggered out of invisibility. It was Nishi Joichiro, who had been invisible from the beginning. At this moment, the cold young man was breathing heavily, with unconcealable joy in his eyes. I did it! I killed 100 points of monsters! Roar! Although the Tengu had lost its wings, its terrifyingly powerful hands and feet clawed at the concrete on the building and started running straight along the building. Nishi Joichiro's eyes panicked. He got on the motorcycle and ran away quickly. On the other side, the audience in the live broadcast room finally discovered something was wrong with Tonggu's situation. Let me go, what's going on with this sword? Is this sword pressure? The one who seals the fraud can make silver with one sword. Wait a minute, why hasn't the anchor moved? Shouldn't we be pursuing the victory now? Just now, Guo Dengyuan was still shouting about the terrifying sword wheel, and was still busy asking people if they had taken screenshots. At this moment, his heart thumped, and an extremely bad premonition made him lose the intention to launch barrages. Yang Yuanping also frowned. Wu Zhengyang sent a striking message, CNY 100. The sword just now far exceeded the level of Bai Wei, and Kiritani may have suffered some backlash. Wu Zhenjiang's words confirmed Yang Yuanping's guess. He picked up the tea and took a few sips, only to find that there was no water in the teacup. Tonggu gasped for air. He felt as if his whole body was about to burn up. Every breath he took added fuel to the fire in his heart. Talent? Entering the manifestation stage, please pay attention to check your status. Something was wrong, the power of that sword was wrong. My state is not right. Tonggu's whole body was red, and the breath in his mouth was no longer as long as the earth, but hot and chaotic. Cough. Tonggu suddenly coughed unconsciously, and when he wiped it with his hand, a piece of burnt blood appeared on his palm. It turns out that it's not my illusion, but my heart is really burning? Tonggu instinctively wanted to open the digital panel to check his status, but Hualao's body, which had just exploded to pieces, began to change again. Among the pile of minced meat, several slightly larger meatballs began to roll. After touching each other, they spontaneously fused together. Almost in the blink of an eye, a short old man appeared in the pile of minced meat. The old man Huapiao put his hands in each other's wide sleeves, walked briskly, and appeared in front of Tonggu in an instant. It raised its head and looked curiously at the human swordsman who was breathing white steam from his mouth. Is this burning? The old man's tone was calm, as if he had seen through Tonggu's state and understood everything. The unusual stench from Hualao entered Tonggu's nose, and the fire in his heart that had already softened slightly began to steam again. Puff! The white sword wheel reappeared, and the white trajectory cloud swept past instantly, and the old man's slippery upper body instantly fell from his body. But its expression remained unchanged. The moment its upper body fell, its body suddenly expanded. Its waist, which had no blood at all, suddenly grew a new lower body, and the lower body that remained in place also gave birth to a new upper body. Two old men who looked very different from each other stood on the left and right sides of Tonggu. They still looked at Tonggu curiously and said in wonder, "Are you not a human from this world? This kind of power has never been seen before." Suddenly, Tonggu knew that Hualao had given up on imitating his fighting plan, and had instead become a state of completely ignoring slashing, just like a puddle of plasticine that could not be broken no matter how hard he slashed. But under the inexplicable flame steaming in his heart, Tonggu didn't feel hopeless at all. He could feel that his power was far more than this. Right under his feet, in the earth, still contains power. Tonggu lowered his head and looked down at the two old men Hualao, and suddenly sneered. The old man looked at the other party in confusion. "My state is not right, but it's not like I'm getting weak. I just became unusually powerful." Tonggu suddenly pierced the ground with his sword, and with a loud bang, he grasped the handle of the nano sword with both hands, stepped forward with both feet, dragged the sword with both hands, and suddenly slashed sideways. The old man Hualao did not dodge, and the blade was already ineffective against it, but suddenly, a crimson light suddenly lit up from the cracks in the ground. Huapiao's expression changed, and the two old men Huapiao bent their knees. Boom! That weak posture actually lurked terrifying power. When the two old men stepped on it hard, the concrete floor cracked instantly, and they both stood up straight from the ground. Tonggu held the knife in both hands, and the sweat on his cheeks evaporated instantly due to the high heat in the ground. He held the nano battle knife that was constantly melting and generating, and he also stood up from the ground, swinging the long sword suddenly. Boom! The crimson ground fire was like a red lotus blooming in the center of Osaka, following Tonggu's figure and suddenly rushed into the sky. As soon as the old man's sliding ladle rose into the air, he felt a wave of heat coming from behind. He only had time to turn around before he was engulfed by the crimson ground fire. Thanks to Feng Lingxiuan, Shattering Sky, and Paku, I Am Saitama, Blue Sky Shadow, and 7vs for their recommendation votes, thank you. Please read, new book data is very important. Chapter 35 Human Heart. What's happening here? Who can tell me what this kind of swordsmanship is? It's too strong. Kiria himself seems to be shocked. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed to explode at this time. Everyone was asking various questions. This made Wu Zhengyang, the savior who had been waiting attentively in the live broadcast room to answer questions and doubts, a little dazzled for a moment. He looked at it. He checked his account balance, looked at his wife who looked increasingly unhappy, and finally put down his hands. Tonggu looked at Hualao, who was struggling in the pool of earth fire magma. He was instantly scorched by the terrifying high temperature, but he was still struggling and trembling at this moment. He looked at the earth fire magma that stretched for nearly 100 meters on the ground, and then looked down at the blackened and damaged nano battle knife in his hand. Nano battle knife, damaged. Tonggu clenched his hand in a daze, and then let it go. He wasn't feeling distressed, he was just thinking about it. Thinking back to the flash of inspiration just now, at that time, he could inexplicably feel the restless flames under the earth, and even the angle and power of the sword were accurately grasped. At this time, as the burning sensation in his chest gradually faded away, he no longer felt that way. Instead, an unusual emptiness began to sweep over him. Talent manifestation is over, your talent? Showing new characteristics. Tonggu could feel that as the abnormal burning heat in his body faded, his condition was gradually getting worse. There was a strange tingling sensation in my chest. He quickly opened his personal panel. Player, UD 3890333995. Blade side/fighting side. Attributes. Strength, 20+, decreasing. Physique, 20+, decreasing. Agility, 20+, decreasing. Spirit, 20 plus, decreasing. Energy, 0. Expertise. Basic Boxing LV7. Basic Steps LV3. Basic Swordsmanship Level 4. Blind Fighting Level 1. Ability. Ancient Style Martial Arts, Level C, a special boxing style that combines Qi and ancient martial arts, with extremely explosive power. Breathing Method Breath of the Earth, Level C, a special breathing method that can comprehensively enhance the player's athletic ability and greatly enhance strength and physique. Talent. Genetic Modification, C, you have taken a large amount of genetic medicine for a long time, and your body's strength and resistance have been enhanced. Explicit, your soul contains certain high-dimensional characteristics, which allows you to make certain interferences in yourself and the world. Trait 1, Fanaticism, under the influence of certain emotions, you will ignite yourself as firewood and fully activate your body's potential. Trait 2, Red Lotus, the anger of the earth, you sense the power of the Red Lotus earth fire. Rating, White Position Top. Tong Gu looked at the panel with all his attributes abnormal, and once again had a new understanding of the power of his unknown talent. At the same time, he paid more attention to the description of his talent column. High-dimensional features? This expression made Tong Gu think of a lot for a while. Brain in a vat? Vox? Tong Gu's thoughts were a little confused for a moment. He knew in his heart that this was another proof that his current state was extremely poor, and he began to lose focus. Ahem. There was a pain in his chest, and Tong Gu vomited out the burnt blood. As the mouth full of blood vomited out, Tong Gu's enthusiasm due to his unknown talent completely dissipated, and the bone-eroding burning pain began to erupt from his heart. He grabbed his chest hard, but the pain in his internal organs could not be suppressed. His whole body began to tremble violently. He glanced regretfully at the still trembling magma, walked aside, and almost tremblingly took out an injection from the backpack of the universal capsule. This specially prepared medicine is a mixture of epinephrine and some drugs that can effectively control injuries. Tong Gu aimed the syringe at his own blood vessel and was about to prick it. Boom! The fierce wind was mixed with the smell of burning, and Tong Gu's pupils shrank. A monster over 3 meters tall had appeared in front of him at some point. The muscles all over his body were wrapped in huge bones. The alienated bones on his arms were like death scythes hanging to the ground. The bone spurs on his back were like wings extending to both sides. Stretch freely. Not only that, it may have been baptized by magma. Compared with the final form of the corpse demon in the original work, the bones of the whole body are as black as ink and exudes a burnt smell, like a demon that has completely walked out of the sulfur of hell. Just as Tong Gu turned around, the sharp claws of the corpse demon sliding ladle were already touching Tong Gu's forehead. Ah! I'm CIO. Oh my god! This terrifying scene almost scared the audience who followed Tong Gu's lens out of their wits. Through Tong Gu's glasses, they saw the corpse demon standing on the screen in front of them, with fingers filled with the aura of death. Just click on everyone's eyebrows. Snapped. The mobile phone in Guo Denjiyuan's hand that was used to pay for the barrage instantly fell to the ground. He instinctively squatted down, but his hands were trembling and he could not pick up the mobile phone, as if there was a demon in it that could take away people's lives. Tong Gu felt the pinprick-like pain between his eyebrows, and the cold hairs on his back stood up from the cervical vertebrae to the tail vertebrae. The stinging pain was not the sharp nails of the corpse demon, but murderous intent. It's the death intention condensed in the center of his eyebrows. Mortal. Corpse demon Huayao looked at the human swordsman in front of him who almost forced him into a desperate situation, and felt the decaying aura of the other party like rotten wood. This mortal voice is not a mockery, but an objective statement. Tong Gu looked at the indifferent and heartless eyes of the corpse demon Hualao, which was really like a god overlooking all living beings. Are you going to die? Wrapped in a strong desire to die, Tong Gu thought he would be like the legendary revolving door and be able to recall all the beautiful things in his life, but he didn't. The only emotion in his heart was the unwillingness that was so thick that he couldn't get rid of it. Come to such a world and die like this? It's impossible to accept it no matter what. If you die, what's the point of this world? Burnt blood flowed from the corner of Tonggu's mouth, and his expression looked strange because of the strong unwillingness and hatred. A madness that wanted to burn everything to the ground ignited Tonggu's heart again. Corpse Demon Huayao saw that there was no fear in the eyes of the human under his finger, but instead an unusually hot aura rose up. It stabbed hard with its fingertips. Click! Amidst the crisp cracking sound, the corpse demon Hualao was shocked to find that there was a glass-like lens between his fingertips and the human swordsman. Buzz! A weird gunshot sounded at exactly this moment, and a triangular light cone flew towards the corpse demon sliding ladle. Corpse demon Huayao didn't seem to notice the cone of light. It just stood there blankly, looking at its fingertips, where a trace of black flame was lingering. Tonggu looked at the two people who dragged him away, Kato Masaru from the Tokyo team, Tetsuo Hara from the Osaka team. You! Almost as soon as Shitaira Reka and Yamasaki Anzu fired, the two of them rushed over with the full force of their enhanced suits. They didn't even dare to confirm whether the corpse demon slide was tied up by the teleportation gun. They each grabbed one of Tonggu's. The arms ran back wildly. Kato Masaru saw that Tonggu was not dead, and was glad in his heart. After he met with the powerful members of the Osaka team with Yamasaki Anzu, he knew that they failed to kill Hua, so he instinctively took Yamasaki Anzu to hide, and then the Osaka team was attacked by Inugami. And the raid of the day Tengu. Nobuo Muroko was instantly killed by a surprise attack almost immediately, and Shimeki died fighting with other manpower. Kato Masaru and Yamasaki Anzu fled in a hurry, met with Hara Tetsuo and the blinded Tera Sanpai, and then began to search for Tonggu. At the critical moment, several people successfully rescued Tonggu. Aren't you afraid? Tonggu looked at the hands of Ping Linghua and Yamasaki Anzu that were holding guns and couldn't help but tremble, but even though they were afraid, they kept firing to try to cover the retreat of several people. There was an unexpected calmness in his voice. How could I not be afraid? I'm scared to death. Yamasaki Anzu's Osaka accent trembled. She was really scared. Just the sight of that monster made her knees weak. She fired and shouted loudly, with a crying sound in her tone. This scene made him feel angry and funny. Yes, they are all scared, but they still want to save themselves. Although weak and clumsy, human beings have been such creatures since the beginning of existence, supporting each other to survive. Thinking of this, the strange color in Tonggu's eyes slowly dissipated, his body temperature also dropped rapidly, and the madness in his eyes that wanted to fall with the world seemed to have never existed. What should we do now? When Xiaoping Linghua asked questions, she instinctively looked at Tonggu. Tonggu said confidently while injecting the injection into his body. Now. Of course it's a group fight against the boss. Please read. Chapter 36 Destiny, give me some points. The corpse demon slider seemed to be unable to feel the restraints of the teleportation gun. It just stared at the dark flames at its fingertips, mesmerized. What power is this? It can feel the destructive power contained in this tiny flame, but it cannot understand it. That is a higher dimensional power. Buzz. The energy rope pulled from the body of corpse demon Hua Xiao changed from blue to red, and the transmission was about to begin. Corpse demon Hua Xiao pried off his finger that was lit by black flames. In just an instant, a new finger was reborn. When it stretched out its arms, the red energy rope broke instantly, and the transmission was interrupted before it even started. It watched those tiny bugs shoot at him continuously, and all the trajectories were caught in his eyes. Almost the moment he was hit, the wound healed. The corpse demon slipper walked towards a few people unhurriedly, and the huge pressure made Shitaira Reka and Yamasaki almost scream. Suddenly, the corpse demon's sliding steps stopped, and it saw a tall swordsman in black slowly walking out of the building. Boom! The sound of huge footsteps was just like before, and the tremors of the earth were clearly felt by Hualao. It gradually understood the nature of the opponent's swordsmanship or that ability. Tong Gu took one step forward, and all the movements within a radius of nearly a kilometer came into his mind. The humans here have long since died, and the survivors have long since taken refuge, which allows Tong Gu to have a clearer grasp of the surrounding information. Hualao also took a step forward. The dangerous aura had long since disappeared from the human being in front of him, and he was just immortal at this time. Your life is like a flame swaying in the wind. A breeze will extinguish you. Why not run away? Tong Gu took another step forward. He slowly lifted the long and narrow Nichiren sword Masamune behind his back in his left hand, and held it in his right hand above the hilt. Candle in the wind. Tong Gu seemed to have thought of something interesting, and sighed softly with a smile on his lips. Then my situation is perfect. Destiny, give me more. Player, UD 3890339995. Blade side/fighting side. Attributes. Strength, 17. Constitution, 19. Agility, 15. Spirit, 7. Energy, 0. Free attribute points, 4. Quantifying human attributes in Game of Destiny is not quantification on average, but quantification according to the level of quality of life. For example, Strength 1 to 5 is the level that ordinary humans can achieve with healthy growth. If combined with good diet and exercise, then 6 to 10 levels are also within the reach of humans, but every point is extremely difficult. 10 points is the system considers the limit of exercise for ordinary people. In the regular field of 1 to 10 points, each free attribute point can improve the attribute by 1 point. At 11 o'clock, unreasonable powers, genetic mutations, ancient martial arts, supernatural powers, and various conventional means give humans a chance to step into this inhuman stage. Therefore, at this stage, 2 free attribute points are needed to improve 1 attribute point. Once entering the 20+ realm, human beings have begun to transcend their own shackles. It is generally called the transcendent realm. No matter what kind of creature, once a certain quality enters the extraordinary realm, it will definitely gain otherworldly abilities. Tong Gu originally planned to accumulate some attribute points to let his power break through the extraordinary first and gain magical power, but now he decided to start adding points now. The Destiny game has proven to Tong Gu countless times that long-term plans will always be broken. Human beings can only live in the present. Do you want to consume 2 free attribute points to improve your physical fitness? Tong Gu confirmed in his heart that a tearing pain instantly swept through his body, but before he could frown, the pain had disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. Your constitution reaches 20, enter the extraordinary realm, try to activate extraordinary characteristics. Activating. You have gained extraordinary strength and toughness. Tong Gu was overjoyed. Judging from the statistics on the forum, the most common things obtained by extraordinary physiques are regenerative abilities such as accelerated healing and protective abilities such as steel skin. In the case of people without blood, relatively rare abilities, it was the extraordinary and toughness that Tong Gu obtained at this time. This characteristic will give Tong Gu strong vitality and damage resistance, and even resistance to some extremely dangerous instant death abilities in Game of Destiny. It's an ability that becomes increasingly rare the higher you go to a world of higher difficulty. Tong Gu, who planned to obtain an ordinary regeneration ability to improve his combat status, took out a large golden ring and pointed it at himself like a finger. My body has essentially gained that kind of powerful resistance, but what's hindering my ability to move at this moment is the burning pain in my heart. Pain of bliss. Absorb. The pain all over Tong Gu's body, including his internal organs, suddenly cleared away. He felt the rare smooth breathing, and his expression was extremely clear. Corpse Demon Huayao looked at the swordsman who was only 5 meters away from him, and his right arm suddenly stood up. Roar. An invisible force burst out instantly. The ground around him exploded inch by inch, and the air vibrated violently with explosive sounds. When Tong Gu saw this familiar ability, the moment he burst out with his telekinesis, the rhythm of the earth beneath his feet erupted. Breath of the earth, 4 types Earth Vein Dragon Cry. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded, and the muscles in his feet bulged and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The corpse demon's eyes were cold. This time it was different from the state of the beast's bone slide. With its abilities fully activated, it perfectly captured the opponent's traces. It slowly turned its head and met the eyes of the swordsman, who instantly appeared in front of its left side. Sword movement. Iai draws his sword. Kang! The sound of the Nichiren sword being unsheathed, which was over 2 meters long, was extremely clear. It was different from the previous violent state when the talent manifested out of control, but the speed was extremely fast. As soon as the sickle on the corpse demon's right arm was raised, a black sword light had already passed through its cheek. The corpse demon's head was chopped off by a huge force, and it slowly turned its head back. The scar on the cheek that almost severed the head has been restored to its original state. Buzz! Tong Gu was startled, and he made a mistake in his steps. He turned sideways to the right side of the corpse demon sliding ladle. 2 laser beams burst out from the eyes of the corpse demon sliding ladle in an instant, piercing the place where Tong Gu had just stood. Tong Gu dodged the laser, but before he could stand still, a strong wind hit his face. The authentic side of the Sun Lun sword in his hand, which had been strengthened with modern technology, held the huge sickle on the right arm of the corpse demon Hualao. The corpse demon's sliding ladle slashed suddenly, but he never thought that the human just staggered a few steps. What kind of divine power is this? The binocular laser fires again. Tong Gu's feet exploded again, and he twisted his body and slashed at the back of the corpse demon Hualao with a knife, and his breath was a little confused. He had to lament that the corpse demon's slipper, which had been tempered by the earth's fire, had an astonishing hardness. It was indeed invincible in terms of one-on-one capability. It was a stronger enemy than Musen Kibutsuji in some respects. But, this world is not a demon slayer world, and the current era is not the Taisho era that lacks weapons. Times have changed. Hualao. Tong Gu, who estimated that Kato Masaru and others had entered the predetermined sniper position, suddenly erupted at his feet, took a few steps back, and shouted towards the position that had been confirmed by the 3 types of earthquake shock. Oka Hachiro, if you don't come out at this time, I will accept the boss's points. Although the corpse demon Huaxiao was huge in size, it moved extremely quickly. The huge bone spurs on its back spread out like wings, and instantly rushed into the sky and dived towards Tong Gu. Tong Gu endured the continuous burst of muscle soreness and dodged again, and moved the location of the corpse demon slipper toward the building where Oka Hachiro was hiding. Buzz! Blue-white lasers suddenly shot out from the roof of the building, and the corpse demon was directly shot down in the air. This unexpected attack broke the corpse demon's bone wings, and it took a long time to recover. Wearing a cool gorilla suit called Enhanced Suit, Oka Hachiro Shizuhiran appeared like a humanoid mecha. He slowly floated down from the roof of the building and casually threw the huge head of the Tengu towards the slide. Corpse demon Huayao looked at the big Tengu's head at his feet, his eyes wide open and his mouth and nose choked with blood, and he roared angrily. Roar! The extremely strong power of telekinesis exploded violently. As Tong Gu took a breath, he kept retreating. He saw that the windows of the building behind Hualao and Oka Hachiro were shattered inch by inch, and the reinforced concrete inside was also scattered. Squeak! Boom! The building is tilting horribly and will collapse at some point. But Oka Hachiro standing downstairs was unscathed. The enhanced suit's defensive capabilities far exceeded those of the enhanced suit, allowing him to completely ignore the telepathic attack of the zombie demon Hualao. This is why Tong Gu must drag Oka Hachiro into this battle. Reason for fighting. To open boss, MT is a must. Thanks to Su Ling Xiao, Blue Sky Shadow, Feng Ling Xiaohuan, Infinite Rape System, Yi Yan, Brother I Want a Mobile Phone, and the Second Confucius for their recommendation votes. New book PK seeks for reading brothers. Chapter 37 Red Lotus kills the demon. Hey, the guy from Team Tokyo deliberately got me involved. I won't let you off lightly. Oka Hachiro is a powerful but independent member of Gantz. He is not prepared to help the weak ones in his team. He was planning to hide on the side and wait for the guys from the Tokyo team below to kill both of them, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. Ladle. Just like him sitting back and watching the Atengu beat the young man from the Tokyo team until he was close to death, and then showed up to kill the Atengu in a sneak attack. Tonggu stood in the distance, looking at Oka Hachiro, who used the powerful protective ability of the gorilla suit to face the enemy of the corpse demon Hualao, and smiled. Oka Hachiro, although you may not understand, I saved your life. As perhaps the strongest Gantz player in the Osaka team and even in Japan at this time, Oka Hachiro, who had received 7 100-point rewards, would not understand that this slide was like a death specially prepared for him by the god of creation. The stronger Oka Hachiro becomes and the more he likes to fight independently, the more Hualao will tear everything about Oka Hachiro into pieces, and even tear off Oka Hachiro's head in the end. In the center of the battlefield, the corpse demon Slipper slashed with both arms, moving faster and faster. The orangutan suit, which also had blades attached to its elbows, was gradually losing ground under Oka Hachiro's control. Oka Hachiro was increasingly shocked. Before that, he was watching from the top of the building and thought that the corpse demon's melee combat ability was just that. He didn't expect that it would turn out to be so difficult to deal with after confronting it. Every time he cuts the opponent will recover quickly, and the opponent seems to be learning himself quickly in some way. He could feel that the corpse demon's sliding movements with both arms were surprisingly similar to the playing style he had learned from table tennis. The other party is getting stronger. This idea suddenly came to Oka Hachiro's mind. Together with the distracting thoughts, he was horrified. The display of the mask had lost sight of the corpse demon Huiguo. Tonggu could see clearly from a distance. The corpse demon slider stepped hard with his right foot, and the ground exploded due to the huge force. The corpse demon slider instantly flashed from the front of Oka Hachiro in the gorilla suit to the side. His body was slightly bent, and his right arm was shrunk. Left waist. His pupil shrank. This gesture was actually sword movement. Iai draws his sword. Shot. Tonggu's roar sounded so far away to Oka Balan that he felt the air behind him being cut open by a sharp weapon, and the biting chill made his spine tingle. Puff. The gorilla suit suddenly exploded, and a large amount of smoke spurted out. The corpse demon's right arm stopped in front of him like a blade, and the rare gorilla suit slowly broke from the waist. Buzz. The body of the corpse demon Huayao trembled, its steps paused, and the bone wings on its back expanded and then exploded. It turned around, trying to find the enemy's position, but there was another slight gunshot, and the triangular energy rope of the teleportation gun rotated towards him, and the corpse demon chopped it into pieces with a knife. Poof! A sharp blade came out of the smoke at this time and stabbed accurately into the chest of the corpse demon Hualao. The corpse demon made a sliding movement. It was the enemy in the gorilla suit just now. The opponent was not dead? Oka Hachiro held the nano sword and pierced the corpse demon Slipper with a sword from bottom to top. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of huge footsteps was like a giant beast running towards him. Oka Hachiro turned around in shock, only to see the Tokyo team swordsman dragging his sword diagonally, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters with each step, and running towards him. Woo! The long and narrow sun disk seemed to form a quarter moon in the sky. Corpse demon Hualao's arms broke instantly. Oka Hachiro wanted to attack, but an arm pressed down on his shoulder. With just a tug, Oka Hachiro felt his feet leave the ground instantly. At this moment, Tong-gu only felt in his heart that Oka below was really capable. He really dared to go up to the boss. After losing the gorilla suit, he still dared to attack Hualao. But according to his arrangement, the most violent attack will soon come here. The previous teleportation gun and X-gun sniping were just to attract Hualao's attention. The gravity gun is the main dish. Tetsuo Hara's right arm was inserted into a slightly larger gravity gun. He stood in the building that was about to collapse at some point, pointing the gravity gun at the terrifying monster below. Ping Sanping lost his eyes. At this time, his gravity gun was held by Kato Masaru, and he also aimed at Hualao from another angle. Tong-gu stepped hard with his feet, dragging Okahachiro onto the side wall of the most luxurious hotel beside the Dotonbori Canal in Osaka. The huge force made him run along the wall as if he was flying over the wall. The furious Hualao fired lasers between his eyes, instantly piercing through the hotel building. The terrifying laser swept through the busy streets of Osaka like a wiper. Tong-gu didn't know how many people would die. Facing the king of ghosts, Hualao, that was not something he had the ability to stop. All he has to do is hunt for Slippery. Buzz. A dull sound suddenly appeared. As soon as corpse demon Hualao pulled away the red energy rope on his body, a huge impact fell from the sky. Boom! The unimaginable gravity instantly crushed the corpse demon slider, and a large pit with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters appeared on the cement floor. Buzz! Buzz! The dull sound of the gravity gun sounded continuously. Every time the corpse demon sliding cup tried to get up, it was knocked down by another irresistible force, and blood continued to seep from its body. Die, monster! Hurry up and die! In the face of life and death, humans no longer have so many philosophical considerations, such as whether Hualao was respected as a guest god in ancient times, and why humans should fight with them. After seeing the blood, so many people died, and all that was left was to live and die. Whether it was the somewhat perverted Tetsuo Hara, the beautiful Rika Shimohira, or the seriously injured Nishi Joichiro, everyone was howling and pulling the trigger. Tong-gu carried Oka below and stood on the roof not far away. Looking at the god who kept trying to get up, but his body was gradually crushed by gravity, he felt in a trance that Hualao was just like a human being in the real world. Passively involved in Gantz or Game of Destiny, and then continue to die. What a twisted world! Okahachiro is a powerful player who is very good at attacking enemies. By observing Huali's slow recovery speed at this time, he understood that Huali's weakness probably lies in this. When being attacked by multiple remote snipers, Huata cannot recover instantly because he is unable to grasp the trends of all attacks and cannot distinguish the principles of the attacks. He felt a chill in his heart. This kind of enemy was a natural enemy for a lone wolf like him. The corpse demon screamed fiercely, but whether it was the destructive telekinesis erupting from the whole body or the laser fire, it was difficult to cause instantaneous attrition to the enemies hiding in various buildings. Mortal! I am God! Boom! The violent explosion was mixed with flesh and blood all over the sky, and the blood filled the air and evaporated into blood mist. Tong-gu frowned and looked at the blood pool that appeared in the empty field after being continuously bombarded by gravity guns. Okahachiro came to the blood pool first with his nano sword in hand, and the sniping in the distance had stopped. Finished! Okahachiro did not expect that this crisis-ridden mission would be led by the Tokyo team to an end. Tong-gu also took a step forward. The ground trembled slightly. An abnormal movement was instantly captured by Tong-gu. His expression changed and he shouted, "Get away!" Okahachiro reacted quickly, and when his expression changed, he raised the knife and was about to dodge, but suddenly it exploded, and in the blood that filled the sky, a genderless human form came out with a bone blade in his hand and swung the knife. Poof! Okahachiro was choking on blood from his mouth and nose, and his right shoulder and half of his body had been cut open. The blood-filled sky seemed to shine this scene into Tong-gu's heart. An inspiration that had been difficult to capture before suddenly rose up, and that mysterious feeling reappeared. The moment to slay the demon is right now. Tong Gu jumped out in a few steps and arrived in front of the blood pool. The long knife sank deeply into the concrete floor, holding the handle of the knife with both hands. Hua Lao, who had lost all his protection and flesh and blood, held the last bone blade and slashed it with his sword at the human who was causing endless trouble to him. Tong Gu also raised his hands suddenly upward at the same time. Crimson flames erupted from the ground following the long knife. Red Lotus. Tong Gu's mouth and nose were bleeding due to the burning in his lungs. He lowered his head slowly and looked at the broken bone blade in his hand and the red lotus earth fire that filled the sky, and was instantly engulfed. You kill Hua Lao and get 100 points. The mission is over and the transmission begins. Tong Gu watched Oka Below's body slowly disappear. Before his head was gradually teleported, he grabbed the black card falling from the air with one hand. Thanks to Dark Death, Sky / only miss you, my bigger, and Bloody Sun 777 for their recommendation votes, thank you. New book PK, please read it more, thank you. Chapter 38 Reappearance of Talent. Tong Gu's body was once again shaped bit by bit in front of Gantz's black ball, and the injuries on his body completely disappeared. He looked at Kato Masaru, Shimohira Reka, and his group who appeared in the room. Compared with the tragic ending in the original work, his arrival was ultimately a good thing for them. Detected that the death fate of Oka Hachiro, Yamasaki Anzu, Hara Tetsuo, and other characters has been reversed. You have completed the mission and your blessings and misfortunes depend on each other. Hidden mission, blessings and misfortunes depend on each other. Task description, your arrival has changed the fate of many characters. Some people will survive because of it, and some will die because of it. The evaluation of passing the level will change as a result. Mission completion status, 1 additional person died, 6 additional people survived, and the clearance rating increased by 100%. At this time, Shimohira Reka and others had already accepted the death of the bald uncle. Kato Masaru looked at his score displayed on the black ball, 41 points, and said with determination, I will definitely resurrect Uncle Suzuki A&D. Tong Gu walked slowly in front of the black ball at this time, just as the black ball started to calculate his points. Big guy, points, 229 points. Shimohira Reka subconsciously covered her mouth, but she still screamed out in surprise. Nishijo Ichiro's usually cold face was also full of shock. He had never seen anyone get such high points in a single mission. Several people quickly turned their attention to Tong Gu, with both sincerity and hesitation in their eyes. Tong Gu didn't make things difficult for a few people and went directly to the black fairway. Gantz, I want to resurrect Suzuki Ryoichi. Tong Gu felt a little regretful for not getting 300 points. If he had been in better condition at that time and could kill the big Tengu, he would have been able to get 300 points. If he had 300 points, Tong Gu would directly exchange for Oka Hachiro's powerful gorilla suit to let Wuyume experience the power of Super Era technology. But with less than 300 points, Tong Gu could only settle for the next best thing and continue to fight for S-level evaluation. The black ball responded quickly. Suzuki Ryoichi's body was shaped bit by bit, and his consciousness quickly returned to his body. Kato Masaru happily told the bald uncle what happened after his death. Hidden mission, changes in completion level of dependence on fortune and misfortune. Mission completion status, 0 additional deaths, 6 additional survivors, clearance rating increased by 180%. The rating has increased so much? Tong Gu secretly guessed that it might be because Suzuki Ryoichi had a lot of points deducted from his previous death, and now that he resurrected him, the points were made up. Tong Gu waved his hand to stop Suzuki Ryoichi from thanking him. He looked at a few people with a gentle look on his face. Please take care of yourselves for the following missions. Seeing that Tong Gu had 129 points left, several people guessed that Tong Gu would choose to liberate himself from Gantz, and they would leave after hugging each other. Tongu watched Nishijo Ichiro finally leave the room, with a strange smile on his lips. You need to spend points to escape from Gantz. Game of Destiny is a higher level box than Gantz. You only need to return and you will naturally escape from Gantz's control. Gantz, exchange it for me for a stronger weapon. For 100 points, you will get a stronger weapon. Should you get it immediately or give it to you before the next mission? Distribute immediately. The black ball opened again, and a weapon with a full sense of technology suddenly appeared on the shelf next to it. The gun body was wide, and the user's arm was held in the middle of the gun body. You got the item, Z-Gun. Z-Gun. Quality, blue. Prop description: a basic technological weapon created by the multifaceted aliens from the high-dimensional race. It is extremely powerful. Description 1: set the target area and launch. Lower a strong gravity field in the target area, and crush the target area. Description 2: the energy of this weapon is automatically restored. After continuous use, it needs to cool down for a period of time before it can be resumed. Although Tongu has never practiced shooting, fortunately, such a powerful firearm does not require careful aiming at all, and there is no ballistic deviation. At mid-range, this is an absolute killer weapon. Since then, Tongu's goal in the Gantz world has been basically completed. Although it is a bit regretful that he did not get the gorilla suit, the super era gravity gun, whether it is for scientific research in the modern world, or the troubles he will eventually face with Tongmo and Animusuji, are all huge helping hands. In addition to a player's own attributes, skills, and abilities, equipment is naturally an indispensable part of a player's strength. Tongu looked at the still intact enhanced suit on his body and the gravity gun he had obtained at this moment, feeling satisfied. Return. The room in front of Tongu quickly disintegrated, and in an instant the surroundings became nothingness again. There were dots of white light in the farthest boundary area of the field of vision. Player UD3890333995 has returned. Do you want to start settlement? Tongu confirmed in his heart that a large amount of data immediately began to flood the screen. Start settlement now. Settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Mission World, Gantz Act 7, No. A604. Main mission, completed. Number of additional tasks completed, 1. Calculate the additional clearance evaluation of hidden tasks to increase by 180%. Calculating enemy kill points and additional clearance evaluation increased, with 229 points, an increase of 229%. Calculating player achievements and reputation. Calculation completed. Tongu watched the rating jump from the most basic E, all the way up, but after reaching A, the rotation speed slowed down significantly. He rarely felt a trace of nervousness in his heart. If he resurrected the bald man and failed to obtain S, then it would be a bit more gain than loss. Finally, the rating turned from A and with difficulty. Final rating, S. Tongu guessed that it was because too many ordinary people and Osaka team members died during the mission. If he could gather everyone and organize them from the beginning, he would directly fight and kill Hualao at the canal. The rating may even exceed S. But fortunately among the misfortunes, I chose to resurrect Suzuki Ryoichi, raised his evaluation a step higher, and reached the S threshold. You have obtained an S rating in the mission world, and rewards are now being distributed. Calculating. Fixed rewards in the white world, free attribute points 2, destiny points 1000. Based on S level evaluation, fixed rewards are increased by 180%. The basic rewards you receive in this awakening trial are, free attribute points 3, destiny points 1800. Now calculate additional rewards for high ratings. Based on the B level evaluation, you will receive an additional 500 destiny points. Based on the A level evaluation, you will receive a expertise improvement scroll *1. Based on the S level evaluation, you will receive a favor from fate. You have received a favor from fate, do you want to use it? Tong Gu confirmed in his heart that the gorgeous turntable appeared again in the illusory space. With the last experience, Tong Gu felt much more settled this time. He looked at the objects flashing with golden and purple light, as if he was neither happy nor sad. Hehe, they won't give me items of that level anyway. Blue sky and white clouds, games all over the world are the same pitfalls. Amid various dark complaints, light flowed, and suddenly, purple light flourished. Tong Gu looked at the grid that finally stopped with a dull expression, emitting a magnificent purple light, a little unbelievable. It was a small wooden sign with words engraved on it. The talent of reappearance. You have obtained fantasy-level props and the ability to reproduce. The talent of reappearance. Quality, fantasy. Description, a special prop created by the god of a certain world. After use, it can give the user the ability to reappear /. Chapter 39 Time to Lose Signal. Guo Dengyuan sat in his room with a gloomy face. He just stared blankly at the big words "Live Broadcast Room Lost Signal" on the screen. The barrage scrolling speed has obviously been reduced. Before, many people were still debating whether the person who banned the fraud was killed or not. But now the live broadcast room has become quite deserted. It's just that occasionally someone comes in to say something. Rib. A moment of silence. Hey, those who ban fraud will do well. Why does everyone think that the person who banned the fraud must be dead? Guo Dengyuan was angry at those people at first, but slowly, a feeling of desolation enveloped him. He also understands that whenever this happens, 9 out of 10 people will lose their lives, but those who block the abuse must be different. He is S-class. Guo Dengyuan's vision was blurred, and he could not reconcile with reality. He had just felt that he could survive, but now he only felt that life was bleak. On the other side of the mountain city, Lu Zhao was also sitting blankly on his desk. The video of that issue of The Other Side of the Scammer was in the middle of editing. He couldn't believe that that kind of man could fall so quickly. Smart speakers are still delivering the news. News from Beijing Business News: Dongxia's newly promoted S-class awakened person is suspected to have died in the black ball world. It is reported. Lu Zhao suddenly turned around. Unbelievable that some media would dare to directly promote it like this. Has the other party confirmed it? It's clearly not 12 hours yet, but it's still possible to be alive. At this time, the internet was already in a bloody turmoil. On the Destiny forum, the atmosphere was as exciting as yesterday's S-class debut, but now it's so depressing. A large number of user groups paid attention to the live broadcast of the cheater Kirigani. The opponent encountered an unimaginably powerful enemy during the live broadcast, and then the live broadcast room screen disappeared. This is an indisputable fact. A large number of fans who banned cheaters couldn't accept it and started posting posts to seek approval. The disappearance of the live broadcast room only means that the live broadcast equipment is damaged. The cheater will definitely return. But at the same time, more people are putting out a lot of data. Almost 95% of live broadcast rooms lose signal, which means the death of live broadcast players. There are even a group of people who can't wait to start liquidating and mocking those who have banned the fraud. The lucky S-class was carried away and fell at the speed of light. Those who block fraud are just talking on paper after all. A lot of verbal abuse ensued. Yang Yuanping's face was livid at this time, and he was extremely busy. While he was angrily scolding the Beijing commercial news, he asked people in the department to quickly cut off all reports on the incident of the fraudsters, hoping to minimize the impact on humanity. After all, Gong Li was younger, and now he had a sad look on his face, and he was also a little listless in his work. Yang Yuanping glanced at it, half irritated and half serious. Why, are you giving up now? Gong Li didn't know what the team leader meant. His eyes were slightly red and his fists were blue and white. We lost. The person we chose, died. Yang Yuanping suddenly covered his subordinate's mouth, shook his head firmly and said, "He won't die that easily." He said that to everyone. "Lee Dashu, take me to the portal." Lee Dashu's eyes were red. He regretted not letting his daughter fall asleep this time. Looking at his daughter, who was as fragile as glass, he shook his head and deliberately changed the subject. "The air over there at Chonghong Bay is bad, so you can't go there." He instinctively wanted to avoid topics related to portals and Game of Destiny. Li Rui suddenly raised her head. Only then did Li Shu see her daughter's face clearly. Not a single tear was shed. She just looked at him expectantly and said, "Isn't it almost 12 hours? Agu is coming back." Li Shu was startled when he heard this. He wanted to tell his daughter about those cruel statistics, but the hope in the girl's eyes was like a pure white light, which he couldn't bear to break. Suddenly, the girl's expression brightened, her finger pointed at the monitor behind the chestnut tree, and her bright smile bloomed instantly. Li Mei stood alone in a corner outside the Chonghong Bay portal. She didn't know why she was waiting here. She was just driven by a certain emotion and came here unknowingly. Wearing a hood, she watched people waiting for their families leave in disappointment one after another, and she also saw some people reunited and embraced in excitement. Although the density of people in this place is not large, the joys and sorrows brought about by Game of Destiny are still staged here. She was just sitting alone against the wall beside her, with creepers extending everywhere from the wall behind her. "Are you waiting for someone too?" An old voice suddenly sounded from in front of her. Li Mei raised her head and saw an old man with all his hair falling out, wearing a worn hood, standing in front of him. She nodded first, then shook her head. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, the old man did not continue to ask, but just sat down beside her slowly, minding his own business. Li Mei looked at the old man and asked, "Then who are you waiting for?" Unexpectedly, the old man nodded first, but then shook his head. The old man seemed to be amused by himself. "I still have a few hours until the time limit." Li Mei's heart moved, and she couldn't bear it. She knew that reaching the time limit meant that she had to enter the Game of Destiny. If she did not enter before the final time limit, she would encounter random transmissions from the Game of Destiny and would probably enter a world of high difficulty that does not meet your level of strength. The old man saw the unbearable expression on the little girl's face. He shook his head and continued, "I originally said goodbye to my wife yesterday, but I met a man this morning, a dazzling young man." Li Mei's expression changed, her mouth moved, and she couldn't bear to tell the old man what happened next. The old man's eyes were in a daze, as if he was still thinking about what happened in the morning. He looked at the moonlight in the sky and sighed. He said, "Let me watch him and let him take a walk in his destiny. It's so cool. I've been waiting here. I think. See you young man like that again." Li Mei covered her mouth, tears blurred her vision, and she almost burst into tears. He has. Ah! There were not many people in the square, but a huge exclamation suddenly sounded. Li Mei's eyes were blurred with tears, and she felt that her eyes were suddenly so bright. The old man beside her suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "It's golden!" An idea suddenly came to Li Mei's mind. She wiped away her tears and saw the golden light flashing through the portal again. Although it was not as bright as the awakening trial that seemed to illuminate the world, this golden light seems to be born with the power to give people courage. Li Mei had slender legs and ran to the front of the portal in a few steps. A tall figure, wearing a brown windbreaker, carried a long and narrow sword on his back. "It's really him. You're back. You. As soon as Tong Gu stepped onto the ground, there was no exclamation from the crowd as he imagined, nor the painful farewell like last time in Hell on Earth. He looked at the girl in front of him who was crying bitterly, and his beautiful face was wiped out by his hands. A few tears. Tong Gu thought of the glasses that were damaged in Hua Lao's hands, and he already understood what happened. He took a few steps forward, supported the other party, smiled gently and asked, "Do you have a mobile phone with you?" "Thank you book friend 20210205182602368 for your monthly vote. Thank you for the recommendation votes cast by Sky Only Missing You, Void Spirit Zeo, Infinite X Reincarnation, book friends 20210205182602368, Bloody Sunset, and 2. New book PK, please read it." Chapter 40 Announcement. The live broadcast room signal is reconnecting. Signal has been restored. Guo Dengyuan sat numbly on the ground, and the flashing images on the screen finally dragged his consciousness back to reality. That is. Guo Dengyuan stood up immediately. No, he almost jumped up. He saw that he was not forcibly pushed to other rooms by Pili Station, but that the live broadcast room of the one who blocked the cheat had been restored. In the picture, Tonggu, the sealer, stood under the golden portal, surrounded by many people with excited faces. Among them, the girl with a ponytail that reached her waist and was jumping and cheering on the spot looked particularly familiar to him. Tianri Zhao Zhao sent a striking message, "CNY, 200 welcome back." Wu Zhengyang sent a striking message, "CNY, 100 it looks like the rating is very high again, very good." Various types of paid barrage quickly made the live broadcast room popular. Tonggu also saw a series of barrages. He looked at the camera on his phone and smiled. "Thank you all for your support and I'm sorry for making you worry." Then Tonggu simply took his cell phone, sat on the steps under the portal, and began to talk about the battle that happened after that. A group of onlookers who gathered around because of the golden portal also listened to Tonggu's story and exclaimed in surprise. Yang Yuanping had a strange look on his face in the office, feeling that the idol he had chosen actually had the talent of a storyteller and could narrate a battle vividly. He turned his head and saw Gong Li staring excitedly at the screen of his mobile phone. He had already forgotten about work and couldn't help coughing twice. Gong Li, immediately arrange for several reliable media to go over and conduct an exclusive interview with Tonggu. We want to completely reverse the public opinion in the afternoon. Professional media such as Shancheng Daily and Dongxia Daily rushed to the scene quickly. The golden light on the portal had long been extinguished. They only saw the tall sealer sitting under the portal, with a group of old women and children surrounding him. Listen to him describe the details of the mission, and listen to him describe his changes in mentality. Huaren Ke, a reporter from Shancheng Daily, had a keen sense of smell and quickly captured this scene. He looked at the photos in his camera and murmured, "It's almost like a pilgrimage." In the photo, Tonggu, the sealer, is sitting under the portal, with the bright moonlight behind him. Beneath Tonggu, a group of men, women, and children are surrounding, all looking at Tonggu, with expressions of joy and expectation. Tonggu saw several reporters arriving, and he happened to tell the story of finally killing Hualao. Only then did the onlookers realize that they had listened for so long. Huaren just squeezed to the front. He saw that the cameras behind him had adjusted their angles, so he asked Tonggu, "Mr. Tonggu, congratulations on your victory again. This mission seems to be very difficult. You also encountered some twists and turns during the mission. Is there anything you want to say to those who care about you and are worried about you? The media that can be pushed out for interviews at this time will naturally have their positions and beliefs tested." Huaren Ke's questions were obviously prepared in advance. Tonggu looked at the camera without any stage fright. He first thanked everyone again for their support and concern, and then gently patted his chest in front of the camera. "Whether it's once or twice, 10 times or countless times, I will win the game called Destiny and light up these dark portals." So. Tonggu took a breath and solemnly said. "So, please continue to look at me, and then trust me. No matter what the dilemma is, I will definitely stand here again and meet you." The nameless old man stood at the outermost edge. He saw the extremely dazzling young man suddenly looking at him. The two met their eyes, and something called courage was truly conveyed to the bottom of his heart. Li Mei cried and laughed excitedly. When she heard the announcement of the fraudster at close range, she felt that her whole body was filled with energy and was filled with hope. She looked at the mobile phone in Tong Gu's hand, wishing she could grab it back and post the barrage now. In the live broadcast room, the audience could not wait to light up the show. Even the paid messages would be quickly wiped out by the updated paid messages. Everyone was immersed in a fanatical atmosphere. The bleakness and depression in the live broadcast room in the afternoon were all rewarded at this moment. Wu Zhengyang is sitting in his home, and his wife is also quietly wiping her eyes at this moment. As the person beside the savior, she knows very well the difficulties that this country and this world are facing. It's really great that young people like that are still alive. But wiping her tears away, she still held down Wu Zhenjiang's hand that wanted to send another paid barrage. The best hotel in the mountain city, Arashikawa Hotel, located in the presidential suite at the top, a petite woman wearing glasses hurriedly held a tablet computer and knocked on the bathroom door. Sister Dong Lu, that person is still alive. After a long time, a cold voice sounded from the bathroom. I see. The woman planned to show the video to the other party, but the air around her suddenly became cold, so she immediately picked up the tablet and ran back. The happiest people at the moment are undoubtedly the senior management of Perak Station. As rising stars, they could only rely on the traffic of young people to get a piece of the live broadcast market. But pie in the sky, the fraudster Kiritani refused the sky-high contracts from those major stations, and instead took the initiative to sign contracts with them. They almost shifted the focus of the live broadcast business to the game of destiny. Unexpectedly, bad news came in the afternoon. The live broadcast room of Tongwu, the sealer, lost the signal and was suspected to have died. Several senior executives almost cried on the spot. Seeing the soaring heat in the live broadcast room and the crazy rising water, they only regretted that they had not gone to Chonghong Bay. Otherwise, show your face and take a photo with the person who banned the fraud to show that your company has always had full confidence in the person who banned the fraud. I'm afraid the stock price can take off directly tomorrow. At the same time, some media and forces who jumped out to spread bad news about the perpetrators in the afternoon were naturally resented by them. Although the Qin family didn't have many connections in Destiny game, they never lacked money. From a business perspective, it was very easy to rectify a crooked media like Beijing Commercial News. They don't care about the overt and covert struggle between the two major factions of human existence. The level is too high for them to reach, but similarly, those big shots don't care about their small capital game at all. Beijing Commercial News, let's get him. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when Tong Gu returned home. When he got out of the elevator, he saw a haggard-looking Yang Yuanping leaning in front of his door. Tong Gu glanced at the vacant room 3510, and then said with a mocking smile, "Your Bureau of Anomaly Affairs is not an easy job, so you still have to be an official at this time." Yang Yuanping's observation skills were so subtle that he didn't notice the other person's expression, but he didn't expose it. No matter how good people pretend to be, there will always be flaws. He pinched off the cigarette in his hand, stretched out his hand calmly and said, "Bring it here." Tong Gu was stunned by the other party's calm gesture of reaching out. He took out the broken enhanced suit from his backpack and clicked his tongue. "You are a state agency after all, so you want something from a citizen like me." Yang Yuanping touched the enhanced suit made of unknown material in his hand, hoping in his heart that the people in the technology department could join forces with those big capital technology companies to crack this technology as soon as possible. That way, many people could survive. He threw a black box to Tong Gu. Tong Gu caught it and opened it. It was an exquisite badge. "What's this?" Yang Yuanping raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. "What a great thing, the righteous badge." As expected, Tong Gu saw the delicate word righteousness at the bottom of the badge, but as far as he knew, the review of this thing was very strict, and it would only be awarded if it had actually saved a lot of people's lives. In addition to being an honor, the biggest function of this thing is that people with the righteous badge can be qualified to apply for the establishment of a personal vigilante office, or it is called a personal hero office, which has the ability to operate in a certain area. Auxiliary law enforcement power. I'm not prepared to do that kind of thing. Yang Yuanping had already reached the elevator entrance. Hearing this, he turned back to look at Tonggu, his eyes looking a little cold under the cold light. Tonggu, there are many things that you don't have to do if you are not ready to do them. There are too many people who will force you to make a choice. Thanks to Blue Sky Shadow and Long emceeing Airdrop for recommending votes. Thank you. Chapter 41, Fallen Street. Tonggu rubbed the black card in his hand, his eyes a little wandering. After playing Game of Destiny twice in a row with high intensity, he ushered in the shortest 2-week interval, which made him even feel a little inexplicable emptiness. King of 100 Ghosts Sliding Ladle. Black Iron 2 stars. Description: the King of Ghosts who leads hundreds of ghosts on the night march in a certain time and space, is powerful. Effect 1, you can crush this card, and the system will randomly select one type of loot from the items, skills, and abilities on Hualao and distribute it. Effect 2, you can slap this card on yourself and transform into Hualao for a short time. During the transformation, you can get Hualao's skill ability bonus. Tonggu did not crush this card to obtain the loot. On the one hand, Hualao itself was very powerful, and this card was actually a good backup for Tonggu today. On the other hand, as Tonggu, who had just completed a white position mission, he actually did not lack the abilities and skills of Hualao. Tonggu opened his personal panel. Player, UD3890339995. Blade side/fighting side. Attributes. Strength, 17. Constitution, 20, extraordinary. Agility, 15. Spirit, 7. Energy, 0. Free attribute points, 5. Expertise. Basic boxing LV7. Basic steps LV3. Basic swordsmanship level 4. Blind fighting level 1. Expertise improvement scroll, 2. Ability. Ancient style martial arts, level C, a special boxing style that combines Qi and ancient martial arts, with extremely explosive power. Breathing method breath of the earth, level C, a special breathing method that can comprehensively enhance the player's athletic ability and greatly enhance strength and physique. Reappearance, level A, you can spend a certain price to reproduce a certain event, ability, or item that just happened. Talent. Genetic modification, C, you have taken a large amount of genetic medicine for a long time, and your body's strength and resistance have been enhanced. Explicit, your soul contains certain high-dimensional characteristics, which allows you to make certain interferences in yourself and the world. Trait 1, fanaticism, under the influence of certain emotions, you will ignite yourself as firewood and fully activate your body's potential. Trait 2, Red Lotus, the anger of the earth, you sense the power of the Red Lotus earth fire. Rating, white position top. I am very strong. Tonggu has a clear understanding of himself. Even among all the white players, he is extremely powerful and has even obtained A-level abilities. Thinking of this A-level ability, Tonggu suddenly became interested. The description of this ability made him quickly guess the origin. It probably came from Yuki's Law world. The talent in this world is usually an ability. To use the ability, you need to meet some conditions or pay some price. But the price of his ability is very vaguely described. Tonggu thought for a while, took out a specialty improvement scroll, and thought about it. Do you want to use expertise to upgrade the scroll *1 and increase the basic steps LV3 LV4? Tonggu confirmed in his heart that the scroll in his hand disappeared immediately, and a lot of experience about movement and force reduction suddenly came into his mind. Tong Gu stepped on the wall of the room with a gentle force on his feet, exerting a slight force on his toes, and his body was all ready. He jumped to the opposite wall like an ape and returned to the ground. The wall was intact. Is this the pace and skill of level 4? The force can be sent and received at will, and the movements are much more agile. Compared with the violent use of physical power at the level 3 stage, it is much smarter. After Tong Gu experienced the change, he immediately concentrated and mobilized the wonderful ability in his body. In an instant, a strange wave flashed in front of him. Tong Gu felt that his body was suddenly a little empty, and an object appeared in his hand. Specialty Improvement Scroll. Tong Gu stood up suddenly, unable to suppress the joy on his face. This ability can indeed be used in this way. It can take effect on the items of Game of Destiny. Although his body is a little depleted, Tong Gu realizes that this level of consumption will not have an impact on his body. At worst, he can use his abilities to take advantage of the advanced medical science for supplementation. No, 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 Destiny game should not have such a vicious bug. Tong Gu quickly forced himself to calm down, and he began to check his status and panel carefully. Tong Gu frowned quickly. Destiny points, 1168. He clearly remembered that he got 2,500 Destiny points in the first world, and 2,300 points in the second. After deducting the 632 points Demon Slayer spent on repairing his body, theoretically he should still have 4,168 points left. This time the ability was used, 3,000 Destiny points were directly deducted. What would happen if I activated my ability again now? Tong Gu instinctively felt that the price would not be low. It can be said that this ability can only be used to carry out strikes or use props at critical moments, and is not suitable for normal material reserves. But as one of the few abilities that Tong Gu knows so far that can be used in the Destiny game mechanism, Tong Gu is still aware of many possibilities. Whether it is used to farm monsters to improve completion, or used to reproduce loot cards to obtain multiple drops, or directly reproduce one's own abilities and attacks in battle, as long as you can pay a sufficient price, this ability can be said to be truly worthy. A-grade rating. Tick. The ringtone of the cell phone brought Tong Gu out of his reverie about the ability of reappearance. He quickly clicked on the forum and saw a message from Xin Yuan with the title of Analyst. There's information on what you're looking for. Tong Gu perked up and quickly replied. Where? Mountain City, Degenerate Street. Fallen Street is located in the southwest of the Mountain City. It was originally a relatively dilapidated old city, and its name was not called Fallen Street. It's just that in recent decades, due to the chaos and depravity of this neighborhood, the original name has gradually been forgotten. Instead, the name of Degenerate Street has become more and more famous. Just like there is light and darkness in the world. Since there are those who are hopeful and strive passionately, there will naturally be those who are in self-exile and indulge in short-term desires. People in this neighborhood don't pay attention to Tong Gu or the perpetrators. They care more about how long they can enjoy themselves. Before the coming death, enjoy yourself until death. This is their creed. Gong Li looked at the very strong graffiti on the surrounding walls and asked his team leader. Don't we care about this kind of place? When Yang Yuanping heard what his subordinates said, his eyes under the hood were a little complicated. He sighed and said with an inexplicable expression. Just because I can't live a sunny and enthusiastic life, am I not allowed to do it? Gong Li was suffocated when he heard the words. He was a little at a loss. He couldn't refute for a moment. Tong Gu, who was also wearing a big cloak, was silent in his heart. He naturally understood that if the right to use life cannot be attributed to individuals, the sense of oppression will cause more serious social problems. But looking at the people around him who were drinking and having fun during the day, and even making peace in the alley, he felt a huge sense of separation. The street of depravity is a place that is completely contrary to his past life. But it is precisely the chaos and freedom of this place that makes many players who want to hide themselves willing to trade here, and gradually this degenerate street turns into a large black market. The item that Tong-gu had been looking for that would allow him to accurately enter the world of Demon Slayer appeared here. Record pointer, a special prop from One Piece world. Yang Yuanping saw that the young subordinate's face was full of worries, as if his three views had been subverted. He suddenly pointed in another direction and said, "Look, Fallen Street has some benefits after all." Gong Li and Tong-gu turned around and saw 4 or 5 children lying on the second floor of a dilapidated building, looking curiously at the 2 people negotiating peace below. Gong Li's face turned a little dark. He felt that his team leader was a little out of tune at certain times, but when he heard Yang Yuanping's tone of voice, he added happily, "There are many children here. If you have children, there is hope." Thank you book friend 20230411235117376 for your monthly vote. Thanks to Bloody Sun 777, A Pot of White Wine, book friends 2021030110651398120, 1000 Years Old Bookworm, Impulse LJ. Recommendation votes cast. Chapter 42 Mr. Wu. Tong-gu and the 3 men, wearing black cloaks and hoods, went deep into the neighborhood. There were many outsiders here dressed similarly to them, so the 3 of them did not attract the attention of the indigenous people here. Walking all the way to the deepest part of the block, I saw a shopping mall building covered with moss and vines. The facilities outside the shopping mall had long been abandoned, and the landscaping and fountains were dilapidated. However, the building was not low in popularity at this time. From the outside, you can hear loud shouts coming from inside, as well as music with unknown meaning but strong rhythm. Yang Yuanping walked at the front, leading the 2 of them towards the entrance. At the entrance, a woman with an electronic cigarette in her mouth stood up and blocked the 3 of them. She was no taller than Tong-gu's chest, and her hair was dyed red and green. What made Tong-gu even more concerned were her eyes. The eyes that flashed with red light were obviously mechanical structures. This woman has mechanically transformed herself. This is an extremely advanced technology in today's human society. Powerful players hired by some large consortiums with large sums of money enter specific worlds, obtain corresponding technologies and props, and reproduce and crack them in the real world. There are also quite a few people who believe that this technology is the key to saving mankind. The woman's mechanical eyes just glanced at it and determined that Tong-gu and Gong Li were faces they had never seen before. She blew out the smoke. "Is it your first time coming to Fallen Street?" Yang Yuanping reached out and took out a black card with a green logo printed on it, held it in front of the 2 of them, and said with a smile, "We are actually friends of Lao Ma." The woman just glanced at it and confirmed the authenticity of the card. She clicked her tongue in disgust, then raised her eyebrows at Tong-gu and said, "You look pretty good. If you want to come to Fallen Street in the future, you can register with me." As she moved out of the way, she raised her eyebrows at the card in Yang Yuanping's hand. "I'm getting old, this card won't last long, ha." After the 3 people entered the arena, Yang Yuanping didn't look very good, and he was wondering about Lao Ma's situation. Could it be that Lao Ma has gradually lost control of Fallen Street? But Tong-gu suddenly had something to say. The young people in this Fallen Street seem to be quite trendy. Yang Yuanping was shocked when he heard this. Yes, this group of people on Fallen Street were originally a group of people who had no hope for the future. They enjoyed themselves crazily based on the principle of drinking now and getting drunk the next. Why do the young people I met today seem to pay more attention to new things than me, and many of them have even done mechanical modifications? Yang Yuanping looked at the people in the mall at this time, but most of them were young faces. Fallen Street seems to have changed unconsciously. Oh? The 3 faces are a bit strange. A slightly exaggerated tone sounded from behind the 3 of them. They just turned their heads slightly and saw a man with also modified eyes walking over. He had beautiful short silver hair and a bird-shaped tattoo on his face. "I'm the broker here, you can just call me A Fei." The man seemed not to notice the three people sizing him up, and quickly introduced himself. Tong Gu couldn't help but look at the current manager of Fallen Street with admiration. He seemed to be running this black market well. He asked with interest. "Can you help me find what I'm looking for?" The smile on the man who called himself A Fei became even more exaggerated, which made Gong Li feel a little uncomfortable. "Haha. Of course, everything here will be stored in our database. If I move my eyes, I can find what I want." A Fei rubbed his index finger and thumb gently and added, "Just give me a small handling fee." Yang Yuanping and Tong Gu looked at each other. Seeing that Yang Yuanping didn't stop him, Tong Gu said, "I need a record pointer from Pirate World. The light in A Fei's eyes flashed a few times. He looked at the three of them in surprise and said, "It seems that you are very well informed. Although things like record pointer are not uncommon, the demand is getting higher and higher nowadays. Basically every time it appears, it will be bought quickly. We just recorded someone selling here this morning, and you came here." Fortunately, although Ah Fei was rude, he did not delay his work. He quickly led a few people around various stalls and found this item in a shop on the 4th floor. Tong Gu looked at the pointer that was shining brightly on the stall, and a rare enthusiasm appeared in his heart. With this thing, let it absorb the breath of the golden bracelet he obtained from Demon Slayer world, and it will point to a portal leading to that world. Tong Gu was not short of money, so he expressed his intention directly. The stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing a hood with dark skin. Hearing Tong Gu's words, a flash of heartbeat flashed in his eyes, but in the end he shook his head and refused. "I just agreed to sell this thing to another person." Ah Fei saw that he would get his commission, and said anxiously at this moment, "The database clearly shows that this item has not been traded yet, so don't play tricks." The stall owner is obviously afraid of these fallen residents who have modified mechanical eyes. Although he is lucky enough to survive in the pirate world, he has never received an evaluation above E level. Tong Gu stopped A Fei. He looked into the stall owner's eyes and said sincerely, "Can you recommend a buyer? Maybe I can give you both a good price." The stall owner hesitated to speak, his face turned red from holding back, and Ah Fei became more and more impatient. He seemed to be a little manic and started scratching his hair. Suddenly, the stall owner looked to the right side of the stall and shouted with relief on his face, "Mr. Wu, you are finally here. Please take this thing with you." As he spoke, he picked up the record pointer and handed it to the visitor. Yang Yuanping turned around and saw a young man walking over accompanied by several people. The young man looked to be in his early 20s. His black hair was carefully taken care of. There were no traces of mechanical transformation on his body. Instead, he looked very handsome. Rule. But the stall owner seemed to be afraid of this person, and at the moment he just wanted to give things to him. Tong Gu looked at the person coming, but found that Mr. Wu was not looking at the stall owner, but was looking at him. The cheater. Seeing that Tong Gu did not deny it, the young man seemed to have discovered some big surprise. He clapped his hands and squatted down in an exaggerated manner, looking at Tong Gu up and down. This posture is very inconsistent with his neat appearance, giving people a strange feeling. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Fraudster, I am your fan." The young man known as Mr. Wu seemed to have endless curiosity about Tong Gu. He circled Tong Gu twice, making the stall owner holding a record pointer a little anxious. Gong Li frowned unconsciously. He could feel that this young man seemed to have some hostility towards Tong Gu, the one who sealed the scandal. Yang Yuanping stood behind the two of them. The expression under his hood seemed to recognize the young man's identity, but he said nothing. Tong Gu was naturally aware of this man's abnormality, and had no intention of having a close relationship with him. He just said indifferently, "Let's make a price for this record pointer." The young man noticed Tong Gu's coldness, and the exaggerated and artificial expression on his face subsided slightly. He shook his finger slightly, and the stall owner exclaimed, and saw the record pointer floating out of thin air and slowly landing on the young man's head. In hand. Psychodynamic power. Tong Gu didn't expect that this young man was actually a player with special abilities. The young man known as Mr. Wu picked up the pointer, gently pushed it to Tong Gu, and said with a warm smile on his face, "It's an honor for me, Mr. Fraudster, to come to me for something. Just give me 100,000. After all, I quoted this price to the boss. The price is not expensive, and can even be called conscientious." It seems that the stall owner is a little afraid of Mr. Wu and does not dare to ask for a price. Tong Gu did not take the record pointer immediately, but looked at the other person. "So, what do you want from me?" The smile on the young man's face became even bigger. He suddenly approached Tong Gu and whispered, "I don't need anything extra from you. This is the friendship of Fallen Street." Chapter 43, Bad Things. After the three of them walked out of the Fallen Street, they felt that the young people who had been staring at them slowly dispersed. Gong Li breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed a little. Tong Gu guessed that this palace calendar must have practiced some ancient martial arts style, and the breathing rhythm was somewhat similar to the breathing method of Demon Slayer. Although he is now very good at using breathing techniques, he cannot teach others. If he wants to teach the abilities in Game of Destiny to ordinary people, he needs to have a good understanding of abilities, human body structure, and genre knowledge. Tong Gu therefore, it is speculated that there is an expert behind the palace calendar or the Mountain City Abnormal Affairs Bureau. The three of them got into the car, and Yang Yuanping gave some advice. "The friendship on Fallen Street is probably a lot heavier than you think." Tong Gu played with the record pointer in his hand and seemed not to take it to heart. Upon seeing this, Yang Yuanping immediately sat up straight and said seriously, "Do you know why the teller showed up in Amber Square on the day you participated in the Awakening trial?" Tong Gu put the pointer and the golden bracelet into his backpack, and this incident often lingered in his mind. Although judging from the results, the rewards of entering Demon Slayer world were also very good, but the situation in Amber Square that day was indeed very strange. On such a big day as the Awakening trial, not only did the vigilantes and heroes not show up, but even official personnel like Yang Yuanping were nowhere to be seen, and they actually allowed the reporter to appear under the portal. So what's the reason? Gong Li had already driven the car onto the main road, and Yang Yuanping lit a cigarette, his tone a little erratic. Because that day, reporters appeared one after another in various major districts of the mountain city. Our people were all dispersed. Then, several unidentified teams attacked all the vigilantes and heroes in the Amber area. Mountain City dual swords He Chuo and Liu Ye were killed and the other was seriously injured. Demolition Man Xia Shunzi lost consciousness, and 13 white vigilantes and heroes died. Tong Gu was shocked. He didn't expect such a huge change to occur that day, but neither the media nor the Destiny Forum had any news. Gong Li's face was livid, and his speed was getting faster and faster. This incident had always been a concern of their Mountain City Abnormal Affairs Bureau, and was considered a great shame and humiliation. Yang Yuanping smoked cigarettes one after another for a while before continuing. Guess who was the only one who showed up at the scene, successfully blocked the gang, and rescued Xia Shunzi, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Tong Gu's heart moved, thinking of the young man just now. "Mr. Wu." Yang Yuanping nodded. "My original name is Wu Guangji. Since that incident, he has been given the title of Witch King. He has become quite famous during this time." Tong Gu's mind was spinning quickly. He suddenly thought of the righteous badge that Yang Yuanping threw to him last night. He lowered his eyelids and said indifferently, "So, you suspect that Wu Guangji, or today's Fallen Street, wants to expand his power to the Amber District. Wu Guangji's goal is the auxiliary jurisdiction of the Amber District. The reason why you didn't reveal his identity on the spot was so that I could have a conflict with him." Yang Yuanping didn't expect that the 18-year-old Feng Huizhu was so quick in thinking. He understood his idea with just a few words. He was extremely sensitive to changes in other people's temperaments and sensed the Fengfa's anger at the moment for the first time. He quickly explained. As long as you still live in that neighborhood, with your reputation, it's impossible for him not to pay attention to you. Careful! Tong Gu suddenly shouted. A Mercedes pickup truck slammed into them from the opposite lane. At the critical moment, Yang Yuanping pressed the car door with both hands. Boom! During the violent impact, their car rolled over instantly, but the car was unexpectedly strong. After rolling several times, the outer shell did not deform at all. The huge impact had no impact on the three of them. Only Gong Li in the front row suffered a bruise on his forehead. Got a piece. Tong Gu caught a glimpse of Yang Yuanping's hands holding down the car from the corner of his eye, and thought to himself that he didn't expect that this person was actually a master who had mastered the ability to strengthen telekinesis in Hunter World. At this time, several young people in very fashionable clothes jumped out of the pickup truck. They walked over to the car that was overturned on the side of the road, cursing, and were about to pull the car door. Boom! The car door suddenly flew out, knocking the person at the front over and causing his face to be covered in blood. Tong Gu got out of the car, stretched out his body, and looked down at the several young people who had gathered. He was extremely impatient at this moment. Whether it was the scandal with Mr. Wu in Sinking Street or Yang Yuanping's secret tricks, there was an unhappiness in his heart. The leader didn't seem to expect that Tong Gu was not injured. Feeling the pressure coming from the sealer, he flinched for a moment, but soon they looked at each other and surrounded him. The cheaters, right? We are here just to tell you, go on your live broadcast with peace of mind and be your idol. Don't touch things you shouldn't touch. Tong Gu felt an absurd sense of detachment in his heart. The world has become what it is today, and these people are still addicted to this so-called power struggle? In a world where countless people are about to lose their lives, do you want to play this second-rate coercion and inducement plot with yourself? Tong Gu's heart was getting hotter and hotter. So, I shouldn't touch something. If I do, how will you treat me? Several young people surrounding Tong Gu took a step back unconsciously. They felt that as soon as the sealer opened his mouth, the surrounding temperature increased abnormally. This was not their illusion. Their mechanical eyes could clearly sense that the sealer was like a humanoid demon breathing fire, spitting out a lot of heat. But thinking of Mr. Wu's methods, he had no choice. He snorted and opened his hands. Emerald green light flashed out of thin air, and a sword with cold light quickly took shape. He held the long sword he had shaped with one hand and was about to speak when he heard the sealer suddenly sneered. Call. A strong wind hit his face, and a large amount of data flashed across his mechanical eyes in an instant, but his body had no time to move at all, and he just instinctively crossed the sword. Puff! The young man froze on the spot, his face as pale as paper. He looked at the red palm in front of him and the only half of the structural weapon left in his hand, and a strong desire to die surrounded him. Ahem, that's almost it. Tong Gu, let us handle it here. Yang Yuanping leaned against the overturned car, smoking and talking. He could feel that Tong Gu seemed to be in some abnormal mental state at this moment. That violent feeling made him worry that Tong Gu would make an irrational choice. The few young men did not resist and cooperated very well to let Gong Li put handcuffs on them. Their mission was to hit Tong Gu and others' vehicle with their car and then warn Tong Gu. Mr. Wu did not intend to let them go do something earth-shattering. After being caught, several people breathed a sigh of relief. They took a cautious look at the tall sealer before saying to Gong Li, "We will reach the time limit tomorrow, remember to send us to the portal in advance." In this era, the world is not as big as Game of Destiny. Even criminals must ensure their right to enter the portal. Otherwise, passive transmission after the time limit is no less than directly obliterating their right to survival. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that several people dared to commit murder directly and brazenly on the street. Looking at this scene, Tong Gu had a deeper understanding of this world and this country. Most of the people he had come into contact with before were people with lofty ideals who tended to be positive, but no matter where they were, there was always no shortage of scum. He sighed. While Yang Yuanping contacted the headquarters to send someone to deal with the follow-up, he deliberately opened his mouth to greet others. In the next world, should I have a choice, or should I just choose randomly? Tong Gu's body temperature seemed to have returned to normal at this time. He glanced at the sky that was about to darken. The mountain city under the dusk had a broken feeling that everything would eventually pass away. Tong Gu shook his head. Since his physical attributes have entered the extraordinary realm, it means that his rating in Game of Destiny is probably very close to the limit of the white world. He must, before entering Black Iron Trial, go to Demon Slayer world to end the relationship between yourself and Tongmo. In this world, he needs to grab as many benefits as possible so that he can accumulate more after entering the world of Black Iron difficulty. Tong Gu reached out to stop a taxi and was about to leave. Yang Yuanping finally sighed and softened his tone. Next Sunday, the Eastern Xia Players Association is going to hold this year's newcomer conference in the Mountain City, and you should be invited to participate. The conference reward is an A-level conference organization permission letter. If you don't want to get involved in that matter, just enter the mission at that time. Tong Gu didn't look back, he just waved his hand, but his voice came clearly. Newcomer conference sounds interesting. Thanks to Bian Yij, True Love Rem Sunset Snow Scene, Book Friends 202203242216555406, Book Friends 202108130005231997, Ruimen Cannot Leave Traces, and Xiangshu for their monthly votes, thank you. Thanks to Feng Ying Chi Yu, Infinite Rape System, Feng Lin Shuihuan, Su Ling Zio, 7 Minutes Moon A, Guest, Sunset Flight, and 1000 Years Old Bookworm for their recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 44 Soul. Lu Zhao has gained a lot of attention on Perak Station because he has successively released many videos related to the cheater Kiritani. The video even became popular on the homepage because of the likes of the cheater himself. He himself also accepted the invitation from Perak Station and became a white player anchor. He would open a live broadcast every day during training and share his own training experience. Most of the time, he would interact with a large number of fans who banned cheats in the live broadcast room. Small talk. Satisfy these fans to have a channel to learn information when the cheaters are not broadcasting. Sunshine Xiaoguo posted a striking message, CNY, 500 anchor, go and watch, the cheater has released a new strategy. When Lu Zhao saw this paid message, he could see that this sunny little Guo was a man who was not short of money. Not only did he become the number one in the live broadcast room of the cheater Tonggu, he also became the number one in Lu Zhao's live broadcast room. Boss. Lu Zhao quickly opened the Destiny forum, and sure enough he saw that the new post of the banner had been pinned to the top of the homepage. Gant's Black Ball World Survival Guide, there is no shame in being a loser. This post is actually a free post, OMG. Have benefits been given to those who banned fraud? Good people in Tonggu, good people have a safe life. Lu Zhao was also a little surprised to see that there was no need to pay to open this post. Then he thought that maybe with Tonggu's current fame and traffic, he no longer needed to sell guides to make money. He posted these posts just because he really wanted to help some people. The barrage in Lu Zhao's live broadcast room also reminded him that good people have a safe life. This kind of barrage atmosphere always made Lu Zhao feel that something was wrong. Since it was a free post, Lu Zhao watched it directly in the live broadcast room with other viewers. At the beginning of the post, he systematically introduced the types of enemies that may be encountered in the Black Ball world, from the onion stars and Tanaka stars to the statue stars and horse-faced stars that no one has seen so far, including the Buddha statue that killed the white eyebrow hero, the night walk of hundreds of ghosts encountered by the stars and the sealer himself. The many types of enemies made the audience in the live broadcast room call me CIAO. Are there actually so many types of enemies? It seems that death is not inevitable in Black Ball World. According to the captors, the Onion Star people are not difficult to deal with as long as they wear enhanced suits and weapons. Yes, I feel a lot more at ease after seeing this post. Of course, some people are intimidated by the powerful enemies among them. Don't be ridiculous. The Black Ball world is definitely a high-risk world. When we encounter powerful enemies like Buddha stars or ghost stars, how many of us can have the skills to seal the frauds? Indeed, it's better to ask for blessings and try not to enter this world. Lu Zhao saw all the barrage, and while looking down at the strategy post, he comforted the audience in the live broadcast room and said, "Of course we have to pray that we try not to encounter the Black Ball world, and try our best to go to worlds where we can avoid dangerous battles, but if we do encounter it, with this guide, we will not close our eyes. Waiting to die is not. You see, the sealer said that the weapons provided by Black Ball can kill almost all enemies, and the enhanced server provided by Black Ball, once we can leave this world intact, it will be an artifact for novices." Li Mei hugged the pillow and looked at the strategy on the live broadcast room on the monitor, her eyes showing excitement. She thinks this guide is suitable for her. Well, why do we have to go up and fight those terrifying enemies hand to hand? She just wants to hide far away and shoot secretly. Little Tong Fan Mei sent a striking message, CNY, 200 Lao Lu is justice. This paid message seemed to be recognized by the vast majority of the audience in the live broadcast room, and a large number of people followed it. Lao Lu is justice. Lu Zhao's expression froze. He felt that Tong Gu's original intention was probably just to relieve everyone's fear of the Black Ball world, but now many people recognize the old Six tactics more. Lu Zhao instinctively wiped his forehead when he thought that the players in the future would all be Lao Lu hiding in the dark and firing cold guns. But seeing the barrage suddenly becoming more lively, Lu Zhao felt that this should be a good thing. Just when he was about to close the forum after reading the strategy post, he found that a new pinned post had appeared, and the title was in a special green font. When he saw it, it was the official trailer, and he simply clicked on it in the live broadcast room. The 100th Newcomer Conference of the Eastern Xia Players Association will be held in Shancheng on June 1. Lu Zhao read the content of this post word for word, and the barrage in the live broadcast room seemed to explode, and the barrage quickly covered the live broadcast screen. I said it was time for the Players Guild to announce the news of the Newcomer Conference. I didn't expect that this year's venue would be a mountain city. It goes without saying that last year, when Zhedangliu came out, the Players Guild moved its venue from Yanjing to Nanyu. This year, it's just a mountain city. Yes, the players who are banning cheats are so powerful this year. It is impossible for the Players Guild to turn a blind eye. Guo Dengyuan, who had been watching the barrage with joy, had a strange expression at this time. The Guo family was small and powerful and was the leader in the publishing industry in Eastern Xia, so he had channels to obtain a lot of gossip. Seeing that everyone in the live broadcast room seemed to believe that this rookie conference was a performance show by the fraudster Kiritani, knowing the inside story, he quickly sent a barrage to lower everyone's expectations. Sunshine Xiao Guo posted a striking message, CNY, 500 This newbie conference is actually held in the mountain city for other purposes. Those who ban cheats may not participate. But his speech was like a drop of water in a frying pan, which immediately aroused more people's confusion and questions. Some people are criticizing the Players Guild, while others are questioning Sunshine Guo's rhythm. Lu Zhao looked at the special conference reward marked in the post, A-level conference organization permission letter, and was a little lost. He sincerely hoped that this newcomer conference would not become a stage for some dirty forces because of those dirty things. Players are a group of people who use their lives to find a way out for themselves and all mankind. The players group should not be reduced to that kind of thing. On the other side, in Tong Gu's residence, he was practicing. He was not holding the long and narrow Nichiren sword Zheng Zong. Instead, he was holding a simple-looking katana. His movements were gentle, as if he was feeling something. Modern science has no final conclusion on what the soul is, but in the many worlds of Game of Destiny, each has its own explanation. Tong Gu actually didn't care about those theories. He just felt that since he got this shallow attack, he did feel that he had undergone some changes. The most obvious one was his senses. That day when he returned from Gant's world, he felt clearly. There is something in room 3510. That kind of feeling that although you can't see, hear, or touch, you can feel the existence of something in the dark. It's wonderful. Just like at this moment, Tong Gu's feeling became clearer and clearer. The person in room 3510 was here. Tong Gu closed his eyes and put all his feelings on the palm in his hand. He felt as if he was walking through a dark abyss, and there was a chill all around his body. But at the same time, his thirst for knowledge and spiritual awareness were rising in his heart. But it was like a ignited fire, keeping his heart warm. You. A crisp cry suddenly reached Tong Gu's ears. Exist? Under the influence of, your spirit sun concentration exceeds the threshold, and you gain the possibility of controlling energy and spiritual power. You can now add points to the energy attribute. Tong Gu was startled, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a pale little girl crying in her room. She was wearing a white dress, and the sleeve of her right hand was still stained with blood. Zhou Xiaoling. When the little girl heard Tong Gu's voice, she looked at the elder brother who often played with her with tears in her eyes. Seeing that the elder brother kept looking at her, she said with some disbelief, "Brother Tong Gu, can you see me?" Tong Gu nodded with a complicated expression. Zhou Xiaoling burst into tears again, shouting that everyone was gone and no one ignored her. It took a while before she calmed down. Tong Gu listened to the other party complaining and crying for a long time, then slowly raised his hand and lightly hit the other party's forehead with the handle of the knife. Chapter 45 Tachibana Toryu. Zhou Xiaoling covered her forehead with both hands, with tears still hanging from the corners of her eyes. She looked at Brother Tong Gu in confusion. Although it didn't hurt very much, but... Brother Tong Gu, why did you hit me? Tong Gu held the Qiande, his expression a little stiff. Is it not possible? Is it because I have not mastered the ability to send souls to heaven? Or is it because there is no soul society in this world, so the Zanpakut cannot be used in this way? He coughed twice with a stiff expression. I just don't want you to cry all the time. Zhou Xiaoling didn't delve into it, she just wiped her forehead and said. This is the first time I've been touched in the past few days. The feeling of not being able to be seen, heard, or touched frightened Zhou Xiaoling. She began to feel a little empty and resentful. Tong Gu noticed this strangeness, thought about it, and asked tentatively. Why do you want to? When Zhou Xiaoling heard Brother Tong Gu's question, her eyes first flashed with confusion, and then she seemed to suddenly remember something, her eyes filled with grievances. Brother Tong Gu, I was cheated, ugh. The man said, he said that Grandpa and Grandma are waiting for me. And Dad and Mom. Not long after Zhou Xiaoling was born, her mother died in the mission world due to postpartum weakness, and her father also died not long after that. She had never seen her parents since she could remember. When she talked about her parents, there was a hint of cowardice and longing in her tone. Amidst Zhou Xiaoling's whispers, Tong Gu's face could not help but darken. Someone used spiritual suggestion on her. And it's on the day of awakening trial. Tong Gu slowly let out a breath. He began to understand Yang Yuanping's words. Sometimes, he would indeed have to do something he didn't like. But since you have been involved, don't expect this matter to end easily. Mr. Wu. Guo Dengyuan was wearing a fine and crisp suit, and his hair was combed like an adult. He rarely asked to participate in such important events. This time newcomers conference Guo Dengyuan volunteered to participate, which made the Guo family happy for a while. He held the goblet and his eyes wandered around the entrance. New and old players who were eligible to attend near the mountain city began to enter the venue one after another. Just what he saw were Fiyun Sword Luye from Mountain City Dual Swords, veteran silver level master Ice Demon Daijincheng, and White Eyebrow Hero who recently replaced White Eyebrow Hero on the internet and gained great popularity. Heart Doll Bao Huihun. Oh! It's Tachibana Fuyu. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and Guo Dengyuan immediately stood up. All the players at the entrance, old and new, took a few steps back, and everyone on the podium also stood up. The woman in a purple-black dress quietly stepped into the venue in the midst of everyone's attention. She seemed unable to see the onlookers. She walked through the passage with a few steps without looking away, and a cold aura swept over the entire venue. Although the woman's skin was like jade and she was extremely beautiful, not many people dared to take a closer look at her face. Guo Dengyuan only glanced briefly, then felt a stinging pain in his eyes and quickly moved his eyes away. When Tachibana first debuted, the nickname given to her on the internet was Kong Gworkid, which was intended to describe her tranquil temperament and extremely beautiful appearance. However, this woman only spent 3 missions, and in the midst of flying flesh and blood, take that nickname for yourself. All viewers who have watched her live broadcast or video believe that this woman is a natural killer and a beautiful Shura. But it was this kind of focused killing that made her popularity and strength increase rapidly, and she passed the silver trial at the beginning of the year. Tachibana's arrival silenced the lively atmosphere, and even the leaders sitting with Tachibana on the stage felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, soon, another exclamation came from the entrance. An old man wearing a light shirt entered the venue with a smile on his face. Several leaders on the podium were also surprised, and then came down to greet him. The old man's hair was grey, but it was still smooth and his eyes were very bright. Many people. The hidden gold level player in my heart, the principal of Shancheng College, Zhang Xingwen. Zhang Xingwen had a smile on his face and was not affected by the evil spirit hidden in Zhu Dongliu. He was led to sit in the middle of the rostrum. He looked at Zhu Dongliu who had his eyes closed tightly next to him. He nodded appreciatively, and then looked at the atmosphere in the venue was not very cheerful. He laughed and said, "Why, the atmosphere became dull when the old man came. Keep playing music and keep dancing." Guo Dengyuan almost spit out the wine in his mouth. Although he had heard about it, when he saw Principal Zhang, he still found him funny. With Zhang Xingwen's introduction, the atmosphere became lively again, which also made several representatives of the Eastern Xia Players Association on the stage secretly sigh in relief. Following the lessons learned from last year, they had no intention of inviting Tachibana to come. However, a considerable number of people in the association believed that the 2SS in the 2 years of Dongxia were a huge achievement for the Players Guild, and a double S-level meeting must be arranged to impress this gimmick in the hearts of the public. Tachibana Toriu has arrived, and the problem now is. Guo Dengyuan also looked at the entrance anxiously, feeling hesitant in his heart. Will the sealer Kirigaya come? Many well-informed people have long understood that this conference is not only for the Eastern Xia Players Association to commend their achievements and promote the younger generation of outstanding players, but it is also a reflection of the current mixed situation in the mountain city. Auxiliary jurisdiction is very tempting. I'm really sorry, we're late. A loud voice suddenly sounded from the entrance. Guo Dengyuan was sitting in his seat. He glanced around and saw a man in an exquisite white suit who had just entered with a group of people. The man's white suit has dots of sequins on it, which is completely different from the other's relatively traditional and solemn attire. The 7 people behind him are also dressed in different styles. And 3 or 4 of them have undergone a certain degree of mechanical prosthetic transformation. Last year, Shancheng selected one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Shancheng across the city, hoping that the 10 people can become a model for the young generation and strive to be the first in the game of destiny. Unfortunately, after the awakening trial, only 7 people were left. These 7 people are now all standing behind Wu Guangji, the Witch King who has recently become famous. Zhang Xingwen lowered his head to drink at this time, making it difficult to see his eyes. Zhu Ziyuan of Shancheng College was once one of the top 10 outstanding youths. Unfortunately, he did not survive. This group of people can be called the protagonists of today. As soon as they arrived, representatives from many organizations and companies rushed to greet them. Strong or potential players are always the targets of these capital pursuits. Wu Guangji, who calls himself Mr. Wu, behaved politely. He first greeted the seniors in the VIP seats below, and then apologized to the representatives of the Players Association on the rostrum. Principal Zhang, Miss Zhu, I'm sorry, our group is late. Zhang Xingwen looked at the young man in front of him with a low eyebrow and said nothing, but just smiled. But Tachibana Dongliu didn't seem to hear it and still slept with his eyes closed. Wu Guangji was unhappy. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhu Dongliu. He saw that the long hair on his forehead was combed behind his ears, giving him an unexpected sense of tranquility and beauty. The anger in Wu Guangji's heart suddenly subsided a little. He was about to say a few more words, but suddenly he felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and cold hairs stood up on his back. His expression changed and he staggered a few steps unconsciously. Fluctuation of killing intent? Wu Guangji felt a chill in his heart and did not dare to speak anymore. He took a few steps away and said to the host of the conference and the representative sent by the Dongxia Players Association, "Is it time for the conference to begin?" The representative of the Dongxia Players Association was a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses. He looked at the time, nodded and was about to speak, but Zhang Xingwen, who was sitting in the middle, lightly knocked on the table and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Representative Kim, the real representative of the new generation in our mountain city hasn't come yet." Tachibana Dongliu seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes and looked at the entrance. An invisible wave instantly spanned a distance of tens of meters, causing the roller blinds at the door to fly up. Wu Guangji looked at the door, but there was no one there. He felt relieved and smiled. The sealer is probably busy preparing to enter the game of destiny. He probably doesn't like our situation. Boom! The huge footsteps made the ground shake slightly, and Wu Guangji's expression changed, becoming more gloomy. Boom! Tonggu, who was wearing a blue suit, moved slowly, but every time he landed, the ground shook. Guo Dengyuan suddenly stood up with a happy face. "The cheater is here. Thank you Ruim and leave no trace for your monthly vote." Chapter 46 Challenge. Tonggu was tall and sculpted with muscles. This blue suit made his figure even more erect, and he faced an imposing aura. Many people unconsciously averted their eyes, feeling that this new generation of S-Class had a somewhat terrifying aura and was not an easy character to get along with. Tonggu glanced around the audience and saw his principal looking at him with a smile, and he also showed a smile. With Yang Yuanping's intelligence network, he already knew what kind of occasion today would be. I'm afraid Zhang Xingwen came here with deep intentions. He didn't have time to look at the so-called representatives of the Players Association. A substantial look made Tonggu unconsciously look to the left of Zhang Xingwen. The woman's long black hair had a hint of purple. With a face like a silver plate and eyes like autumn water, she should have been breathtakingly beautiful, but the woman had her bangs tied sideways behind her head, covering up a bit of her splendor and making the whole person look a bit more elegant. Tachibana Toriu was also looking at the tall man below him at this time. His body was strong and might have reached its peak. Although he was 1 year younger than himself, his aura was very strong, like a mountain, giving people a rare sense of stability. The two people looked at each other, and Tonggu felt an invisible wave coming instantly. In the biting cold, Tonggu's eyes froze, and his chest seemed to be lit with flames. Although his muscles trembled slightly, his gaze was not weak at all. Guo Dengyuan quietly turned on the device on his glasses and started recording when Tong Gu entered the scene. The first collision of the two S-classes was also completely recorded by him. Not only him, but also some members of the media in the venue wished they could press the shutter faster. Zhu Dongliu and Tong Gu looked at each other with a fierce look, but just for a moment, the two of them lost sight of each other. Tong Gu quickly took a seat under the guidance of the waiter. He noticed that several young people with mechanical prosthetic eyes next to him were quite handsome. Unhappily, he moved to the side. Ah! Tong Gu didn't seem to notice the dissatisfaction of several people, and sat on the middle seat minding his own business. He glanced around and found that Mr. Wu was sitting on the edge of the row behind him. The two looked at each other, and Tong Gu's lips curved. Wu Guangji found that he couldn't understand this Tong Gu. Judging from the information, this person should be just the kind of idealist who wanted to conquer the game of destiny. How could he come here now and get involved with this mess? Water? Could it be what those Dongxia officials meant? Soon, the 100th player newcomer conference officially opened. Mr. Jin, the representative of the Players Association, first invited Zhang Xingwen to give a speech, and then began to write a book about the achievements of the Eastern Xia Players Association in this year. Score. Tong Gu had an inexplicable smile on his lips. As he watched the Players Association that was increasingly separated from the player group speaking on behalf of the players, a sense of humor arose spontaneously. If you think about it carefully, Players Association is a term that is rarely mentioned in the Destiny forum. Users like Tong Gu who have always provided strategies for the player group have never accepted an interview from the Players Association invite. 100 years ago, during the most desperate and dark period of Eastern Xia, it was a group of brave players who established such an organization belonging to the brave, and brought those who were not willing to live in the game of destiny, but instead died in the mission. The group that moves forward bravely, wins rewards, and becomes stronger and stronger is called players. But 100 years have passed, and the passing of generations has finally changed the organization. Just like these people in the field now with the title of hero, how many of them can be called true heroes? Thinking of this, the sense of humor became stronger and he laughed unconsciously. Jin Honghai wore black-rimmed glasses, and the speech scripts and various data prepared in advance were constantly displayed in front of his eyes. He was just about to speak when he suddenly heard a harsh sneer. Jin Honghai suddenly felt a rush of blood pouring into his head, and his eyesight went dark. He stopped his speech and glanced at the audience. He saw everyone in the new player camp below looking at the man in the middle with horrified eyes. Seeing this, Tong Gu stood up apologetically. "Sorry, Representative Kim, I just happened to remember something funny." Then he sat down on his own. Jin Honghai was angry, but S-class awakened people were not something he, a representative of the General Assembly, could scold. No one knew better than him, who walked around Yanjing City all year round, what S-class awakened people meant in the eyes of the real big shots. The future weapon of the country. With excellent concentration, Jin Honghai turned the anger on his face into a smile and continued to speak. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he heard crisp laughter again. Jin Honghai's vision went dark and he was out of breath. He scanned the surroundings in disbelief, trying to find anyone else who dared to challenge the majesty of the General Assembly. Zhu Dongliu just thought that the change of face of the middle-aged man who was giving a speech was really funny. She realized that there was no need to hide her emotions, so she laughed out loud. Seeing Jin Honghai looking at her with a red face, she said indifferently, "Representative Kim, I also remembered some funny things." Guo Dengyuan watched this scene and pinched his thigh hard to hold back his laughter. But Zhang Xingwen didn't have to worry about so much. He laughed and said, "Representative Jin, you are really good at making both of them laugh at once. This is a rare scene, haha." Jin Honghai ended his speech almost tremblingly and announced that he would start selecting the best newcomer of this year. Wu Guangji looked at this scene, and he understood that it must be someone from the government who was working together behind the scenes to make these people completely disregard the face of the Eastern Xia Players Association and directly disgraced Jin Honghai. As for the Best Newcomer award, which should have fallen steadily to the 7 people he brought, when the newly promoted S-class trialists enter the stage, it is difficult to say that those who accepted his benefits will vote for him at this moment. Who? Wu Guangji thought about it, and Heartcare doll Bao Huihun, who was sitting in the front row, made a move. Then, before Jin Honghai announced the start of voting, he stood up leisurely and said, "Before I judge the best newcomer, I have always been curious about the ability of the cheater. Can you let me see it?" Bao Huihun has neat bangs and some sequins on her lower eyelashes. She looks bright and beautiful. Her words seem to have aroused the echo of many people, but if you listen carefully, you can't hear the specific words of others. It seemed like he was just yelling unconsciously. Tong Gu turned to look at Mr. Wu behind him, who showed a smile that everyone understood. Is it a spiritual suggestion? The corner of Tong Gu's mouth slowly curled up. He stood up slowly, walked out of his seat, and walked to the middle of the field without saying a word. He leaned sideways, stretched out one hand to Bao Huihun, and waved. Bao Huihun, codenamed Heartcare Doll, was a B-level trial awakener last year and was once the most promising player in Fallen Street. But at this moment, she looked at Tong Gu with some surprise, wondering why he suddenly not a word was spoken. Have you discovered your own abilities? It's impossible. He has always claimed to the outside world that his ability is the telekinesis ability of the operating system. Even Mr. Wu has never told the other party the truth about his ability. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and deliberately provoked. What's wrong? As a cheater and an S-level trial awakener, don't you dare to respond to the little girl. Tong Gu looked at this Heartcare doll who was freely trying to hypnotize himself, with a narrow smile on his lips. After watching some of the other party's videos, Tong Gu easily discovered that the other party was used to luring his opponents into engaging with him. The habit of communicating and then manipulating the other party. Personality brainwashing. Bao Huihun looked at the narrow smile and felt panicked. She suddenly asked in a sharp voice. The traitor, Tong Gu. Even if I call you, you don't dare. Puff. Well. The severe pain in her abdomen made it difficult for Bao Huihun to continue speaking. She looked at the tall figure who appeared in front of her in disbelief, and her consciousness fell into darkness. Tong Gu casually supported the unconscious Heartcare doll, looked at the new players who were arranged to attend around his seat, and said loudly. Anyone else want to give me some advice? Click. At this moment, the ground where Tong Gu was standing suddenly slowly cracked open, and several newcomers looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Thank you XIN for your monthly vote, thank you. Thanks to you XIN, Goodbye Old Time, Infinite Rape, Dongfeng That Blows, and Lu Donglia for their recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 47, Deteriorated Players Will Always. Tong Gu stood in the field and looked at those so-called outstanding young people from the mountain city. Didn't they even have the courage to challenge himself? There was no pride in his expression, but rather a sense of desolation. It turns out that in this world, many people who should have been glamorous have become extremely rancid. The reason why these people can become the so-called outstanding young people is not because of how much potential they have or how well prepared they are for the game of destiny, but because of the exchange of interests. They are just the people standing behind Wu Guangji, who want a tool to capture more resources. The disdain and disappointment in Tong Gu's eyes were like a sharp sword, piercing into the hearts of several people. A young man wearing a plain white gown immediately wanted to get up, but Wu Guangji's eyes narrowed, and the two people next to him immediately held down the young man's shoulders. Wu Guangji knew very clearly that this group of people could not possibly be the opponents of the faction master. If they went up at this time, they would only establish the power of the faction master in vain. Pa, pa, pa. Wu Guangji clapped his hands gently, interrupting Tong Gu's momentum, he said with a smile. Our new S-class is indeed outstanding, but best rookie is not just about who can fight best. Otherwise, wouldn't we just become a martial arts tournament? Before Wu Guangji finished speaking, many people on and off the stage laughed out loud, seeming to really agree with this idea, but some people's expressions changed slightly at this time. Tong Gu suddenly started laughing too, and the sound got louder and louder. The heads of the companies looked at each other, and the smiles on their faces slowly faded, wondering what the fraudsters wanted to do. Wu Guangji participated in the Awakening trial 4 years ago and was rated E level. Tong Gu looked at the exquisitely dressed Mr. Wu and suddenly revealed the truth about Wu Guangji word by word. Mr. Wu, or Wu Guangji, looked stunned for a moment, but then he tried to calm down, but the restless anger in his heart could not stop rising, making his tone no longer so gentle and polite. What's wrong? Mr. Tong Gu thinks that people who have been rated as E-level awakenings will not be able to make a difference in the future. Tong Gu shook his head and smiled. The game of destiny contains endless possibilities. As long as you don't give up, everyone has a chance to find their own opportunities. Even if you are rated E-level, you still have a chance to gain good abilities and make a big difference. Wu Guangji only felt that the mysterious and powerful coat on his body was being peeled off layer by layer, and he felt like he was exposed to the burning sun. Tong Gu asked Wu Guangji with a smile. I'm just curious about what Mr. Wu Guangji, who is such a late bloomer, thinks the so-called best newcomer evaluation should be. Wu Guangji looked at the aggressive Tong Gu and felt that he was particularly targeting him today. He should have never offended him. He suddenly remembered the little girl he accidentally met when he wanted to visit Tong Gu, the traitor. Could it be? Wu Guangji suddenly felt a murderous intention in his heart. Sensing his thoughts, the curtain at the entrance of the venue suddenly moved automatically without wind, as if something was about to enter. No, Wu Guangji quickly realized that something was wrong with his state. How could he have such a reckless idea to attack and kill the blocker at the newcomers' conference? This was not a storm that the forces behind him could resolve. After calming down, Wu Guangji accidentally glanced at the rostrum. He only saw the gray-haired Zhang Xingwen with his head lowered, but his eyes swept across the door inadvertently. Zhu Dongliu on the other side also opened his eyes at some point. Strong fear came over me, they were tempting me to take action. Do they already know the identity of the adult behind me? Wu Guangji looked at today's venue again. Liu Ye in Qing Cheng Dual Swords, Dai Jinjin Ice Demon, Zhang Xingwen who was suspected to be a gold-level person, and the terrifying S-level Tachibana Dongliu. He suddenly realized that the people in the venue were so many outsiders gathered unexpectedly. It was just a newcomer conference held in a mountain city without any advance publicity or invitations. How could there be so many big shots of these silver or even gold ranks attending? Tong Gu looked at the change in Wu Guangji's expression and knew that the other party had seen through today's situation, but he had long been impatient with this so-called intrigue, and was even more concerned about whether such machinations could still exist in today's human world. Space wondered. Players shouldn't be like this, players are very pure. Before Wu Guangji could continue to speak, Tong Gu looked directly at Jin Honghai on the stage and said loudly. Representative Jin, can you answer me for Mr. Wu? What are the criteria for players to select the so-called best newcomer? Why didn't I see a few new players in the so-called newcomers conference today? The genius from Yancheng received an A-level evaluation on Monday, but I didn't see him. The prodigy at the seaside, Cao Li, who was rated B+, has also not been seen. There are even a few aspiring young people from our mountain city here. Does this so-called player newcomer conference really still belong to players? Tong Gu's voice became louder and louder, but Jin Honghai's face became paler and paler. He looked around, hoping to find a respected or powerful senior who could stop this outrageous suppressor, but he saw Zhang Xingwen as he drank tea. Tachibana closed his eyes and seemed not to be interested. Ice demon Dijinjinj below met his eyes, but the coldness in his eyes made him almost tremble. What's going on? Isn't this what everyone in the Players Association has always done? Why did something happen when it was my turn to come to the mountain city to share the cake? As the representative of the Gong family, Gong Li silently recorded this scene in his own device. Although Wu Guangji got rid of the spiritual suggestion secretly exerted by their people and failed to expose his true face on the spot, Tong Gu's sudden outburst, pointing the finger at the Eastern Xia Players Association, but it was a clever move. The supernova who is expected to become the next Tachibana Toru, or even the next Wu Zhengyang, will definitely cause an uproar on the internet when he directly points out the corruption and inaction of the Players Association at the newcomer conference. This is a storm that cannot be suppressed. Even the person behind Fallen Street cannot bear it. Jin Honghai wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was just a white player. Although he had experienced so many mission worlds, he almost always followed the minimum completion level set by Wu Zhengyang to complete the missions. Follow the plot mission, protect your own life, and avoid unnecessary complications. At this time, he was actually a little afraid of the young man's eyes. He felt that the other person's eyes were full of fire, like a sharp sword that went forward, stabbing him painfully. Then let's start voting now. Jin Honghai announced that this year's Best Newcomer Award would be held by secret ballot according to the plan he had received in advance. Originally, he should have used a speech to explain the necessity of this move. It was Eastern Xia Players Association to allow some talents who were not good at fighting to get more opportunities, but at this moment, he didn't want to stay on stage for a moment longer. Tong Gu stood in the middle of the field. He found that these people who like to play small tricks in secret always like to hide themselves in the concept of public. At this time, no matter how they vote, is it based on the benefits they receive or their own original intention? They don't feel any guilt because everyone voted. No need to go to such trouble, just raise your hands and vote. Tong Gu lowered his eyelids and said indifferently. Zhang Xingwen smiled and agreed at this time. This is good. It's much faster. The old man just doesn't like writing. Fi Yun Sword Lu Yet and Ice Demon Dijinjinj both nodded, and Zhu Dongliu, who was sitting next to Zhang Xingwen, did not object. In Wu Guangji's ugly face, several outstanding young people from the Fallen Street stood up one after another. Representatives of various forces and new and old players in the venue looked at each other in surprise, and no one voted. Xiaoshiling, the young man in white shirt, was the only one among the 7 with a B-level rating. He kept his eyes closed at this time and did not stand up to campaign. He completely ignored Wu Guangji's increasingly ugly expression behind him. Xiaoshiling couldn't see at this moment that this so-called newcomers conference had long become a whirlpool. If his Xia family wanted to get involved, the people behind Wu Guangji might not be able to keep it either. Tong Gu then slowly stood up, and Guo Dengyuan immediately raised his right hand. He was afraid that there would be a scene of silence at this time, but everyone in the venue had already sensed the change in the direction of the matter, and raised their hands one after another. The best newcomer of the 100th session belongs to Tong Gu, the master of Mountain City. In Jin Honghai's feeble voice, Tong Gu took the special warrant coveted by the Fallen Street and left with a sneer. Thanks to Audiobookseries for voting monthly. Thanks to Lu Dongliu, Hen Jun, Book Friends 2020503115701160, Book Friends 1506011802463335, Zhizhi for their recommendation votes. I didn't make it to the second round of recommendations, so I beg everyone to read more, play a resurrection game, and take a bow. Chapter 48 Curse Spirit. After Tong Gu left the venue, the depression in his heart dissipated. Yang Yuanping also appeared here at some unknown time. He was not invited, so logically he would not be here. Yang Yuanping seemed to know what happened inside through some way. He took a puff of the flue. If you do this, you may give people a very arrogant impression. I'm afraid a lot of people, won't like it." Hearing this, Tong Gu twitched the corner of his mouth and said rather indifferently, "What gives you the illusion that I'm humble? I'm just too lazy to worry about a lot of things." Yang Yuanping looked at Tong Gu in surprise, feeling that this tall young man seemed a little strange to him. He was about to say something more, but an unkind voice came from him. "Yang Yuanping, it is indeed you." Wu Guangji also left the venue at some point and looked at Yang Yuanping gloomily. Yang Yuanping no longer tried to hide it at this time and said with a rather joking smile, "Why, don't you call me Brother Yuanping anymore?" Yang Yuanping was also from Fallen Street, but he was different from others. Ever since he saw the members of the Survey Corps in the world of giants on his first mission, even in a dangerous environment surrounded by giants, they still risked their lives. When he wanted to go out and explore, his spirit changed. He began to work hard and learn from all the players he met and came into contact with, and was eventually spotted by the Eastern Xia Bureau of Abnormal Affairs, and he left the Fallen Street. They parted ways with Lao Ma, Wu Guangji, and the others. Wu Guangji looked at Yang Yuanping, his eyes becoming more and more hateful. With a thought, the cigarette in Yang Yuanping's hand disintegrated inch by inch. "You, who was born in Fallen Street, will take action against us after escaping." But Yang Yuanping seemed not to feel the danger, still holding the cigarette between his fingers and staring at Wu Guangji. "Guangji, without the help of that thing, you wouldn't be able to become that mysterious and terrifying Witch King." Wu Guangji's face turned livid. These people actually knew the details about themselves. What link went wrong? By chance, you met someone with that kind of ability? Tong Gu slowly moved his eyes away from the huge black figure that had completely retracted into the sewer, looked at Wu Guangji, and said casually, "That's the curse spirit. A few levels. Level 2? Level 1? Or, special level?" Wu Guangji's face changed drastically. He looked at Tong Gu in shock. At this moment, he felt the terrifying potential of the abbot and the new S-Class Awakener. In just 2 missions, he was actually able to see the curse. All right? Doesn't that mean that he has touched the threshold of the Black Iron rank? Moreover, what they least expected to see was the energy system of the soul. The muscles on Wu Guangji's face trembled slightly as he tried his best to suppress the murderous intention in his heart. The new S-Class on Tong Gu is a huge brand of fame that no one wants to touch. Although there are many voices in the upper echelons of Dongxia, and they are still hesitant about which path is more suitable for Dongxia and all mankind, no matter which path they take, S-Class Awakeners have the most important potential. No one is allowed to involve S-Class in internal fighting. Wu Guangji slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a somewhat forbidding smile, and approached Tong Gu in a few steps. Yang Yuanping's expression changed slightly, and his telekinesis ability was activated instantly, but Wu Guangji did not attack Tong Gu, he just walked past him. "Tong Gu, our friendship on Fallen Street is not something you can just accept if you want to, or throw away if you want to." Tong Gu didn't even bother to make an expression towards this low-level threat. He would soon reach the Black Iron level. Wu Guangji's good luck activated his superpower from Academy City and stepped into it. The guys from Black Iron will be nothing more than little people who can be easily defeated by then. But it is this kind of little person who keeps jumping up and down, using his ridiculous plots to make more ordinary people suffer misfortunes. When Wu Guangji was about to get in the car and leave, Tong Gu suddenly squatted down and said, "Zhou Xiaoling, is this the person you met that day?" Wu Guangji was shocked and turned around in disbelief. He saw Tong Gu crouching down, seemingly communicating with someone he couldn't see, and then looked at him with eyes full of conviction. He can really see the soul, and he has the potential to awaken that aspect of energy. Zhou Xiaoling couldn't leave the building at this time, and how could she follow him? But with a simple trick, Tong Gu confirmed all the truth from Wu Guangji's expression. "It's really you, Wu Guangji, Mr. Wu." The two of them looked at each other, with murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Gong Li came out of the venue and picked up the two of them in the car. Yang Yuanping sat in the passenger seat this time, and Tong Gu sat in the back seat alone, with his head lowered, making it difficult to see his expression. Yang Yuanping vaguely noticed Tong Gu's murderous intention, and he was a little worried and said, "Tong Gu, even without the help of that thing, Wu Guangji is still a genuine black iron level player and a tricky spiritual superpower. Besides, strength aside, even if you are an S-class awakened person, without evidence, under such circumstances, it is not allowed to lynch a black iron level player." Tong Gu didn't seem to hear, he just lowered his head and played with the special record pointer and golden bracelet in his hand. Record pointer Demon Slayer World, recorded. Quality, blue. Description, a special recording pointer from the world of pirates, which can record a certain location based on breath. Effect 1, in the pirate world, island coordinates can be recorded multiple times. Effect 2, use items in a specific world to come into contact with it to record the coordinates of that world. After using this effect once, the pointer will break. In more than a week, the pointer has been recorded. Item, Pain of Bliss, Curse. Quality, green. Description. Living in the hell called bliss, the girl attaches her pain to this bracelet every day, every night, and the sorrow of the innocent girl is placed on the bracelet. Effect 1, once a day, it can absorb all the pain of the target for 5 minutes. Effect 2, all the pain absorbed in the bracelet can be applied to the target at once, causing great pain to the target. Effect 3, curse, falling this bracelet entrusts the girl's dying wish, and it will guide you to the fate of being a child. Seeing the decline in the effect of the curse, after leaving Demon Slayer World, this kind of karmic curse will become weaker and weaker until it disappears, but the curse on the props will disappear, but the pain of people's hearts cannot be erased. If the curse and suffering in the mission world cannot be healed, how can we solve the suffering and tragedy in this world? Tong Gu made up his mind, raised his head and said, "I am going to go to Demon Slayer World in the next world." Gong Li and Yang Yuanping looked at each other, both a little worried. After only one mission, could Tong Gu really conquer Demon Slayer World completely now? If it cannot be completely conquered, it will inevitably cause a huge blow to the confidence of the people and the reputation of the suppressor himself. On the other side, Wu Guangji returned to his residence on Fallen Street. He kicked everyone out and dialed a certain number in his room. "I'm very sorry. We failed to obtain the auxiliary jurisdiction of the Amber District. It seems that the official people are aware of your identity." As soon as the call was connected, Wu Guangji humbly apologized. There was no sound on the phone for a while, and cold sweat broke out on Wu Guangji's forehead. Suddenly, the TV in the room suddenly turned on by itself, and the screen kept flashing. Wu Guangji still didn't understand what happened, but the picture on the screen suddenly turned into a dry well, and a strange terror enveloped Wu Guangji. He felt a slippery feeling rubbing on his body, cold and disgusting. Suddenly, in the dry well on the screen, a white figure slowly climbed up. Wu Guangji felt horrified and wanted to activate his telekinesis, but there was no response. He could only stay in place, watching the strange movements of the figure. Crawling towards the screen. Wu Guangji's heart was beating violently. He couldn't breathe and seemed to be suffocating at any moment. His face turned purple as he watched the figure crawl out of the screen and get closer to him little by little. "Ah!" The woman's laughter dissipated all the strange atmosphere. Wu Guangji felt the smoothness on his body disappear. He sat on the ground with his legs numb. He watched in awe as the face of the white figure in front of him changed, and finally turned into a rather handsome face. A somewhat exotic woman's face. "I'm looking for further study, but I didn't get the second round of recommendations, so I want to have a resurrection match. Seeking reading, seeking reading, seeking reading." Chapter 49 Yuma and Ma Yuhi. "Sir, sir." When Wu Guangji saw this master's methods for the first time, he felt extremely horrified. Not only did the other person appear in front of him across a distance of thousands of kilometers in an instant, but the strange atmosphere almost made him suffocate. The mysterious woman who transformed into Sadako walked up to Wu Guangji step by step and suddenly smiled. "Mr. Wu, why don't you get up?" Wu Guangji was even more panicked. He didn't know if he was too ostentatious and had aroused the other party's dissatisfaction, but before he could explain, the cold hand of the woman in white patted his head gently. That cold touch made Wu Guangji's heart tingle. It was definitely not human body temperature. "I don't blame you. I gave that little guy to you just to let you establish your authority. You did a good job." Wu Guangji felt a little relieved, but soon he remembered that he had not spoken at all. Could the other party read minds? The woman chuckled again, confirming Wu Guangji's guess, which made Wu Guangji even more frightened. "Now that the people from the Abnormal Affairs Bureau have seen through your disguise, you don't need to hide it anymore." There was a hint of madness in the woman's voice, and Wu Guangji felt a little numb. In fact, before being selected by this adult, he really just wanted to muddle along, even if his good luck was activated LV3 strong spirituality thoughts, he still just wanted to survive. But sometimes, once a person gets a taste of power, it's hard to go back. The smooth and cold feeling reappeared, and Wu Guangji turned pale. Guo Dengyuan returned home and kept cheering himself up. Finally, with a little trembling, he chose to upload the video. He named the video title, "The Real Best Newcomer." Kiritani and Tachibana Fuyu look at each other from afar. Not a word was mentioned about the Eastern Xia Players Association, but the video extremely comprehensively recorded everything that happened in the conference. Guo Dengyuan was filled with excitement and a hint of fear of unknown hostile forces. But unexpectedly, while his video was still under review, a similar video had already shocked the Pili Station and Destiny Forum. In a newcomer conference without new players, the 2S-level sneer players will always be represented. The explicit title directly pointed the contradiction at the Players Association. Guo Dengyuan was a little stunned. He saw that the author of the video was a user called The Strongest Fist. The Strongest Fist? What a middle school kid! Which kid is so brave? At this time, whether it is a video or a forum post, the topic has exploded in popularity. What makes Guo Dengyuan feel even more strange is that neither the Destiny Forum nor the Pili Station has treated this incident coldly. Despite the soaring popularity, the attention is still exploding at this moment. In just a few moments, his video was approved, and the number of views began to surge in an instant. "I'm here, another video, this one is so clear. What are the players doing at the conference? I really didn't see many new players in this newcomer conference. Indeed, the one the cheater mentioned on Monday belongs to us in Yancheng. He is definitely a genius who can't lose to anyone. How come he wasn't invited? Same as Yancheng, Zhou Yi is the only newcomer in my mind who can rival the Feng Hui. Get out of here, Cao Li is the one. He is a natural superpower, and he will definitely advance to the Black Iron level in a short time." The audience is always like this. One second they were criticizing the Players Association, but the next second they were already quarreling over who was stronger among the talented newcomers who had not been invited. Immediately afterwards, a comment from a user with a green certification mark Shancheng Daily Huarenke quickly brought the topic back on track. Players have indeed drifted away from the real player group. They are often just immersed in the distribution of interests such as regional auxiliary jurisdiction. It is normal to have conflicts with pure players such as Kiritani and Tachibana Fuyu. I can't help but feel, can today's Players Association still be called the Players Association? Should it be converted into an organization specifically responsible for managing professional heroes and vigilantes? The speech of Huarenke, who is certified as the head reporter of Shancheng Daily, simply goes to the core of the problem. His views are so sharp that he even wants to directly cut off the function of players who always deal with players. But this speech became the most popular in a short period of time. Looking at this scene, Guo Dengyuan seemed to feel a torrent belonging to players and potential players, roaring, trying to overthrow the rotten organization. In Yanjing City, the Eastern Xia Players Association has a very advantageous geographical location. It is located alone behind the Players Plaza. It echoes the commercial CBD where big capitals such as Shengsheng Group gather. It can be seen from a distance. Human Survival Institute, the Tower of Dongxia headquarters. However, the interior of this huge building was in chaos at this time, and the public opinion on the internet continued to intensify the reactions from all parties. Various companies that have signed agreements with the Gamers Association have been forced by the increasing pressure of public opinion and have chosen to put pressure on the Gamers Association. Not to mention, local governments in various places have also ignored talented players in their areas. Dissatisfied. In the midst of the storm, Zheng Xingxia, who was the president of Dongxia Players Association at the time, was sitting alone in his office, drinking tea leisurely, completely ignoring the heads of various departments outside who were anxiously milling around outside the door. He put down his teacup, took out his mobile phone, temporarily registered a small account, and surfed the Destiny forum at high speed. I would say that players will always turn their backs on players long ago. That Ziwixing Zheng Xingxia looks so wretched at first glance. Some comments scolded the players for being the leader, and they brought him, the president of the association, with them. The little old man immediately raised his eyebrows. He quickly replied, "It's better not to be embarrassed. I've seen Zheng Xingxia. He's quite handsome." His reply immediately aroused a lot of curses. The little old man had never suffered such grievances in the real world. He seemed to be forced into a hurry and wrote directly. "The problem of the Players Association is not Zheng Xingxia, but the vice president Wu Miyuhe. Just wait. When Zhu Dongliu grows up, he will kill Wu Miyuhe." This news shocked countless in the Olympics. His news that was less like an inside story than an inside story made many gossipy and curious people feel like cats smelling something fishy. They began to change their previous insulting attitude and flatter him in every possible way, hoping that he would reveal more information. The little old man drank several sips of tea happily and began to tell the news one after another. Finally, he was satisfied with scolding the crazy woman and was tired of being praised. He put down his cell phone with some boredom and picked up the cell phone that kept ringing next to him. "Zheng Xingxia, you are finally willing to answer the phone. I'm begging you. I'll call you Dad. Can you change your IP address when you're leading the internet? Do you know how tired I am of wiping your butt?" The clear female voice and the melodious national curse made Zheng Xingxia's old face turn red, and he became a little angry with embarrassment. "Xiaoan, I am your grandfather, and if you call me Dad, don't I lose my seniority in vain?" The woman's blood pressure rose instantly and she roared again. Zheng Xingxia took out her ears and said, "What's there to wipe, what's there to cover up? That crazy woman basically stopped pretending when she sent that thing out this time. She is the top executive of the Sudeth faction. It's ridiculous that those dim-sighted guys still want to keep her." When the woman heard this, she also stopped cursing. She knew that although her grandfather was unreliable, he was very clear about such big things, and something big might really happen this time. Who would have thought that the top brass of the Players Association, the top players of Eastern Xia, would actually be the ones seeking death? Zheng Xingxia was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly remembered something and ordered, "Go and give those two little guys a heads up. That crazy woman will definitely not end her life peacefully. Tell them to be careful." "Who?" "Sister Dongliu and that sealer. Mr. Zhang Xingwen is over there, and that one's golden oath is still there, so the witch can't take action against them both." Zheng Xingxia looked out the window, the night was getting darker, and murmured, "It's okay in this world, but that lunatic has deep roots in some plot worlds." Thanks to novice village sword god, Fang Yumo, and went to the cemetery to hold a party to vote. Thank you. Thanks to Where the Wind Blows, Lu Dongliu, Yaoxian Chengi, Xingkai, Wanj 233, Mayoli, Book Friends 20210301104010444824, Suling Zio, Run to the Cemetery for a Party, and One Famous for their recommendation votes. Thank you. The recommendation is over. I beg you brothers to follow up and have a resurrection contest. Chapter 50. All parties enter the venue. In the early morning, Tachibana stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel's luxurious suite, looking at the cloud-shrouded mountain city outside the window, and slowly put down the phone in his hand. A little girl wearing a pair of huge black-rimmed glasses that didn't match her face ran into the room and asked in a clear voice, "Sister Dongliu, shall we go home today?" Tachibana Dongliu looked away, her expression as cold as ever. She frowned when she saw the little girl who couldn't see her chest wearing an extremely ill-fitting women's suit. "He Yimen, your clothes." As soon as the little girl named Heyman heard that Tachibana Dongliu mentioned this, she stopped mentioning going home and ran out of the house. She seemed to remember something only when she got to the door, and turned around and said, "Just now that guy named Yang said he couldn't get through to you, so he called into the room." Tachibana Dongliu temporarily gave up her plan to correct He Yumo's wrong dressing habits. She looked a little surprised, but she still walked over. Tonggu had just put down the phone at this time. He did not doubt the information provided by the unknown woman, but he was also not ready to give up his plan to enter a new round of Game of Destiny today. Tonggu looked at Zhou Xiaoling, who was sitting on his sofa and watching TV. The other person's figure was slightly transparent, but there was no instability like that night. According to the information from Yang Yuanping, Zhou Xiaoling was probably affected by the curse spirit that followed Wu Guangji that day, and that was why he was unable to die. "Zhou Xiaoling, I'm going out for a trip and won't be back until tonight." "You?" Tonggu thought for a while. The other party neither needed to eat nor was she afraid of death anymore. She was already dead. Zhou Xiaoling didn't notice the change in Tonggu's expression. At this time, she was just looking at the TV that was set to play automatically, with an expression of concentration. She laughed at the program on the screen, seeming to have forgotten her own suffering. Tonggu pushed the door open and walked out. It started to rain outside. He pulled up his hood, looked at the direction of the pointer in his hand, and took a big step forward. Yang Yuanping looked at the gloomy weather outside the house, feeling strangely depressed. "The rain is coming." Jingle bell. Suddenly, the alarm bell blared in the office, and Gong Li, who had stayed up all night, woke up instantly. Yang Yuanping stood up suddenly, quickly picked up the phone in front of him, and the internal affairs channel was quickly opened. "What's wrong? Tell me." There was anxiety in Yang Yuanping's tone that he didn't even notice. Yueloi district on the east side of the mountain city reported that there was a team of people complaining about the deceased, numbering more than 20 people. Gong Li's expression suddenly changed. This scene reminded him of the scene 2 weeks ago. It was the same day. Teams of informants appeared in various places in the mountain city, and their hands were gradually spread out. Yang Yuan was expressionless and quickly replied. "Received, immediately arrange for 4 groups of people to go check it out." Jingle bell. The alarm bell continued to ring, and Yang Yuanping picked up the phone with an indifferent expression. As expected, another team to report the death appeared in another part of the mountain city. Gong Li clenched his fists green and white. He looked at his team leader, just like the deputy director who was temporarily responsible for the deployment last time. He transferred people out separately. This arrangement is absolutely correct and meets the requirements of any organization, but the deputy director still took the blame for the last incident and resigned. Team leader. "We can no longer spread our forces. Their target must be Tonggu, it must be." Gong Li reminded in a sharp voice. But Yang Yuanping shook his head and said, "No, if someone complains, we must go and arrest them." Otherwise, once they enter the residential area and that kind of concept is planted in the hearts of the public, we don't know how many people will die. How could Gong Li not know this? For almost the first time, he blushed at the team leader who had been taking care of him and roared angrily. Tong Gu is alive and is more important to more people. His life is far greater than that of many people. A big hand suddenly pressed down on Gong Li's mouth. The invisible force made it impossible for him to continue to say anything. Yang Yuanping's face turned pale and he said, "Remember, Palace Calendar, no one's life is more important than anyone else's." He then left the office without looking back, and the remaining half of his sentence came out slowly at this time. "Give him more trust, that's the idol you chose." Zhang Xingwen lived alone in a somewhat remote small building. It was originally an old community, but most people slowly died in the game of destiny, including his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. He could no longer remember how many things that damn fate had taken away from him, too many. Zira. The TV that hadn't been turned on for a long time suddenly turned on by itself, and a dry well appeared on the screen. Zhang Xingwen, who was sitting alone in the yard, seemed not to notice the changes in his house. He just put his hands behind his back and looked at the gloomy sky, as if his granddaughter had entered that door in such weather. The cold and greasy breath spread out from the room unknowingly, wrapping Zhang Xingwen, and a voice that was extremely familiar to him whispered softly, "That's enough, you've done enough, Xingwen. It's too bitter. It's really too bitter for you. Forget it. Stop insisting." With long black hair covering her face, the woman in white climbed out of the house with twisted hands and feet, climbed along the wall to a high place, looked at the unsuspecting old man in the yard, and continued to exert spells. Zhang Xingwen's eyes slowly closed. He was indeed a little tired. On the other side, Tachibana was wearing a black trench coat and did not have any weapons on her body. She watched the people holding umbrellas running towards the hotel in a hurry, as if no one noticed her. Boom! Amidst the huge impact, a huge white figure over 10 meters in size fell into the park. The figure was like a white cloth with 2 black holes, floating in the air, constantly changing its shape, sometimes with a painful face. The face is sometimes a distorted human form. Spell Senluo Death Sign. It seems that all painful ways of death are repeated in this space. Tachibana Dongliu stepped into the park and looked at the huge cursed spirit above his head, with a smile finally appearing on his lips. Even she doesn't have many cursed spirits of this level. Tong Gu followed the guidance of the record pointer and finally came to a small portal at the foot of Looting Mountain. The light from this portal changed and seemed unstable. "Is it right here?" "You're here, Mr. Tong Gu." Mr. Wu, or Wu Guangji, Shi Shiran appeared from behind the portal. Tong Gu also slowly showed a smile, nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here." Wu Guangji was a little surprised, seeing that Tong Gu was not afraid when he saw him, but took a step forward. Tong Gu held the long and narrow Sun Lun Dao Zhengzong behind his back with one hand, took a gentle breath from his mouth and nose, and became taller and taller. "Do you think I should be afraid of you, Mr. Wu?" Wu Guangji raised his hands, as if preparing to activate telekinesis. Tong Gu looked at Wu Guangji, who was less than 10 meters away from him, with his eyelids lowered. Psychic power is such a familiar attack method. Wu Guangji was a little confused. Suddenly, he saw Tong Gu's feet suddenly exploded, and his eyes were empty. In the huge explosion, half of Wu Guangji's body was instantly torn to pieces. Puff! Breath of the earth, 4 types Earth Vein Dragon Cry. Tong Gu looked at the sun sword in his hand with some surprise. Is this Wu Guangji so vulnerable? While he was alert, sure enough, Wu Guangji's body on the ground changed rapidly, melting like a pool of white mud, and then condensed into a pile of rotten flesh again. Tong Gu looked at this weird gesture and backed away slightly. He felt a slight disharmony in the surrounding environment. Snap, snap. Applause suddenly sounded, and then a woman appeared in Tong Gu's field of vision without any warning, as if she had been standing there from the beginning to the end. "You are really great, Mr. Tong Gu.